boxes of thought with me. Get ready to challenge your assumptions as we delve into dark psychology that changed philosophy forever. December 22nd, 1849. The Siemianowski Parade Ground, St. Petersburg. The snow is falling so thick you can barely see 20 feet ahead. 8 men stand in white burial shrouds, their breath forming clouds in the frozen air. The temperature is 15 below zero, but Fyodor Dostoevsky isn't shivering from the cold. In exactly 60 seconds, he's going to be shot through the heart. The firing squad raises their rifles. That metallic click of hammers being pulled back echoes across the square. And here's the thing that nobody talks about when they tell this story. Dostoevsky isn't praying. He isn't crying. He isn't even thinking about God, or his mother, or the novel he'll never finish. He's staring at the man next to him, studying his face with the intensity of a scientist observing a specimen under a microscope. He's watching, really watching what happens when a human being dissolves, when everything that makes a person who they are just evaporates. The man's eyes are still open, but there's nothing behind them anymore. He's still breathing, still standing, but he's already gone. And in that moment, Dostoevsky sees something that will haunt him for the next 30 years. The drums suddenly thunder across the square. The rifles lower. It's a mock execution. The Tsar's idea of a psychological experiment. A lesson, a game. The other prisoners collapse. Some sob with relief. Some laugh hysterically. But Dostoevsky just stands there, because he understands something now that he didn't understand 3 minutes ago. Something in him died on that platform, eyed as surely as if those bullets had torn through his chest. But something else was born. Something that could see what the rest of us spend our entire lives trying not to see. For the next 3 decades, he'll write novel after novel, each one an attempt to explain what he discovered in those 60 seconds. He'll create characters that are so psychologically real they feel more alive than the people sitting next to you right now. He'll predict the horrors of the 20th century with such accuracy that reading him today feels like he's writing about tomorrow. But here's what's really unsettling. He wasn't writing about the future. He was writing about right now. About the thing that's happening in your mind at this very moment. That voice you hear beneath all the other voices. The one asking the question you don't want to answer. This is where our story really begins. Not with a man who escaped death, but with a man who discovered something about being alive that was so disturbing, so fundamental, that we're still not ready to hear it. But tonight, we're going to hear it anyway. Let me take you back to that morning, but this time, we're going to live through it minute by minute, thought by thought. Because what happened in Dostoevsky's mind during those moments would become the foundation for everything he wrote afterward. The condemned men had been waiting in the Petropavelskaya fortress since April, 8 months in solitary confinement. And now, December 22nd, they're told nothing except to put on their white execution shrouds. These aren't clothes, they're theater costumes, designed to make the men look like ghosts before they become ghosts. The Tsar, you see, was an artist of punishment. He understood that death was simple, but the anticipation of death, that was complex. That was interesting. Dostoevsky is led out with the others into the square. The snow is falling, and here's a detail he would obsess over for years. The way the snowflakes landed on his eyelashes and melted, how that felt like the world crying for him, but also how absurd it was to notice something so small when you're about to stop existing. The human mind doesn't become profound in its final moments, becomes chaotic, noticing everything and nothing simultaneously. They're arranged in groups of 3. Dostoevsky is in the second group, which means he has approximately 4 minutes to live while watching the first group die. And this is where the real torture begins, not in watching death approach like a mathematical certainty. 3 men, then 3 more, then you. It's death as an equation, and Dostoevsky, who loved to gamble, who understood probability, suddenly realizes that for the first time in his life, there's a game with absolutely no variables, no chance, no hope, just arithmetic. The first 3 men are tied to the posts, and now something happens that Dostoevsky will write about in 4 different novels, each time trying to capture it more precisely. He becomes hyperfocused on the church dome in the distance, the way the morning sun is hitting its gold surface. He can't stop staring at it. In his mind, this dome becomes everything. God, Russia, his mother's face, every book he's ever read, every woman he's ever loved, but also nothing, just metal and light, he thinks, and these are his exact words that he later wrote to his brother. In 5 minutes, I will either be that light, dissolved into the universe, or I will be nowhere at all. Think about that for a moment. Not I will be in heaven or I will be with God, but I will be that light or nothing. This is Dostoevsky's mind at the edge, not religious, not atheistic, but something more terrifying. Complete uncertainty at the exact moment when you most need certainty. The squad raises their rifles at the first group. Dostoevsky is studying. The man next to him, now Nikolai Grigoriev, a fellow member of the Patrashevsky circle. Grigoriev's face is doing something Dostoevsky has never seen before. It's not fear, exactly. It's like watching someone solve an impossible equation in their head. The features are rearranging themselves, becoming younger and older simultaneously. The eyes are seeing something beyond the square, beyond Petersburg, maybe beyond existence itself. And then Dostoevsky has the thought that will haunt every novel he ever writes. We are most alive in the moment before we die. Not during life, when we're distracted by trivial concerns. Not after death, when we're nothing, but in that razor-thin moment when we're saying goodbye to existence. Every character he creates, Raskolnikov, Prince Mishkin, Ivan Karamazov, they're all trying to get back to this moment. To feel this alive, without having to die. The drums suddenly explode across the square. The rifles lower. A carriage races in with a messenger from the Tsar. It's a pardon. No, not a pardon. A commutation. Instead of death, Siberia. Instead of nothing for years of hard labor. The other prisoners react predictably. Nikolai Mombly goes insane on the spot. Litzli never recovers his sanity. Others sob, pray, collapse. But Dostoevsky does something strange. He starts laughing. Not from relief, but from a kind of cosmic horror. Because he realizes the joke. They were never going to be shot. This was always the plan. The Tsar didn't want to kill their bodies. Any fool with a gun can do that. He wanted to kill something. Else certainty about what reality is. And it worked. The Tsar intended. Because while this experience broke the others, in Dostoevsky it broke something open. A door in his mind that most of us keep locked. The door that separates our daily consciousness from the awareness of what we really are: biological machines pretending to have souls. or souls pretending to be biological machines, and no way to know which dot in the idiot. Prince Mishkin describes an execution he witnessed, but listen to the language carefully. He says the worst part isn't the pain or the fear, it's the certainty. In an hour, in 10 minutes, in half a minute, now, this very instant, your soul will leave your body, and you will be a human being no longer. That word certainty appears 17 times in that passage, because uncertainty, Dostoevsky realized, is what keeps us sane. The moment we become certain about death, we go mad. But the moment we become certain about life, we also go mad. This is why he would later write that consciousness is a disease, not metaphorically, literally a disease. A malfunction in the animal that makes it aware of its own existence and therefore its own known existence. Every animal dies, but only humans know they're going to die, and that knowledge poised everything. But here's where Dostoevsky's insight becomes almost unbearable. This isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's a feature. We need this disease. Without it, we're just clever apes. With it, we're something unprecedented in nature creatures who can imagine our own non-existence and keep living anyway. The guards unchained them and lead them back to the fortress. But Dostoevsky knows something now that he didn't know an hour ago. Everyone, the guards, the officials, the crowd that gathered to watch, they're all dead people who don't know they're dead. They're walking through life in a kind of sleep, thinking about dinner or money or sex, never realizing they're on the scaffold every moment. The only difference between him and them is that he can't forget anymore. He's been kicked out of the dream. Years later, when he's famous, people will ask him if he forgives the Tsar for this cruelty. And he'll say something that nobody understands. It wasn't cruel. It was a gift. He showed me what we really are. But what are we, exactly? That's what the next 30 years of novels would try to answer. And the answer, when it finally comes, is more disturbing than the question. Because we're not the condemned man on the scaffold. We're not even the guard with the rifle. We're the moment between the trigger being pulled and the bullet arriving. We exist entirely in that space, between the certainty of death and the illusion of life. Between the animal and the angel, between the flesh and whatever we imagine is more than flesh. This is what Dostoevsky saw in those 60 seconds that would take him 30 years and thousands of pages to explain. We're not human beings having a spiritual experience, or spiritual beings having a human experience. We're the incompatibility between those two things. We're the error message that appears when matter becomes aware of itself. And once you see this, really see it, you can't unsee it. Every human face becomes a skull pretending not to be a skull. Every conversation becomes noise we make to avoid silence. Every love story becomes two people agreeing to forget. They're going to die. This is why Dostoevsky's books feel different from other books. He's not writing from life. He's writing from death, looking back at life and seeing it for the cosmic joke it really is. But also, and this is crucial, seeing that the joke is the only thing that makes us magnificent, because we're the only creatures in the universe who get the joke and keep going anyway. The execution that never happened. It happens every morning when you wake up. You just don't notice the rifles. The journey from St. Petersburg to the Omsk prison fortress took 3 months. 3 months in chains, through the Russian winter, in a convoy of the condemned. But Dostoevsky isn't suffering. He's taking notes. Mental notes that would later become the most psychologically accurate portrait of criminal consciousness ever written. See, everyone else who wrote about crime did it from the outside looking in. They studied criminals like specimens. Dostoevsky would live as one, eat with them, sleep beside them, share their punishments, their fever dreams, their moments of unexpected grace. For 4 years, he would disappear into what he called the House of the Dead. But the dead, he discovered, were more alive than the living. The first thing that hits you about the Omsk fortress isn't the walls or the guards. It's the sound. 200 men in a space built for 50, and they're all talking at once, but not to each other. They're talking to themselves, to God, to people who aren't there. It's like being inside a brain having a nightmare. Dostoevsky describes it as a particular kind of noise that exists nowhere else on earth. Not exactly human, not exactly animal, but something in between. His fellow prisoners are a catalogue of human extremes. There's Aristeph, who sold other prisoners clothes while they slept. Sometimes while they were dying of fever, pulling the shirts off their backs as they shivered. There's Petrov, who killed 6 people with such technical precision that other murderers came to him for advice. There's Sirotkin, barely 18, who murdered his entire family and couldn't remember why. Just remembered that the blood looked beautiful in the lamplight. But here's what fascinated Dostoevsky. These men weren't monsters, or rather, they were. Monsters in the same way we're all monsters, they just didn't hide it anymore. When you strip away society, morality, hope for the future, what's left? Not barbarism, as everyone assumed. Something much more disturbing, pure logic. Take Orlov, a prisoner Dostoevsky becomes obsessed with studying. Orlov murdered an officer in cold blood, but when Dostoevsky asks him about guilt, Orlov looks at him like he's speaking a foreign language. Guilt, he says. For what? For being stronger. Does the wolf feel guilty for eating the sheep? And Dostoevsky realizes Orlov isn't insane. He's the sanest person in the prison. He simply accepted what the rest of us deny that morality is a collective fiction we agree to believe. This becomes the seed for Raskolnikov's theory in Crime and Punishment. The idea that there are 2 types of humans, the ordinary, who need moral law because they're weak, and the extraordinary, who create their own law because they're strong. Napoleon, Caesar, all the men we call great, they were all Orlovs, who happened to win. History is written by successful murderers, but then something happens that shatters this neat philosophical framework. It's Easter, 1851. The prisoners are allowed to attend church. And Dostoevsky watches these same men, these killers, thieves, rapists suddenly weeping at the story of Christ's resurrection. Not some of them, all of them. Even Orlov has tears running down his face. At first, Dostoevsky thinks it's performance, but it's too genuine, too spontaneous. These men who 5 minutes ago were describing their murders with technical pride are now sobbing like children at a 2,000-year-old story about divine forgiveness. How is this possible? How can the same mind hold such complete evil and such desperate hunger for good? This is where Dostoevsky discovers what he calls the law of personality oscillation. Humans don't exist at a fixed moral point. We oscillate moment to moment, thought to thought, between saint and demon. The same person who commits murder can genuinely repent, then murder again, then repent again, and both the murder and the repentance are absolutely real. We're not hypocrites. We're something much stranger. We're multiple people inhabiting the same body. The prison has a hospital, and Dostoevsky spends months there with various illnesses. The hospital is where the dying criminals make their confessions, and what he hears there changes his understanding of human psychology forever. They don't confess because they feel guilty. They confess because they need someone to know how completely they've violated everything sacred, and how that violation felt like freedom. One dying thief tells him, "You know the moment when you're committing the crime, and you know it's wrong, and you know you'll be punished, but you do it anyway. That moment is the only time I've ever felt like I really existed. The rest of my life was just waiting." This becomes the foundation for Dostoevsky's most disturbing insight. We don't commit crimes despite knowing they're wrong. We commit them because they're wrong. The wrongness is the point. It's how we prove to ourselves that we're not automatons, not slaves to programming, not just biological machines following chemical imperatives. Sin is our declaration of independence from nature and God simultaneously. But the prison taught him something else, something that would become central to the brothers Karamazov. Among these criminals were moments of inexplicable beauty. A prisoner named Ilya Zhestany, Muslim who'd killed a Russian officer, spends his free time teaching other prisoners to read. Why? Because, he tells Dostoevsky, suffering without understanding is just pain. Suffering with understanding is something else. What is that something else? Dostoevsky watches a group of prisoners risk brutal punishment to share their bread rations with a sick inmate. He sees a hardened killer spend 3 days nursing a dying bird back to health. He witnesses men who've abandoned all hope still creating art on the walls with charcoal, still composing songs, still telling stories. This is where the idea of voluntary suffering crystallizes. These men didn't just endure suffering, they sought it out. Some committed crimes specifically to be sent to prison. Not because they were insane, but because extreme suffering was the only thing that made them feel real in a world that increasingly felt like an illusion. Dostoevsky starts to understand. Modern life, with its comfort and predictability, is actually a kind of prison. We're all inmates, but our walls are invisible social conventions, moral rules, the tyranny of other people's opinions. The criminals in Omsk at least know they're in prison. We're in denial about our own imprisonment. There's a scene he witnesses that haunts him forever. A young prisoner, maybe 20, is about to receive a brutal flogging. The night before, he's completely calm. Dostoevsky asks him how he can be so peaceful. The young man says, "Tomorrow, for 10 minutes, I'll be completely honest. No pretending. No lies, no performance, just pure pain." Do you know how rare that is? To be completely honest for even 10 minutes. This becomes the underground man's philosophy. I am a sick man. I am a wicked man. But the sickness isn't what we think. It's the disease of consciousness itself, the curse of being aware that we're aware. The prisoners in Omsk have found a cure for this disease crime punishment, suffering anything that breaks through the numbness of normal existence. As his sentence ends, Dostoevsky realizes he's learned something in prison that no university could teach. He's seen the basement of human consciousness, the foundation everything else is built on. And that foundation isn't reason or morality or love. It's something much more primitive and much more sophisticated. the need to feel that we exist, even if that feeling comes through pain. The other prisoners are released and disappear back into their lives. But Dostoevsky can't leave, not really. He carries the prison with him. Every character he creates will be, in some sense, a prisoner. Every novel will be an escape attempt, and every reader will become, without realizing it, an inmate in Dostoevsky's psychological laboratory, because here's what those 4 years taught him: we're all in prison. The only difference is that some of us know it and some don't. And the ones who know it, the criminals, the underground men, the addicts, the madmen, they're not the sick ones. They're the diagnoses, the house of the dead. It's not a prison. In Siberia, it's the world we wake up to every morning, pretending we're alive while secretly knowing we're just rehearsing for our own funerals. The criminals Dostoevsky lived with for 4 years weren't different from us. They were us with the mask off. Picture this scene. It's 1867 in the German spa town of Wiesbaden. A man sits at a roulette table at 4 in the morning, his hands shaking not from fear, but from something closer to religious ecstasy. He's just lost everything again. His wife's wedding ring is in the pawn shop. The advance from his publisher, meant to last 3 months, survived exactly 3 days. This man wrote Crime and Punishment, one of the most psychologically complex novels ever created. He understands human nature better than almost anyone alive. And yet here he is, destroyed by a spinning wheel and a rolling ball. But wait before you judge him. Before you dismiss this as simple addiction, let me tell you what Dostoevsky discovered at that roulette table. He wasn't losing his money. He was conducting an experiment. The same experiment we all conduct every day, just without the honesty to admit it. See? Everyone who knew Dostoevsky tried to cure him of his gambling. His wife Anna, God bless her, she tried everything. She controlled his money, she reasoned with him, she cried, she threatened to leave. His friends staged interventions. His publishers refused to give him advances, but they all misunderstood what was happening. They thought he was trying to win money. He wasn't. He was trying to prove something much more important, that he existed. Let me explain through his own words. In a letter to Anna from Baden, after losing literally everything, including the money for his hotel room, he writes something extraordinary. You might think I'm in despair. I'm not. I'm more alive right now than I've been in months. Every nerve is firing. Every thought is crystal clear. I can feel my blood moving through my veins. This is what resurrection feels like. Now, any addiction counselor reading that would say it's the dopamine talking, the gambler's high. But Dostoevsky is describing something deeper. At the roulette table, all the comfortable lies we tell ourselves evaporate. You can't pretend you're a good person when you're gambling your families. Food, money. You can't maintain the fiction that you're rational when you're betting on red after it's come up. Black 17 times in a row. You're stripped down to what you really are. A collection of impulses and desires with no coherent center. And here's the terrifying part: Dostoevsky found this state liberating. Finally, for once, he didn't have to pretend to be Fyodor Dostoevsky, the great writer, the Orthodox Christian, the husband, the father. He could just be a body in space, making insane decisions for no reason. You know that voice in your head that constantly judges everything you do. At the roulette table, it finally shuts up. This becomes the core of his novel, The Gambler. But the character Alexei isn't really addicted to gambling. He's addicted to the moment right before the ball drops into a slot. That suspended second, where anything is possible, where he might win everything or lose everything, where he exists in pure potential. The actual result, win or lose, is always disappointing because it collapses possibility into actuality. Think about your own life for a moment. When do you feel most alive? It's not during the comfortable, predictable moments. It's during the risks, the uncertainties, the moments when everything could go wrong. That first kiss, that job interview, that moment when you say what you really think despite the consequences. We're all gambling all the time, we just use different tables. But Dostoevsky discovered something even more disturbing at the casino. He watched other gamblers, studied them with the same intensity he'd studied criminals in prison, and he noticed a pattern that nobody else had identified. The winners were miserable, not just unhappy, existentially disturbed, because winning meant the game was over. It meant returning to regular life. It meant becoming themselves again. There was one woman he observed for weeks, a Russian countess who'd won a fortune. She kept playing, but joylessly, mechanically. She told him, "I'm trying to lose it all so I can feel something again." This becomes Granny in The Gambler, who destroys her entire fortune, not from stupidity, but from a kind of wisdom. She understands that having money is a prison, but losing money is freedom. Now here's where Dostoevsky's insight becomes almost unbearable. He realizes that his gambling addiction is the same impulse that makes him write. Both are attempts to escape the prison of the self. When he's writing, he becomes Raskolnikov, Prince Mishkin, Ivan Karamazov. When he's gambling, he becomes nobody pure. Consciousness without identity. Both states are ecstatic. Both are unsustainable. Both are more real than normal life. Consider this letter to his friend Strakov. They say, "I'm destroying myself at the tables." But where is this self they speak of? Show it to me. Is it my body that changes every 7 years? Is it my thoughts? They contradict each other hourly. Is it my soul? I don't even know if I have one. At the roulette table, at least, I know exactly what I am. A fool making foolish choices. There's something honest in that. This is the gambler's paradox. We destroy ourselves to prove we exist. It's not masochistic. It's the opposite. It's the most life-affirming thing possible. Every loss is proof that we're free. Every stupid bet is a declaration of independence. From cause and effect, from logic, from the tyranny of consequences. But here's what makes Dostoevsky different from other gambling addicts. He's conscious of what he's doing while he's doing it. He watches himself lose everything and takes notes. He's simultaneously the experimenter and the experiment. This is why his description of gambling psychology remains unmatched. He's not remembering it afterward. He's documenting it in real time. One night in Wiesbaden, he wins 10,000 francs enough to pay all debts, secure his family's future for years. He knows, absolutely knows, that he should leave. He writes in his notebook, "The rational thing is to cash out now." Then he writes, "But the rational thing is death." He loses everything in 3 hours. But here's what's remarkable. He's elated. He writes to Anna, "I have proved once again that I am not a machine. A machine would have kept the money." This connects to something deeper in all his work. Remember the underground man's formula. 2 + 2 = 4 is the beginning of death. If everything is predictable, if we always do what's rational, if we always act in our best interest, then we're not human, we're algorithms. The ability to consciously destroy ourselves is proof of free will. It's horrible, it's stupid, it's tragic, and it's the only thing that separates us from computers. Modern neuroscience has actually confirmed something Dostoevsky intuited. The brain's reward system responds more strongly to uncertain rewards than certain ones. A guaranteed win releases less dopamine than a possible win. We're literally wired to prefer gambling to guarantee. This isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's the feature that drove us to explore, to innovate, to evolve. The same instinct that puts us at the roulette table put us on the moon. But Dostoevsky saw the dark side of this wiring. In modern, comfortable society, where real risks are minimized, where everything is insured and predicted and controlled, the gambling instinct doesn't disappear. It finds new outlets. We gamble with relationships, with our health, with our sanity. We create drama because peace is unbearable. We sabotage success because success is a kind of death. It means the game is over. Listen to how he describes the moment of placing a bet. Time stops. The past ceases to exist, all those mistakes, all that guilt, gone. The future hasn't arrived yet. All those consequences, all those responsibilities, suspended. There is only this moment, this choice, this spin of the wheel. It's the closest thing to eternity we ever experience. This is why he couldn't stop, even when he wanted to. It wasn't weakness of will. It was strength of will directed towards something other than self-preservation. He was choosing transcendence over survival. He was choosing one moment of genuine existence over a lifetime of comfortable sleepwalking. The tragedy isn't that he gambled. The tragedy is that he needed to gamble to feel alive. But that's not his personal tragedy, it's the human tragedy. We all need our versions of the roulette table. Some people use extreme sports, some use love affairs, some use creative work. Some use actual roulette tables. But we all need something that makes us forget we're going to die, while simultaneously reminding us we're going to die. When Dostoevsky finally stopped gambling, and he did stop, suddenly, completely, in 1871, it wasn't because he found willpower, or God, or therapy. It was because he found something else that gave him the same feeling. Writing the brothers Karamazov, a bigger gamble, a higher stakes table, betting not money but his soul on every page. The gambler's paradox isn't really a paradox at all. It's the human condition stripped of its disguises. We destroy what we love because destruction is the only creative act available to creatures who know they're temporary. Every loss is a little death, and every little death is practice for the big one. But also, and this is what Dostoevsky understood, every loss is a little birth. The person who walks away from the table with empty pockets is never the same person who sat down. That's why he thanked God for his gambling addiction, the same way he thanked God for his mock execution. Both showed him what we really are. Not rational animals or spiritual beings, but something suspended between the two. Forever gambling on which one will become. Let me tell you something that will disturb you. In 1966, a 25-year-old engineering student named Charles Whitman climbed to the top of a clock tower at the University of Texas and opened fire, killing 14 people in his suicide. Note, he wrote, I do not quite understand what it is that compels me to type this letter. Perhaps it is to leave some vague reason for the actions I have recently performed. Those words could have been written by Raskolnikov. The same hyper-rational tone analyzing its own irrationality, the same distance from his own actions, the same bewilderment at his own choices. In 2011, Anders Breivik massacred 77 people in Norway. His manifesto quoted crime and punishment extensively. He identified completely with Raskolnikov's theory of the extraordinary man who stands above conventional morality. These aren't coincidences or misreadings. These killers recognized something in Dostoevsky's character that most readers prefer to ignore. Raskolnikov isn't a warning. He's a diagnosis. And the disease he represents isn't rare, it's epidemic. But here's what everyone gets wrong about crime and punishment. They think it's about a man who commits murder and then feels guilty. That's not what happens at all. Raskolnikov feels guilty before the murder, indifferent during it, and confused after it. The guilt isn't about what he did, it's about what he is. And what he is, Dostoevsky suggests, is what we all are when we're honest with ourselves. Let's trace the actual psychology, not the simplified version they teach in literature class. Raskolnikov doesn't wake up one day and decide to kill someone. The murder grows in his mind like a tumor, starting with an abstract thought experiment. If Napoleon had needed to kill an old pawnbroker to fund his rise to power, would that have been wrong? History says no, we celebrate Napoleon despite the millions who died in his wars. So why is killing one useless old woman worse than killing millions of useful young men? This isn't sociopathic thinking. It's actually rigorously logical. Every society honors its successful killers. We call them heroes, generals, founding fathers. We build statues to men who killed thousands. But kill one person for personal gain, and you're a monster. Raskolnikov sees this hypocrisy and can't unsee it. The crime isn't killing, the crime is killing without historical justification. Now watch how Dostoevsky constructs the psychology. Raskolnikov doesn't proceed from theory to action. He oscillates. One moment he's convinced he's Napoleon, the next he's disgusted with himself. He plans the murder meticulously, then tries to forget about it. He's not a cold killer, he's a fever dream of contradiction. And this is exactly right, psychologically. Real killers aren't emotionless. They're experiencing all emotions simultaneously, which looks like no emotion from the outside. The actual murder scene is the most psychologically accurate depiction of violence ever written. Raskolnikov doesn't feel powerful or evil or righteous. He feels nothing. His body commits the murder while his consciousness floats somewhere near the ceiling, watching. He notes irrelevant details, the pattern on the wallpaper, a fly buzzing, the way the blood pools in a perfect circle. This dissociation isn't dramatic invention. Every soldier, every police officer who's killed someone describes the same phenomenon. The mind can't process the enormity of ending another consciousness, so it focuses on trivia. But here's where Dostoevsky's genius reveals itself. After the murder, Raskolnikov doesn't run or celebrate or collapse. He becomes obsessed with weather. He remembered to close the door. That's it. The most important question in the universe becomes, did I close the door? Because the human mind, faced with the infinite implications of murder, retreats to the finite, manageable question of a door, the cat and mouse Game with the investigator Porfiry isn't really about solving the crime. Porfiry knows Raskolnikov is guilty almost immediately. What he's doing is far more sophisticated. He's trying to make Raskolnikov understand what he's actually done. Not killed an old woman. That's just the physical fact. What he's done is attempt to step outside the human community, to become a pure individual, responsible to no one but himself. And that, Dostoevsky shows, is impossible. Not immoral-impossible. Asterisk, asterisk. Watch Raskolnikov's disintegration. He doesn't feel guilty about the murder. He feels guilty about not feeling guilty. He's broken the ultimate taboo and discovered that nothing happened. No lightning bolt from God, no transformation into a Superman, no fundamental change in his being. He's exactly the same person, except now he knows what he's capable of. And that knowledge is unbearable. This is the murder we all commit, metaphorically, every day. Every time we treat another person as an object, as a means to an end, as less than fully human, we're following Raskolnikov's logic, the businessman who destroys competitors, the politician, who sacrifices constituents for power, the lover who uses another's feelings for their own satisfaction. They're all committing little murders, killing the humanity of others to elevate themselves. But Dostoevsky goes deeper. The real crime isn't treating others as objects, it's treating yourself as a subject while everyone else is an object. This is the fundamental narcissism of consciousness. I know I have an inner life, thoughts, feelings, dreams, but you, I can only assume you do. I can never really know. So at some level, everyone else is theoretical while I'm real. This is why we can scroll past news of thousands dying while crying over a fictional character in a movie. The fictional character feels more real because we have access to their inner life. The thousands of real dead people are just statistics. Raskolnikov's theory about ordinary and extraordinary people isn't wrong, it's incomplete. He thinks extraordinary people are rare, but Dostoevsky shows they're everywhere. Everyone thinks they're extraordinary. Everyone believes they're the exception to the rules they apply to others. The only difference is most of us don't act on it. We commit our murders in imagination, in small cruelties, in the 1,000 ways we deny the full humanity of others while insisting on our own. The confession scene destroys the conventional reading of the novel. Raskolnikov doesn't confess because he realizes murder is wrong. He confesses because the weight of being separate from humanity becomes unbearable. He doesn't return to morality, he collapses back into the human community from sheer exhaustion. The confession isn't moral awakening, it's psychological necessity. No one can sustain the position of being truly individual, truly separate, truly extraordinary. We need others to confirm we exist, even if that confirmation comes in the form of punishment. Look at the online communities that worship Raskolnikov. Today, young men, usually isolated, usually intelligent, who read the novel and think, he's literally me. They missed the point catastrophically. Raskolnikov isn't a hero or an anti-hero. He's a warning about what happens when intelligence curves back on itself, when thinking replaces feeling, when theory replaces reality. He's what happens when you mistake understanding life for living it. But here's the truly disturbing part. These young men aren't wrong to identify with him. They're recognizing something real. The conditions that created Raskolnikov, alienation, intellectual isolation, the collapse of traditional meaning systems, the reduction of everything to economic transaction. These aren't 19th century Russian problems. They're the default state of modern existence. We're all living in Raskolnikov's shabby apartment, lying on his sofa, thinking his thoughts. The difference is, we've normalized it. We've made alienation comfortable. We've gamified isolation. We've made thinking ourselves special into a consumer product. Every social media profile is a little announcement of extraordinary status. Every post is a small murder of others' reality in favor of our own. We're all Raskolnikov, but with better apartments and more sophisticated rationalizations. Dostoevsky predicted this with terrifying accuracy. In his notes for the novel, he wrote, "The disease of isolation will spread until it becomes the norm. Then murder, physical or spiritual, will become as common as breathing. Look around. Mass shootings by isolated young men who've convinced themselves they're extraordinary. Suicide rates that climb even as material comfort increases. The casual cruelty of online interaction where others aren't fully human. Just text on a screen." But Dostoevsky doesn't leave us in despair. The epilogue, which most readers find unconvincing, actually contains the real message. Raskolnikov's redemption doesn't come through understanding or accepting that murder is wrong. It comes through Sonia, the prostitute who represents degraded humanity. She doesn't argue with his theories or appeal to his morality. She simply insists on his humanity despite everything. She treats him as human when he can't treat himself as human. This is the antidote to the murder we all commit. Recognizing that others are as real as we are, not through logic or morality, but through love. Not romantic love, but something more difficult. The decision to treat others as fully real, despite knowing we can never fully access their reality. It's an act of faith, not in God, but in the realness of other consciousness. The murder everyone commits isn't physical. It's the daily assassination of empathy, the casual denial of others' inner lives, the comfortable assumption that we're the protagonist while everyone else is supporting cast. Raskolnikov shows us where this thinking leads when taken to its logical conclusion, but we don't need to take it that far. We're already there, just distributed across millions of small murders instead of one large one. The genius of crime and punishment isn't that it shows us a killer. It's that it shows us ourselves with the volume turned up. Every thought Raskolnikov has, we've had. Every rationalization he uses, we use. The only difference is he acts on them and we don't. Or rather, we don't think we do. But every ignored suffering, every dismissed person, every moment we choose our comfort over another's humanity, that's our confession. We're all guilty. The question is whether we'll admit it before or after the murder. I want you to try something right now. Think about the last major decision you made. Not what you decided, but the voices that argued inside your head before you decided. There was probably a logical voice listing pros and cons, an emotional voice pulling you toward what felt right, maybe a cautious voice warning about consequences, and underneath all of them, a darker voice suggesting things you'd never admit out loud. Now here's what Dostoevsky understood that nobody before him had articulated. Those aren't different perspectives from one unified self. Those are different selves. And the thing you call I is just the temporary winner of their eternal war. The Brothers Karamazov isn't really a novel about four brothers. It's a map of the human psyche, and the brothers aren't characters. They're the forces that exist inside every human mind. When readers say they identify with Ivan or Alyosha, they're missing the point spectacularly. You don't identify with one brother. You are all four brothers, simultaneously, right now, as you're reading this. And the tension between them isn't something to be resolved. It is what you are. Let's start with Ivan, because he's the voice modern people hear most clearly. Ivan isn't just an intellectual, he's the part of every human consciousness that demands the world make sense. When a child dies of cancer, when innocent people suffer, when chaos destroys good people while evil ones prosper, that rage you feel, that's Ivan. He's not wrong to be angry. His famous rebellion against God isn't about atheism. It's about the incompatibility between consciousness and reality. We evolved brains capable of imagining perfect justice in a universe that delivers random horror. Ivan is that incompatibility given voice. His Grand Inquisitor chapter is probably the most misunderstood text in literature. People read it as either an argument for or against Christianity. But look closer. The Inquisitor isn't talking about religion, he's talking about human nature. His argument is devastatingly simple. Humans say they want freedom, but what they really want is to be told what to do. They want someone else to carry the burden of choice. Every time you follow a trend, obey an authority, accept conventional wisdom without thinking, you're proving the Inquisitor right. We crucified Christ for offering freedom and would do it again, because freedom is terrifying. But here's what's brilliant about Dostoevsky's construction. Ivan creates the Grand Inquisitor. It's his story, his projection. The Inquisitor is Ivan's shadow, the part of him that wants to surrender the very intelligence he's so proud of. Every intellectual secretly dreams of not having to think anymore. Every skeptic secretly envies believers. Every Ivan contains his own Inquisitor, wanting to burn the very freedom he claims to champion. Now Dmitri, he seems simple at first. The sensualist, the man of passion, the body opposed to Ivan's mind. But Dostoevsky is showing us something profound through Dmitri. He represents not just physical desire, but the body's rebellion against the tyranny of thought. You know that moment when you do exactly what you told yourself not to do. Eat the food you're avoiding, text the person you should forget, buy the thing you can't afford. That's Dmitri asserting his sovereignty. He's not weak, he's refusing to be enslaved by Ivan's logic. Dmitri's relationship with his father and Grushenka isn't really about sex or money. It's about the war between what we think we should want and what we actually want. Every addiction, every compulsion, every moment of I don't know why I did that comes from Dmitri. But also every moment of spontaneous joy, every act of irrational generosity, every time we choose life over logic. When Dmitri says, beauty is a terrible and awful thing, he's recognizing that what draws us most powerfully often destroys us, and we choose it anyway. The trial of Dmitri is really the trial of the human body itself. Is he guilty of patricide? In fact, no. In essence, absolutely. He wanted his father dead, imagined it, would have done it if someone else hadn't. This is the guilty innocence we all carry condemned, not for what we've done, but for what we're capable of doing. Every human walking free is a Dmitri who simply hasn't encountered the right circumstances yet. Alyosha seems like the good brother, the spiritual one, the one we're supposed to emulate. But that's completely wrong. Alyosha is the most radical brother because he's chosen to believe, despite having heard all of Ivan's arguments. He can't refute Ivan, intellectually nobody can. Instead, he does something more profound. He kisses him, not as argument but as answer. Alyosha represents the will to meaning despite meaninglessness, the choice to love despite evidence that love is just chemistry, the decision to act as if life matters despite knowing it doesn't. When Alyosha has his crisis of faith after Father Zozima's body corrupts and stinks, proving he was just flesh, not a saint, this isn't weakness, it's honesty. Even our Alyosha voice doubts itself. Faith isn't the absence of doubt, it's the presence of doubt and choosing faith anyway. Every time you hope despite evidence, trust despite betrayal, try again despite failure. That's Alyosha refusing to let Ivan win. But now we come to the hidden brother, the one nobody wants to claim, Smerdikov, the bastard. The servant, the epileptic. He's disgusting, fawning, resentful. Nobody identifies with Smerichikov. But he's the most important brother because he's the one who actually acts. Ivan provides the theory that everything is permitted. Dmitri provides the passion and motive. But Smerdikov commits the murder. He's not the shadow, he's what happens when the shadow takes control. Here's what's terrifying about Smerdikov. He's the logical conclusion of Ivan's philosophy. If there's no God, no inherent meaning, no absolute morality, then why not kill the old man and take his money? Smerdikov is an evil, he's perfectly rational. He's Ivan's thoughts without Ivan's inhibitions. Every time we act on our worst impulses while telling ourselves we're justified, that's Smerdikov. He's not outside the family, he's the family. Secret, the truth, none of the legitimate brothers want to acknowledge. The father, Fyodor Pavlovich, is crucial to understanding the whole structure. He's not just a bad father, he's the absence that creates the brothers. His grotesque vitality, his shameless appetites, his mockery of everything sacred. This is what happens when all four brothers' voices are silenced. Pure ID without ego, or superego, is what we would become without our internal conflicts. Not evil, just empty. A human stripped of humanity. The murder of the father isn't really about him at all. Each brother kills him in their own way. Ivan kills him intellectually by removing the moral framework that would prevent murder. Dmitri kills him emotionally through pure hatred. Alyosha kills him spiritually by failing to prevent what he senses coming. And Smerdikov kills him physically, but only as the final expression of what the others have already done. The murder is collective, even though only one hand holds the weapon. This is why the question, who killed Fyodor Pavlovich, is the wrong question. They all did. We all do. Every generation kills its fathers, their values, their world, their good, and then has to live with the corpse. The brother's guilt isn't about the specific murder, but about the universal patricide that every consciousness commits by becoming itself. But here's Dostoevsky's most profound insight. The brothers need each other. Ivan without Dmitri becomes paralyzed by thought. Dmitri without Ivan becomes enslaved by impulse. Alyosha without Smerdikov becomes naive about evil. Smerdikov without the others becomes mechanical, inhuman. The conflict between them isn't a problem to be solved, it's what creates consciousness itself. Modern psychology wants to integrate these voices to achieve some kind of internal harmony. Dostoevsky says that's impossible and undesirable. The tension is the point. We are the I. Argument between Ivan and Alyosha The fight between Dmitri and Smedekov. Mental health isn't choosing one voice, it's accepting the permanent civil war and learning to live productively within it. When you next face a major decision, listen to the argument in your head. You'll hear Ivan analyzing, Dmitri wanting, Alyosha hoping, and yes, Smerdikov calculating what you could get away with. They're all you. The decision isn't really about what to do, it's about which brother wins this round. But remember, even the winner is still you. The brother who loses is also still you. You are the entire family, the entire argument, the entire impossibility of being human. This is why people who say they've found inner peace are either lying or dead inside. Peace would mean one brother has murdered the others. What we call maturity is just learning to manage the family dysfunction, to let each brother speak without letting any of them dominate completely. We are not individuals, we are individuals, divided within ourselves. And that division is what makes us human rather than machines. The brothers Karamazov isn't asking which brother you identify with or which one is right. It's showing you that you are the question itself, the eternal conflict between irreconcilable truths. You are Ivan's logic and Alyosha's faith, Dmitri's passion and Smerdyakov's shadow. You are the murder and the investigation, the guilt and the innocence, the family and its destruction. We are all for Karamazovs, and we always will be. The only choice is whether we acknowledge it or spend our lives pretending we're only one. But the pretense is exhausting, and eventually, usually at 3 a.m, when all the masks are off, we hear all 4 voices clearly, and in that moment of terrible clarity, we understand what Dostoevsky understood. We are not troubled because we're divided. We're human because we're divided. In 1878, Dostoevsky stood before a crowd in St. Petersburg and said something that made people think he'd gone mad. He said that within 50 years, Russia would be consumed by a revolution that would kill millions. That ideology would replace religion, that children would turn in their parents for wrong thinking, that the state would become God. The audience laughed. 50 years seemed impossibly far away, and besides, progress was inevitable. Humanity was getting better, more rational, more civilized. Everyone knew this. 39 years later, the Bolsheviks took power. Everything Dostoevsky predicted came true with such specific accuracy that Soviet scholars spent decades trying to explain it away. But here's what's really unsettling. That wasn't his final prophecy. He saw something bigger coming. He saw the 21st century. He saw us. Let me show you something extraordinary. In The Devil, sometimes translated as the possessed or demons, written in 1872, Dostoevsky describes a character named Stavrogin. Stavrogin is handsome, charismatic, influential. Everyone is obsessed with him. But here's the thing, he feels nothing. He's completely empty inside. He commits horrible acts, not from evil, but from boredom. He influences thousands while believing in nothing. Sound familiar? He's not a 19th century Russian nobleman. He's a 21st century influencer. He is the beautiful void at the center of social media culture, performing authenticity while being absolutely hollow. But it goes deeper. The demons in the novel aren't supernatural entities. They're ideas that possess people, spread from person to person, creating movements that destroy everything they touch. Dostoevsky is describing viral ideology, how a tweet becomes a movement, becomes a mob, becomes a massacre. He's showing how ideas don't need to be true or even coherent to possess millions. They just need to fill the void where meaning used to be. The character Pyotr Vensky is even more prophetic. He's not a traditional revolutionary. He doesn't believe in the cause he promotes. He's a chaos agent, someone who destroys for the pleasure of watching things burn. He understands that in a meaningless world, destruction feels like creation. Every internet troll, every mass shooter manifesto, every person who spreads conspiracy theories they don't even believe there, all were Vensky's children. He predicted the weaponization of nihilism, but here's what Dostoevsky saw that we're only beginning to understand. The specific type of nihilism that emerges not from suffering but from comfort. The underground man isn't poor or oppressed. He has enough money, education, freedom. His problem is precisely that he has no real problems. He creates suffering because comfort is intolerable to conscious beings. We're living in the most comfortable era in human history, yet anxiety and depression are epidemic. We're all becoming underground people, burrowing into our comfortable caves, raging at existence itself. Listen to how the underground man describes his condition. I am a sick man. I am a wicked man. But then he immediately contradicts himself. He's not really sick or wicked. He's hyperconscious. He can't stop thinking about thinking. He can't just live. He has to analyze living while he's living it. This is the curse of modern existence. We're all simultaneously living and watching ourselves live, performing and critiquing our performance, being and observing our being. Social media didn't create this condition, it just made it visible, and Monet is able. The crystal palace that the underground man rails against Dostoevsky's symbol for utopias. Silicon Valley's promise realized. A world where all problems are solved by technology, where algorithms predict our needs before we know them, where efficiency and comfort reach perfection. But Dostoevsky saw the horror of this paradise. Humans will destroy it, not despite it being perfect, but because it's perfect. We'll choose suffering over comfort, chaos over order, meaning over happiness, simply to prove we're not machines. Look at what's happening right now. We have access to all human knowledge in our pockets, yet we choose to believe obvious lies. We can connect with anyone on earth, yet we're lonelier than ever. We've eliminated most physical dangers, yet we're paralyzed by anxiety about theoretical threats. We've created the crystal palace, and we're smashing it from the inside, just like Dostoevsky predicted we would. But the most terrifying prophecy is in his notes about the coming ant heap, a society where everyone's needs are met. Everything is organized rationally, all problems are solved, but nobody knows why they're alive. He writes, they will have everything except the one thing necessary reason to exist. And in their desperation, they will create artificial problems, imaginary enemies, fictional catastrophes, anything to feel that life has stakes, that choices matter, that existence has weight. Isn't this exactly what we're doing? We've largely solved the problems of survival, so we've created new problems. We're outraged about things that would have seemed absurd to previous generations. We've turned politics into entertainment, identity into brand, trauma into currency. We're so desperate for meaning that we'll accept any narrative, however absurd. That makes us feel like protagonists in a story rather than extras in a simulation. Dostoevsky's solution isn't what anyone wants to hear. He doesn't say we should return to tradition or embrace progress or find balance. He says something much more difficult. Accept suffering as intrinsic to consciousness. Stop trying to eliminate it. Stop seeing it as a problem to solve. The attempt to create heaven on earth inevitably creates hell, because heaven would be a her place where nothing matters. And humans can't tolerate a world where nothing matters. This is why every utopian project becomes dystopian. The Soviet Union tried to create the perfect society and created the Gulag. Silicon Valley tried to connect humanity and created the attention economy. Every attempt to eliminate suffering multiplies it, because suffering isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's a feature. It's what makes us human rather than algorithms. In his final notebook, written while dying, Dostoevsky wrote, "They will organize everything so perfectly that there will be no more questions." And that is when the real questions will begin. We've reached that point. All the old questions, how to survive, how to eat, how to shelter, have been answered for much of the developed world. And now the real questions that were always there, underneath, have emerged. Why exist? What's the point? Who am I when I could be anything? These aren't questions that can be answered by technology or politics or even philosophy. They're questions that can only be lived, suffered through, endured. And the suffering isn't meaningless, it's the meaning. The struggle with the question is the answer. The disease of consciousness isn't something to be cured, but something to be experienced fully, consciously, without anesthesia. His deathbed words were, "Do not let the candle go out." People assume he meant faith or hope, but reading his work, it's clear he meant something else. Consciousness itself. The terrible burden of being aware. In our age, the temptation isn't death, but unconsciousness, addiction to drugs, screens, ideologies, anything that turns off the painful awareness of being aware. We're all trying to extinguish the candle because its light shows us things we don't want to see. But here's Dostoevsky's final message. The candle is all we have. The consciousness that makes us suffer is also the only thing that makes us real. We can drug it, distract it, deny it, but we can't eliminate it without eliminating ourselves. The pain of being human isn't a problem to be solved, but the price of existing as something more than meat or machine. He saw us coming. He saw our comfortable despair, our connected isolation, our informed ignorance. He saw that we would create paradise and then destroy it, not from wickedness, but from the simple inability to tolerate perfection. He saw that we would have everything and feel nothing, know everything and understand nothing, be able to do everything and choose nothing. But he also saw something else. He saw that we would survive this, not by overcoming our nature, but by accepting it. We are the impossible creatures, suspended between animal and angel, matter and spirit, determinism and freedom. We are the glitch in the universe, the things that shouldn't exist but do. And our suffering isn't evidence that something's wrong. It's evidence that we're awake. The prophecy isn't that things will get better or worse. It's that things will become exactly what they are: intolerable and necessary, meaningless and significant, impossible and actual. We're living in Dostoevsky's prophecy right now. The only question is whether we'll live it consciously or spend our lives trying to sleep through it. But even our sleep will be troubled, because the candle can't really be extinguished. It can only be covered, and the shadows that creates are worse than the light. We've come full circle now, but like all true circles, we're not arriving at the same place we started. Let's return to that December morning in 1849, to the Semyonovsky parade ground, to the snow and the rifles and the white burial shrouds. But this time, we're going to look at it from a different angle, entirely not through Dostoevsky's eyes as he faced the firing squad, but through our own eyes, right now, as we face something remarkably similar. You see, after everything we've explored, the prison years, where he discovered the criminal within every saint, the roulette tables where he proved free will through self-destruction, the novels where he mapped the impossible geography of human consciousness. For all of this, we need to understand that the mock execution never really ended. Not for Dostoevsky, and not for us. We're all standing on that scaffold all the time, in every moment of our conscious lives. Think about what Dostoevsky actually saw in those final seconds before the drums announced his reprieve. He didn't see death approaching that would have been too simple, too clean. What he saw was life itself, but life as it actually is, rather than as we pretend it to be. Life stripped of all the comfortable illusions we use to make existence bearable. And what is life without illusions? It's standing on a scaffold with a rifle pointed at your heart, knowing you have 60 seconds left, except the 60 seconds never end and the rifle never fires, but also never lowers. This is what consciousness actually is, not thought, not awareness, but the permanent state of being about to cease existing while simultaneously being unable to stop existing. Every human being who has ever lived has stood on this scaffold. Most of them, mercifully, didn't know it. They lived in what Dostoevsky called the dream, the blessed unconsciousness of daily routine. Small pleasures, manageable problems, the 1,000 distractions we use to avoid looking directly at what we are. But Dostoevsky couldn't return to the dream. The mock execution had awakened something in him that couldn't be put back to sleep. Every character he created afterward was, in essence, someone who had been kicked out of the dream and was trying to understand what had happened. To them, Raskolnikov murders to prove he's awake. The underground man rants from his hole because he can't bear the weight of consciousness. The Karamazov brothers tear rich, other apart because they each represent different ways of being unbearably aware. And here's what makes Dostoevsky's work feel so contemporary, so immediate, even though he's been dead for over a century. We're all being kicked out of the dream now. The comfortable unconsciousness that previous generations could maintain has become impossible. We know too much. We see too much. Every time you pick up your phone, you're confronted with the full horror and beauty of human existence, wars and weddings, tragedies and memes, the sublime and the ridiculous, all flattened into the same screen, all demanding the same response. Keep scrolling. We're living in a state of permanent mock execution, where the rifles are always raised but never fire, where we're always about to die but never do, where every moment could be our last but probably isn't. And just like Dostoevsky on that scaffold, we're noting absurd details, the number of likes on a post about genocide, the advertisement that plays before a video of someone's last moments, the way we can order dinner while reading about famine. This isn't callousness, it's the kind of hypersanity that comes from seeing too much reality at once. But here's what Dostoevsky understood that we're still struggling to grasp. This terrible state of permanent consciousness, this inability to return to the dream, is standing forever on the scaffold. It's not a curse to be lifted. It's what makes us human rather than algorithms pretending to be human. The burden of awareness is the price of being real in a universe that doesn't require our reality. Every character Dostoevsky created was attempting to solve the problem of consciousness. Raskolnikov thought he could think his way out of it. Prince Mishkin tried to love his way out. Ivan Karamazov tried to argue his way out. Dmitri tried to feel his way out. The underground man tried to spite his way out. But none of them succeeded because the problem has no solution. The problem is there. Solution. The disease is the cure. The question is the answer. This is why reading Dostoevsky feels like looking in a mirror that shows not your face but your skull. Not who you pretend to be but what you actually are. And what you are is impossible. Your matter that knows it's matter, a temporary arrangement of atoms that can contemplate eternity. A biological machine that insists it has a soul despite having no evidence for souls. You shouldn't exist, but you do. Your existence is an error in the code of the universe. And that error is the most magnificent thing that has ever happened. The question Dostoevsky leaves us with isn't whether God exists, whether morality is real, whether life has meaning. These are all variations of the same fundamental error. The belief that there's an answer that would make consciousness bearable. The real question, the one he spent 30 years after his mock execution trying to articulate, is this: knowing what you now know about human nature, about your own nature, about the impossible contradiction of being a conscious being in an unconscious universe, how will you live? And notice not, how should you live? That would imply there's a correct answer. But how will you live? Because you will live, despite everything, despite knowing what you know. You'll wake up tomorrow and pretend you're not on the scaffold. You'll make plans as if you're not about to die. You'll love people who are also about to die and pretend together that you're not. You'll create meaning in a meaningless universe. Not because meaning exists, but because creating it is what conscious beings do. Dostoevsky already knew how you'll live because he knew how he lived after his mock execution. You'll live exactly as you always have, but now with a terrible addition: consciousness of what you're doing. You'll see yourself living, watch yourself choosing, observe yourself pretending. You'll be simultaneously the performer and the audience, the experiment and the experimenter, the prisoner and the guard, and in rare moments, maybe at 3 in the morning when you can't sleep, maybe during a profound loss, maybe in inexplicable joy, you'll feel what Dostoevsky felt on that scaffold. The membrane between you and reality will dissolve. You'll see existence without filters, without narratives, without the comfort of meaning, and it will be unbearable, and it will be the most real moment of your life. This is Dostoevsky's final gift to us, though gift seems like the wrong word. For something so terrible, he showed us that we're all standing at the threshold between animal and angel, between matter and spirit, between meaning and meaninglessness. We can't cross the threshold because there's nothing on the other side. We can't step back because consciousness only moves forward. So we stand there, forever at the threshold, forever about to become something we'll never become, forever almost arriving at a destination that doesn't exist. The screen fades not to black, but to grey, that uncertain color between all absolutes, where human life actually happens. Not in the pure white of perfect goodness, or the pure black of total evil, but in the grey zone where every choice is compromised. Every truth is partial, Every love is tainted with selfishness. Every sacrifice is mixed with pride. This is where we live, have always lived, will always live in Dostoevsky's underground, which isn't below the earth but inside consciousness itself. His message isn't hope or despair. It's something more difficult: acceptance without resignation, struggle without victory, question without answer. We are the impossible beings, and our impossibility is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be lived. The candle, he told us not to let go out. It's not faith or hope or love. It's the terrible, beautiful burden of knowing that we know that we know. It's consciousness itself, the disease that makes us human, the gift that feels like a curse, the curse that might be a gift. We're all standing where Dostoevsky stood in 1849, waiting for the rifles to fire, knowing they never will, knowing will. Stand here forever, noting the way the snow falls, the way the light hits the church dome, the way our heart beats its futile rhythm against the approaching silence that never quite arrives. This is what it means to be human in the shadow of Dostoevsky's vision. Not to have answers, but to be the question. Not to solve the mystery, but to embody it. Not to escape the scaffold, but to recognize that the scaffold is everywhere. Always has been, always will be, and that standing on it with full awareness of what we're doing is the closest thing to meaning we'll ever find. Dear friends, thank you for being with me tonight. Please like and subscribe for the next episode. Until next time, good night. The world opens in silence. A street after rain. A child's shoe left on the steps. A candle flickers beside a hospital bed. Everywhere, the same question whispers through the noise of living. If there is a good and powerful God, why does the world suffer? This question is older than philosophy itself. It hides in every prayer, in every cry for meaning. It waits behind our smiles, watching as we pretend not to hear it. People have given it many names. Philosophers call it the problem of evil. Poets call it heartbreak. But it is one thing, the shock, that goodness and pain share the same sky. Long before us, a man named Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz faced that question. He lived in a Europe torn by war and disease. He saw kings rise, cities burn, and faith fracture into doubt. Yet through all of it, he believed something extraordinary. He said, "This world, with all its sorrow, is still the best of all possible worlds." At first it sounds absurd. How could a world filled with hunger, betrayal, and grief be the best? How could a wise God choose this, when so many gentler worlds seem possible? But Leibniz was not blind. He saw pain clearly. He just refused to believe it was meaningless. He imagined God not as a careless ruler, but as a divine architect. Every law of nature, every heartbeat, every lost bar of a structure too vast for any single mind to see. He believed reason itself was holy. That creation, even in its chaos, followed a pattern deeper than tragedy. Still, the heart resists. The mind protests. If this is the best world, what does the worst look like? Look at war. Look at children lost before they grow. Look at the innocent crushed by the greed of the strong. Surely, no amount of hidden harmony can justify that. And yet, Leibniz asked us to look again, not to deny evil, but to ask what kind of world could even make goodness possible. He said the question itself hides the clue. If we can name evil, it means we know good. If we know good, it means reality contains standards that do not come from chaos. So the question, painful as it is, already points toward order. Leibniz believed creation had limits, not limits on God's power, but limits of logic itself. Even God cannot make a circle with corners. Even God cannot make freedom exist without the risk of misuse. He compared creation to a composer writing under rules. The composer cannot play every note at once. Harmony requires contrast. So does life. Some goods exist only if certain dangers are real. Courage needs fear. Forgiveness needs wrongdoing. Growth needs loss. Take away the risk, and those goods disappear. Perhaps. Leibniz said, the best world is not the one without pain, but the one where pain makes goodness possible. He called his explanation theodicy, the defense of divine goodness in the face of evil. He never said this world was perfect. He said it was complete, a world balanced between freedom and law, reason and love. The ideas spread, and so did misunderstanding. Many heard only the optimism, not the reasoning. They thought Leibniz believed everything was fine as it was, but he never said that. He believed progress mattered, compassion mattered, justice mattered, because they are the ways goodness unfolds inside imperfection. To him, creation was like a vast tapestry seen from behind. From our side, we see only knots and dark threads. From the front, seen by God, every twist joins a greater picture. When we suffer, we live on the backside of that tapestry. We see chaos. We forget the pattern could be real. There is a quiet strength in his view. He does not ask us to enjoy pain. He asks us to trust that pain is not the final word. That the story of existence includes chapters we have not yet read. Many have mocked that faith. Voltaire would later turn it into satire. He wrote Candide, a tale where every tragedy is excused by foolish optimism. People laughed at Leibniz's idea for centuries after that. But laughter does not erase a question. What if Leibniz was not naive? What if he was trying to protect meaning itself from despair? He believed the universe follows the principle of sufficient reason, that nothing happens without a reason, even when the reason is beyond us. Not everything is good in itself, but every event connects to a greater good that reason would reveal if we could see far enough. Imagine a vast equation. Every term, every variable, balances in a harmony we cannot solve. We see fragments. We see our small corner of the sum. The full pattern belongs to a mind greater than ours. To live with that awareness is not blind faith. It is humility before mystery. It is the courage to say, I do not understand, but I believe there is understanding. Still, the question returns. Why must goodness depend on such a painful process? Why could God not choose a world where we learn without loss? Leibniz's answer was quiet. Maybe such a world is impossible not because God lacks power, but because some truths can exist only through contrast. Light can be defined only when darkness is possible. Freedom means choice. Choice means the chance to wound. A world without that would not be a moral world at all. He did not mean every act of cruelty was planned. He meant that freedom itself is part of the design, and with it comes the burden of consequence. So he trusted that even what we ruin can still be woven into a greater harmony. The universe, he thought, bends toward balance slowly, painfully, but inevitably. When we see evil, we see a note out of tune. But to the composer, the discord belongs to a larger movement that ends in resolution. Leibniz looked at the sky and saw law. He looked at the human heart and saw longing. He believed both were evidence of purpose. He wrote, "Reality is the expression of a perfect mind through imperfect means." And he believed that mind, what we call God, chose this world not by accident, but by love. It is tempting to dismiss that faith, to point to the ruins of history and say, there is no plan. But even in that defiance, we reveal the same hunger for meaning that haunted Leibniz. If the world were truly meaningless, we would not call it unjust, we would call it empty. Our protest against suffering is proof that we believe, somewhere, goodness should exist. Leibniz saw that protest as a clue, not a contradiction. Perhaps the best world is not comfortable, but fertile, capable of growing souls that can love, reason, forgive, and rebuild. He once wrote that every human mind is a mirror of the universe. If that is true, then our grief and our wonder both reflect the same divine logic. Every tear, every act of kindness, every discovery all threads in one living design. We do not have to understand it to belong to it. We only have to keep asking. The question, because asking, is part of what makes us human. The world will keep suffering, but so long as we keep searching for meaning, the light remains. And maybe that is what it means when we say, this is the best possible world. Not that it is painless, but that within it goodness refuses to die. Even in darkness, it learns to shine. He was born where borders shifted like weather. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz grew up in a Europe that could not rest. Religious battles, scarred cities, plague thinned the brave and the afraid alike. Kings argued with scholars, scholars argued with nature. Every map looked temporary. He walked into that world with a book under each arm. His father died when he was young. A library became his shelter. Shelves did not shout. They offered questions in orderly rows. He learned Latin before most. Boys learned work. He took comfort in patterns. Patterns promised that chaos could be read. He studied law. He studied theology. He studied mathematics because numbers did not take sides. He studied history because people always did. He wrote quickly, yet he listened longer. He believed that truth formed a single river, even when our minds drank from different streams. Europe shook. States hardened their borders. Churches hardened their words. Leibniz did something unusual. He tried to build bridges. He traveled as a diplomat. He served princes and electors, but he spoke to them as a patient teacher speaks to an eager child. He asked Protestants and Catholics to consider peace. He wrote letters to scientists across the continent. He believed correspondence could tame distance. He believed gentleness could tame pride. He searched for a universal language of thought. He called it a character of reason, not symbols for show, but signs that carried logic inside them. If we could compute truth, he said, we would argue less and understand more. Let us calculate, he dreamed, and let humility follow the result. He found the same hunger in mathematics. He created a new way to capture change. He wrote with small signs that could hold vast motion, dx, dy, integral. He believed the world, moved by tiny steps that reason could follow. To him, calculus was not just technique. It was a window into the grammar of nature. Others saw a tool. He saw a music of infinites. Across the channel, Isaac Newton worked toward the same heights. History later argued over who arrived first. Debates stormed like weather once again. Leibniz did not love the storm. He loved the discovery. He loved that two distant minds could touch the same truth. He trusted that truth was generous like that. He served as a librarian in Hanover. Do not let the word fool you. The post gave him a kingdom of paper. He ordered knowledge like a gardener orders a wild field. He wrote histories for his patrons. He built mechanical calculators with gears that mimicked thought. He imagined mines, canals, and academies. He drafted plans for academies in Berlin and St. Petersburg. Everywhere he went, he asked the same question: how can order grow from conflict? Nights were for metaphysics. He stared into silence until ideas found shape. He asked why there is something rather than nothing. He answered with a calm that feels like prayer, because a perfect mind prefers being to emptiness and chooses the richest possible version of it. Not rich in gold, rich in kinds of goodness. Rich in minds that can love and learn. He held to a principle that anchored him. Nothing happens without a reason why it is so and not otherwise. The principle did not make life easy. It made life intelligible. If the world exists, there is a reason. If God is wise, the reason is worthy. If the reason is worthy, the whole must exceed the pain of its parts. He lived among jeers and treaties and quarrels. He saw how pride fractures the best plans. He watched rulers chase short victories and lose long goods. So he looked deeper than power. He searched for first truths. He believed logic and love were not rivals. He believed they were two names for the same light. He imagined reality as layered order. Nature followed lawful paths. Souls followed inward laws of perception and desire. Societies followed laws of justice, often broken, never erased. He thought harmony could span these levels without confusion. Not a forced harmony, but a prearranged fitness. Like different instruments playing one score they never see, yet each part completes the others. He did not build this view to escape history. He built it because history crushed people he loved. He wrote to comfort without lying. He wrote to steady without dulling pain. His letters show a careful warmth. He was a mind, yes, but also a man who knew what grief does to a room. He trusted that freedom mattered. He spent years asking how freedom could live inside divine wisdom. If God knows, are we puppets? He refused that picture. He pictured God as choosing a world story where our choices are truly ours, yet foreseen within a wisdom that wastes nothing. A difficult view, but he preferred difficulty to despair. Friends teased him for optimism. Enemies mocked him for it. They heard, all is well, when he meant something harder. All is woven. The weaving hurts, but the design holds. He made mistakes. He reached too far in some schemes. He trusted patrons who forgot him. He died with projects unfinished, papers piled in rooms, and a reputation clouded by the calculus quarrel. For a time, he seemed to vanish into footnotes. But his ideas did not vanish. They kept walking. They visited mathematicians, logicians, engineers, theologians, and poets who needed reason that could carry hope. They found new homes in the study of language and machines. They whispered to those who dreamed of computers where logic becomes. Action and symbols build worlds. He once walked the heart's mountains to inspect mines. He studied pumps and slopes, learning how water could drown a promise. He sketched new machines to save the miners. Some plans failed. He learned from the failure. He believed that ideas must touch the ground or they are only decoration. He designed a stepped calculator, the stepped reckoner, to turn thought into motion by brass and wheel. In those stubborn teeth of metal, he saw a prophecy. One day, machines would help us think. He explored binary numbers, speaking in ones and zeros, long before electricity learned their song. He smiled to see that emptiness and stroke could build any number, that simplicity could carry endless complexity. He dreamed of an encyclopedia that never slept, a network of facts and proofs that anyone could search. He wrote proposals for rulers who did not always understand. Still he tried. He believed knowledge should not hoard itself. It should serve the common good. He met princesses who loved learning, especially Sophia and Sophia Charlotte, and he spoke to them with the same respect he gave to scholars. He walked gardens and discussed metaphysics beside fountains. He found in their questions a rare courage. They gave him patience when politics did not. In the end, honor failed him. When he died, few mourned in public. Some patrons had turned away. Court ceremony passed without his name. He left behind trunks of papers, a treasury waiting for hands that cared. History took time to open them. Later readers found there a map of possible futures. They found hints of logic that would become computer science. They found a style of thinking that refuses to choose between precision and mercy. So when we speak of a world ordered by love and reason, we are not reciting a hey slogan. We are remembering a life spent building proofs and bridges, a life that believed understanding is a kind of care, a life that asked leaders to be gardeners of human flourishing. Hold that image as the candle finally goes dark. Not a man who escaped the troubles of his age, but a man who answered them with patient craft. He left us a way to work, clear eyes, open hands, and hope that does the labor. He was born where borders changed with the wind. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz grew up in uneasy years. Europe argued with itself and with the sky. Faith broke into factions that guarded bitter memories. Plague moved through towns like a rumor with teeth. Kings traded letters and threats. Scholars hunted patterns inside the noise. He entered that world with wide eyes and a quiet hunger. His father died early. A library became a shelter and a guide. Shelves held their peace and offered a path. He learned Latin before most boys learned trade. He read history for the long view of suffering. He studied law to see how minds bind conflict. He studied mathematics to feel the calm of order. He studied theology to ask whether order loved us back. He learned to think in layers. He sensed that events had roots in secret joints. He felt that reason could turn chaos into structure, not by force, by patient care. He walked into universities like a pilgrim enters a cathedral, not to posture, to listen. He copied the cadence of old Latin prose. He gathered small claims and made them speak. He trained a habit that would anchor his life. Nothing without a reason. No claim without warrant. The continent shook itself awake after war. Princes needed counselors who could argue without rage. Leibniz learnt the art. He became a diplomat with a scholar's heart. He wrote letters that crossed empires. He promised calm when tempers tore. He asked Protestants and Catholics to breathe. He searched for grounds they held in common. He believed understanding could outrun pride. He wanted a language that could tame confusion. He dreamed of a character of reason, a calculus of thought that would settle disputes. Not with swords, with symbols anyone could follow. Let us calculate, he said. Let the answer teach us to bow. He built machines that could lend a hand to the mind. He shaped brass and wheel into a stepped reckoner. He loved the stubborn truth of metal. He loved that a gear holds its argument. His fingers black with oil made ideas move. He smiled at the promise behind the craft. Someday thoughts would travel by mechanism. He found music in change itself rates. Slopes, sums that grow by tiny steps. He wrote a new way to speak those. Motions, he named small differences with neat signs. dx, dy. He curved space into sense with the long stroke of integral. He felt he had touched the grammar of nature, not just a trick for engineers, a key to the world's inner rhythm. Across the channel, Newton climbed the same mountain. History still argues about who reached the ridge first. Leibniz disliked that. Quarrel. Truth did not need a crown. Two minds could touch the same light from different paths. The light would not mind Doc life, pulled him into Hanover. The word librarian hides the scale of the task. He took custody of a kingdom of paper. He tamed chaos with catalogues and summaries. He drafted histories that made patrons feel ancient and secure. He designed waterways and mines. He drew plans for academies that would train a gentler power. Berlin listened. So did St. Petersburg. Sometimes rulers kept their promises. Often they did not. He met Sophia and Sophia Schala. They loved ideas and asked hard questions with a steady gaze. He answered with patience and warmth. He did not flatter. He invited them into the work. Gardens became classrooms. Walks became seminars on being and justice. He found courage in their curiosity. His letters crossed mountains. He corresponded with scientists and ministers and monks. He asked for reports on tides and minerals and words. He sent designs for pumps and tax codes and libraries. He tried to bind Europe with paper bridges. He thought courtesies could rescue truth from vanity. Night made room for first principles. He faced the oldest question with steady breath. Why is there something rather than nothing? Because a perfect mind prefers being to emptiness, he wrote, and chooses a world rich in possibilities of good, not a world of soft comforts, a world fertile in meaning. He held to a rule that became his compass. For every fact, a reason why it is so. If the world exists, it exists for a reason. If God is wise, the reason is worthy. If the reason is worthy, the whole must exceed the pain of its parts. He did not claim to see the whole. He claimed the whole was there. He felt the pull of freedom. He knew we'd choose and also belonged to patterns. He would not trade freedom for neat equations. He imagined God choosing a story in which our choices are real, foreknown but not forced, seen but not scripted, a hard thought, yet kinder than a world of puppets. He spoke often of harmony, not a soft word, a strict art. Different lines can meet without collision. Different goods can coexist without theft. He imagined creation as lines of melody written to fit, no instrument. Here's the whole score, yet the music holds. He drew comfort from the lawfulness of nature. He saw law as a gift, not a prison. Law gives promise. Promise gives science its courage. What happens here and now can teach us there and then. Repeatable order is grace for finite minds. His mind moved toward synthesis. He hated false fights where both sides were partly right. He believed dispute. Hide a third view that honors what is best in both. So he looked for bridges between atom and soul, between number and mercy, between church and church, between chord and conscience. He also failed. He chased grand projects beyond the patience of patrons. He sent proposals to wide for narrow budgets. He trusted promises from men who counted only today. He watched doors close without ceremony. He kept writing anyway. He thought time nurses good seeds. He suffered neglect at the end. His name dimmed in halls, he once advised. He died without honors fit for his labor. Trunks of papers waited like sealed gardens. Readers came late and found the gates. What they saw changed their own plans. They found notes on a number system, built of yes and no. 1 and 0 could build any count. Simplicity could host infinity. He had seen the bones of future machines. They found a plan for a living encyclopedia, a book that never ended, a place where knowledge could answer to search. Many dismissed it as dreamful. Then centuries worked to make it ordinary. They found a spirit behind the papers, a man who believed thought is a form of care. He wrote as if clarity could bless. He wanted rulers to govern like gardeners. He wanted scholars to heal. He wanted citizens to reason without scorn. He knew that optimism is easy when you are blind. He was not blind. He saw cities die and children buried. He still believed the universe kept faith with order. He still believed the mind could be trained to hope with discipline. He did not confuse order with quiet. He knew reform makes noise. He praised argument when it sought the common good. He rejected cruelty dressed as zeal. He asked opponents to imagine they might be wrong. He asked allies to imagine they might be harsh. He loved thought experiments. That humbled pride. What if our vantage is too small, he asked. What if the part we hate becomes a cause for good elsewhere? What if the whole uses our losses to grow new strengths we cannot yet name? Not to excuse evil, to resist despair. He prized gentleness. He wrote to a friend that patience extends the reach of truth. Harshness shortens it. He told himself to prefer precise mercy over loud wit. He did not always succeed. He tried again. He believed in progress, but not in arrogance. He did not think history guaranteed wisdom. He thought wisdom must be chosen, must be practiced, must be taught by example and law. He wanted a Europe less drunk on triumph. He wanted victory measured in fewer widows. He wanted schools that trained heart as well as hands. He wanted power to kneel before reason and charity. He took long walks after rain. streets where lamps made small circles of trust. He listened to the city and heard a low request. Make us livable, not merely strong. Make us decent, not merely clever. He would have smiled at a modern lab. He would have wept at a modern war. He would have urged us to write more letters and fewer insults, to fix what we can fix, to measure twice, to honor dissent that argues in good faith, to leave a clean desk and a kind note. His legacy is not only in theorems or machines. It is a way to hold mind and heart together, honor reasons, honor people, keep the world legible without sanding off its rough mercy. He believed God calculates, without cruelty. He believed creation sings in ratios and relations. He believed the best goods are relational and learned. He believed freedom is costly and sacred. He never stopped seeking a reconciled vision, a view in which faith, science, and politics exchange gifts, a view that calls rulers to wisdom and citizens to patience, a view that lets grief speak and still claims meaning. He teaches a style rather than a slogan. Move carefully, argue cleanly, repair what pride has broken, plan for the long future, hope without lying, think without sneer, love without panic. If you look for a single thread in his life, find this one. Order is not the enemy of mercy. Order is mercy extended across time. The task is to see it and join it. He left rooms full of paper and a world still learning his language. We owe him debts we pay by using them well. Every time a symbol does the work of a shout, we remember him. Every time a design makes life kinder, we remember him. Every time patience saves a marriage or a border, we remember him. He walked among engines and archives as if both were altars. He offered his days like a craftsman offers a tool to a neighbor. Use this, build with this, fix with this. Do not boast, do not despair. He believed reason could be devotion. He believed love could be precise. He believed the mind, trained by care, could help a broken age find balance. He believed, at last, that nothing is wasted in a wise universe. Even the pages we lose teach the hands that turn the rest. Even the dark hours become part of morning. A world full of pain still begged to make sense. Leibniz believed sense could be found, not imposed, but reasoned. He saw thought itself as sacred. If the mind is made by God, then to think clearly is a kind of prayer. He began with a rule that would shape his life. Nothing happens without a reason. Every truth must answer the question why this and not something else. It sounds simple. It builds everything. The air, the stars, the story of each soulich holds a reason, even if we do not see it. Leibniz looked around and saw confusion. He saw storms, wars, accidents, illness. He refused to believe these were random. He said reality is not a scatter of chance. It is a structure, a clockwork built by a perfect mind. Not perfect in stillness, but perfect in harmony. He imagined God before creation, a mind infinite in power and imagination. Every possible world already alive in that mind. Endless combinations of laws, choices, and stories. Worlds where mountains never form. Worlds where freedom never costs. Worlds without laughter because nothing ever goes wrong. From that vast library of possible worlds, God chooses one, the one that achieves the greatest balance of good. This world, the world we inhabit, to most ears, that sounds bold or naive, but to Leibniz, it was pure reason. He said perfection is not the absence of pain, it is the presence of order. And order does not mean control, it means purpose. He imagined God as a composer, every law of nature, every human choice, every birth and death notes in a cosmic song. Some are high and bright, some are low and harsh. Taken alone, they sting. Together, they form harmony. And harmony, not silence, is what makes beauty eternal. This vision did not erase suffering. It located it. Each event fits somewhere in a whole we cannot see. We live inside the movement. We cannot yet hear the ending. He wrote that God acts according to wisdom, not whim. A perfect being cannot do things without cause. Power without reason would be chaos. Goodness without reason would be blind. Wisdom binds both together. God does what makes sense in the fullest, deepest way possible. Leibniz called this the principle of sufficient reason. To him it was not abstract, it was moral. It meant the universe is not absurd. It meant the story of everything is justified by understanding, not luck. Even when we cannot follow the thread exists. He believed that reason itself was a sign of divine mercy. It lets us share, in small ways, the same light that guides creation. When we think well, we participate in that light. When we love truth, we echo the love that made the world. He used mathematics to mirror his faith. In numbers, he saw a universe that never contradicts itself. 2 plus 2 will always make 4, not because we decree it, but because it cannot be otherwise. That same clarity, he thought, runs beneath existence. The rules of thought and the rules of being must match, because both come from one mind. He looked at nature and saw lawfulness. He looked at himself and saw awareness. He looked at both and saw a bridge. The bridge was reason, the same logic. That shapes a falling apple, shapes the movement of thought. For him, this was not coincidence, it was confirmation. Creation is intelligible because it was made by intelligence. He trusted that if God chose this world, there must be a reason why this one is best. Not best for each moment, but best in the full design. If there is evil, it is allowed only because it serves a higher good that could not exist without it. Like shadow helping light to be seen, like discord teaching the ear to crave resolution, like heartbreak opening space for compassion. He did not speak from comfort. He lived through years of disease, famine, and fear. He saw death without glory. He saw the price of ignorance and greed, yet his faith in divine logic did not break. He thought understanding was a duty, not a decoration. He warned against lazy optimism. To say everything is fine is false. To say everything can find its place in meaning is faith. The first looks away, the second looks through. His confidence in logic drew both praise and anger. To the devout, it made God sound too human, too rational. To the skeptics, it made faith sound too clever, too tidy. Leibniz stood between them, refusing to abandon either side. He said faith without reason is superstition, and reason without faith is arrogance. He wrote that the universe is full of necessary connections. The sun rises not because God commands it each morning, but because his command is written into nature itself. Law is love expressed in permanence. A steady God makes a steady world. That steadiness is grace for creatures who must learn slowly. In his vision, miracles are not breaks in law. They are rare moments where the deeper law reveals itself more clearly. Everything remains part of one system, whole and alive. He believed this logic leads to trust. If reality is built on reason, despair becomes premature. We may hurt, but we are not abandoned. We may not know why, but there is a why. He compared creation to geometry. Every figure must obey its axioms. The triangle cannot have four sides. The circle cannot be square. Likewise, creation must obey logic's shape. Even omnipotence cannot do nonsense. God cannot make freedom that is not free or goodness that requires no choice. So he made a world where freedom and law coexist in us, beautiful, alive. For Leibniz, this made sense of moral life. Our duty is not to escape the system, but to work within it wisely. We are parts that can act with grace toward the whole. When we do good, we harmonize with divine intention. When we choose evil, we introduce dissonance. But even that dissonance can be resolved in time. He trusted that time itself is part of the plan. Events unfold in sequence for beings like us who must learn by motion. God sees all at once. We see in line. We live in chapters. God holds the book. This idea gave him calm. He saw suffering as real, but not final. He saw evil as tragic, but not victorious. He saw knowledge as slow, but sure. The logic of creation became his comfort and his challenge. It demanded humility. No mind smaller than infinity can judge the total work. But it also gave dignity. Even our questions, when honest, participate. In truth, he pictured reality as a great chain of being, each link necessary. Each link contributing to the strength of the whole. From dust to angels, from numbers to hearts, every piece reflects the wisdom that chose it. The structure holds even when we tremble. He ended many letters with a simple phrase, everything is linked. For him, it was not a slogan. It was the quiet joy of someone who found reason deep enough to believe in. To understand Leibniz is to feel his gratitude. The world is not perfect, but it is intelligible. It is not painless, but it is purposeful. In every storm, he imagined a pattern, still intact. And in every moment of clarity, he heard a distant echo of the mind that made it. That echo is the dream of divine logic, a belief that reason is not cold machinery, but the language through which love builds a world. There is a silence that follows disaster. It is not peace. It is the stunned quiet of people asking why Leibniz never turned from that silence. He called it the hardest sound in the world. He said the question of suffering is the question that will not die. If this world is the best possible world, then how can it hold so much pain? Why earthquakes? Why disease? Why cruelty? If a perfect mind built the universe, why are its children broken? He faced these questions without flinching. He did not hide behind words. He looked straight at the horror that others ignored. He saw war. He saw famine. He saw sickness take people before they could finish a sentence. He felt the grief of nations and of single hearts. He said we cannot talk about goodness until we have faced evil. He wrote that to justify the world is not to deny its pain, it is to understand how pain fits into a larger law. He called that search the Adusia defense of divine justice. But the word cannot carry the weight of what he meant. He was not defending power. He was defending meaning. He believed the world was designed to be the fullest expression of possible good. But fullness includes freedom. Freedom allows choice. Choice allows error. Error opens the door to suffering. Remove the door and you also remove love, courage, and forgiveness. He saw this not as excuse, but as necessity. He said even God cannot create creatures who are free and yet incapable of harm. To do so would be to make nonsense real. And nonsense cannot exist, even by miracle. Leibniz divided the problem of evil into three parts. First, metaphysical evil, the fact that everything finite is limited. We are not infinite, so we lack. We hunger, we tire, we decay. Second, physical evil, the pain and suffering found in nature. Storms, sickness, disasters, hunger. Third, moral evil, the wrongs we choose, greed, cruelty, betrayal. He said all three are connected. Physical evil keeps the natural order alive. Metaphysical evil comes from being finite. Moral evil comes from freedom misused. Together, they form the shadow that makes the light visible. This idea angered many. It still does. To some, it sounds cruel. To others, too neat. But Leibniz did not use it to comfort himself. He used it to face the worst. He wanted a reason that could hold when everything else failed. He once wrote that even sin can be a part of the divine plan. Not because sin is good, but because it allows a greater good to exist. Forgiveness, redemption, renewal. He did not mean that murder or cruelty were acceptable. He meant that nothing can ruin the possibility of restoration. Even ruin can be rewritten. He said that in the long reach of time, justice is never absent, only delayed. Every wrong will meet its correction. Even if beyond our sight, that faith gave him peace. Not the easy peace of ignorance, but the stubborn peace of someone who refuses to call despair final. He compared life to a painting. Stand too close and you see only dark strokes. Step back and the shadows reveal shape and depth. Without shadow, there is no image. Without contrast, no harmony. In the same way, he believed pain gives depth to joy, loss gives weight to love, and limitation gives meaning to freedom. Still, he did not expect everyone to agree. He admitted that reason cannot erase grief. When tragedy strikes, logic feels like paper in the rain. He wrote that understanding must walk with compassion. To tell a mother her loss is part of a plan is to speak without wisdom. He urged gentleness. In philosophy, truth, he said, is strong enough to wait until tears are done. The Lisbon earthquake would come years after his death, but it would test every word he wrote. Tens of thousands crushed in seconds, churches falling on worshippers, children buried where they prayed. Later thinkers asked the same question again. If this is the best possible world, what does that mean? Leibniz's answer was not denial, but depth. He said the best world is the one that allows the greatest total harmony over all time. Not every moment must be pleasant for the whole to be perfect. Even music contains dissonance. Even storms feed the soil. Even death can renew life. The pattern includes what we would never choose, yet somehow need. He wrote that goodness is not fragile. It bends without breaking. It gathers what is lost and turns it toward purpose. That faith, he said, makes moral life possible. If evil were absolute, nothing we do would matter. If good is deeper than evil, then every act of kindness pushes creation closer to balance. He saw redemption not as magic, but as arithmetic. Every wrong can be balanced by a right. Every cruelty can be answered by courage. Every wound can become wisdom. The process is long, but sure. To him, the presence of evil did not disprove God. It proved freedom. It proved growth. It proved the universe is alive and still being written. He said a perfect world without evil might be possible in imagination, but not in reality. It would be a world without struggle, without virtue, without change. It would be static, a picture, not a life. He preferred a living world with risk and redemption to a lifeless paradise. He spoke often of divine mercy as patient logic. God, he said, allows what he hates to achieve what he loves. A harsh mercy, but a mercy still. Through pain, the soul learns empathy. Through loss, it learns gratitude. Through weakness, it learns humility. Through time, it learns to trust the whole it cannot see. He believed every story ends in restoration. Not because humans succeed, but because goodness, being eternal, cannot fail. What breaks will be mended. What is lost will be found again in a higher form. He saw history as a grand repair, each age moving the universe closer to its intended. Harmony critics said this. Faith makes people passive. They said if everything serves a plan, why fight injustice? Leibniz rejected that. He said doing good is part of the plan. We are agents of correction, not spectators. We are threads chosen to repair what is torn. Every act of care completes a fragment of the design. He did not ask people to smile through pain. He asked them to work through it, to trust that effort has meaning, even if unseen, to act as though their courage joins something vast and holy. He believed suffering can purify love. When the self breaks, pride falls away. What remains is compassion. What remains is truth. For him, evil was never final. It was the raw material out of which understanding grows. He wrote that God does not waste pain. It becomes the seed of wisdom, the soil of virtue. In time, the world learns to grow good from its own wounds. He once said the universe is like a mirror. Each soul reflects the whole. When one suffers, the image trembles everywhere. That is why empathy exists. That is why goodness multiplies when shared. It is not a law written on paper. It is the rhythm of being itself. In this rhythm, pain and joy are partners. Loss opens space for hope. Grief carves room for gratitude. Evil awakens conscience. Darkness makes us reach for light. This, he said, is the strange mercy of creation. It allows us to become part of its redemption. We cannot erase suffering, but we can answer it. We can create small harmonies within the greater one. Leibniz died before he could see how deeply his words would divide people. To some, he was the last great optimist before the storm of modern doubt. To others, he was the first thinker brave enough to stare at evil and still believe in good. He offered no escape from tragedy, only a way to hold it without despair. He taught that a wise heart can look at pain and still say, "There is meaning here, even if I cannot see it. There is purpose here, even if it waits beyond my reach." He trusted that one day the universe will reveal itself whole, and that every tear will have its place in that revelation. Until then, we live in the shadow. We struggle, question, grieve, and keep going. And in that persistence, in that refusal to surrender meaning, we already begin to prove him right. The age loved wit more than patience. Salons filled with bright talk and bright candles. People wanted answers that sparkled. They wanted laughter sharper than a knife. Into that room walked Voltaire. He lived through exile, censorship, and danger. He hated cruelty and hated stupidity more. He wrote to wake the conscience with shock. He believed the pen should make tyrants tremble. He loved speed. He loved clarity. He loved the clean cut of satire. He heard the claim that this world is the best possible world. He heard it not as careful reasoning, but as comfort for the comfortable. To him, such optimism looked like a rich man's coat, warm, expensive, and blind to the cold outside. He sharpened his reply until it glittered. He created a teacher who spoke in polished certainties. The teacher said that all is for the best. Disaster followed disaster. The teacher smiled through each one. The students suffered. The world burned around them. The smile did not move. Readers laughed, then winced, then laughed again, because the mask looked familiar. This was the power of satire. It compressed the debate into a single gesture, a serene face amid wreckage. Optimism turned into a costume. Faith turned into a habit of denial. The joke spread faster than any book of metaphysics could. Rooms repeated it until it became a proverb. To call someone a defender of the best possible world became a way to call them naive. Voltaire had reasons for his anger. The world around him dealt pain without shame. Censors punished truth. Clergy protected cruelty. Courts humiliated the powerless. He saw victims crushed under systems that claimed to be holy. He swore to break that spell. Satire was his hammer. Another event hardened his case. The earth itself shook and swallowed a city. Churches collapsed onto worshippers mid-prayer. Fires ran through the streets. The sea returned to finish the work. People asked the question that never dies. Where was God? Where was meaning? Where was the best possible world? Voltaire wrote with the speed of grief. He made the pain visible and near. He refused to let philosophy stand at a safe distance. He demanded an answer that could look at rubble and not blink. The attack landed. Leibniz was gone by then, but his idea stood in the line of fire. Most readers did not meet the idea in his own books. They met it in caricature, a smile that never learns, a mind that explains away tears, a heart that calls loss a lesson before the funeral ends. Yet the picture was not the man. The satire cut through denial, but it also cut through nuance. Leibniz did not say that pain is an illusion. He did not say that evil is secret good. He said that the full work of reality may justify the allowance of evil. He said reason, freedom, and law are worth the risk they bring. He asks us to hold judgment of the whole when we only see a part. The difference matters. A foolish optimist says everything is fine. A wise optimist says everything can find its place in meaning. The first silences grief. The second makes room for it and still believes. Why did the caricature win? Because stories beat systems. A one-page scene of suffering will outrun 1,000 pages of argument. Because memory loves images. A quiet teacher smiling at catastrophe stays with us. Logic needs careful rooms. Comedy breaks down doors. There is another reason. The age began to trust the senses more than the schools. Empiricism gathered force. People believed what they could measure and touch. Satire, like a sharp instrument, felt honest. Metaphysics felt distant. Pain felt present. Yet, even Voltaire knew the danger of easy sneer. He fought for justice with stubborn courage. He did not want despair. He wanted reform. He wanted a society that stopped making cruelty sound sacred. For that, he made optimism look ridiculous. What can we learn from the quarrel? First, that clarity is not enough. Arguments must learn to speak in images, or they will be remembered as slogans made by their enemies. Second, that grief demands respect from any claim about the structure of the world. If a theory cannot kneel beside a ruined street, it has no right to stand in a lecture hall. Third, that reason and compassion must travel together, or the public will choose compassion, even if it comes with mockery. Leibniz's view can live with those lessons. It asks for patience, but also for honesty. It admits that satire sees something real, the habit of explaining too soon. His logic rejects that habit. He urged silence when silence is wise. He urged action when action is needed. To repair what can be repaired is not to deny providence. It is to participate in it. Consider the teacher in the satire. What if he had stopped smiling? What if he had helped dig survivors from the ruins? What if he had passed bread, wept with the grieving, and then whispered hope? The joke would have failed. Not because suffering ended, but because compassion changed the scene. Real optimism knows how to work. Words can be medicine or perfume. Satire exposes perfume that calls itself cure. Leibniz offered medicine, difficult, slow, meant for the long healing of the mind. Voltaire offered surgery, fast, public, meant to cut rot from the body of society. Both saw a sickness. Both wanted health. They disagreed on the treatment plan. The world needs both kinds of skill. We need the wit that alerts the crowd. We need the patience that rebuilds the foundation. Ridicule can wake a city. Reason can keep it awake after the laughter ends. There is a quieter misreading worth naming. Some think the best possible world means the happiest possible world. It does not. Happiness is fragile and often shallow. Goodness is deeper and often severe. The best world is the one that realizes the highest goods in the richest order. Those goods include freedom, courage, justice, and mercy. They bloom in harsh weather. They need risk and time. Another misreading says the idea excuses every crime. It does not. The claim is not that whatever happens is good. The claim is that goodness can make use of whatever happens without endorsing it. A surgeon may use a scar to save a life. The scar is not the goal. The life is. A third misreading treats the view as a call to passivity. If the world is best, why change anything? Because the world includes us as agents. Because the best world is the one in which free creatures wrestle with evil and learn to love. If we fail to act, we withhold part of the world's design. The plan trusts our courage. Satire will always return. It should. Complacency needs a critic. But after the laugh, the work remains. We still need to think clearly and live kindly. We still need to build cities that protect the weak. We still need to teach children that hope is not denial. It is discipline. Voltaire asked for justice now. Leibniz asked for trust across time. These are not enemies. They are different horizons of the same moral life. One fights the day's cruelty. The other defends the reason for fighting at all. There is a scene that binds them. A town after thee. Storm. Neighbors search the wreckage. One lifts a beam. One holds a child's hand. One speaks words that steady shaking breaths. The critic and the metaphysician are both there. One says, we must never allow this neglect again. The other says, do not give your heart to despair. Goodness still has roads to walk. The town needs both. The future needs both. The story of the idea did not end with a joke. New thinkers rose who tried to carry what was true in both voices. They learned to distrust lazy comfort and lazy scorn. They asked for reasons that can face rubble and keep their dignity. They searched for a vision of reality that honors law and honors tears. From this struggle, a better understanding of optimism can grow. Not optimism that refuses to see blood on the ground. Optimism that sees it, binds the wound, and still believes. The wound will heal. Not optimism that replaces action with slogans. Optimism that treats action as the very method by which Providence writes the next page. When people quote the satire, let them. It is a warning against glib speech, answered by living in a way that makes the joke misfit the scene. Serve, build, study. Refuse cruelty. Refuse despair. Let your hope have calluses. A last thought about laughter. It can humiliate. It can also cleanse. Used well, it clears the stage of pretense so truth can speak. Used poorly, it makes cynicism look like wisdom. The difference is compassion. Satire with love heals. Satire without love scars. If the world is the best possible world, it is not because pain is good. It is because good can be grown from pain. By minds and hearts that cooperate with reason and grace. The task before us is simple and severe. See clearly. Help quickly. Hope stubbornly. Voltaire forced that task back into view. Leibniz refused to surrender the ground of meaning. Between them stands the human heart, pulled by grief and guided by thought. It beats through earthquakes and through salons. It looks for a way to live without lies and without despair. Hold that heart steady. Teach it to think. Teach it to love. Then the old debate becomes something else. Not a contest of clever lines, but a common work. A world where wit and wisdom serve the same mercy. There was an earlier critic whose shadow shaped the stage. Pierre Bell argued that reason alone could not justify the ways of God. He collected hard cases the way a lawyer collects evidence. He showed how every neat answer slips on human sorrow. Voltaire learned from that severity. He turned Bell's cold files into hot theatre. Some readers defend the satire by pointing to memory itself. Our minds keep pain longer than joy. We are built to notice threats. So a theory that asks us to trust long sums can feel false to nervous bodies. Leaning on reason is not natural when sirens are near. This is why the public story stayed with. The joke, it met the heart at its first reflex and did not ask it to wait. Leibniz dreamed of order even smaller than sight could reach. He believed that reality was not built from matter alone, but from something deeper, something alive with perception. He called these entities monads. To understand his vision, forget atoms as tiny pieces of stone. Think instead of mirrors, countless mirrors, each reflecting the universe in its own way. Every monad, he said, is a center of awareness. Each one sees the world from its own position. Each one holds the entire cosmos within a single point of view. There are no windows in a monad. Nothing enters it, nothing escapes it. Yet each unfolds its story according to divine order, like instruments playing separate parts of one song. They remain in perfect coordination without ever touching. He called this coordination pre-established harmony. When one monad changes, others seem to respond, but no message passes between them. Instead, all move together because all were designed to move together. A universe composed like music, not machinery. This idea looks strange now, but in Leibniz's time it was bold and clear. He lived when philosophers still argued whether the soul could move the body or the body could move the soul. He refused the puzzle. He said there is no exchange, only harmony. Mind and matter are two faces of one plan. He saw monads everywhere. A human soul, a blade of grass, a grain of dust, each a tiny world of perception and striving. No being is completely dead. Each has some spark of awareness, some inner pulse of relation to the whole. He ranked them by clarity. Simple monads barely sense. Animals perceive and remember. Humans reflect and reason. Above all stands God, the supreme monad, whose perception is perfect and complete. Through this ladder, he stitched together all creation. Nothing stands isolated. Nothing is wasted. The faintest flicker of being still belongs to the grand order of perception. He compared the body to a living city. Every organ is made of smaller lives. Each cell works according to its own pattern, yet the harmony keeps the body whole. So, he said, the universe is one organism, alive from dust to deity. This vision reversed the despair of his century. Where others saw decay, he saw coordination. Where others saw matter collapsing into noise, he saw a quiet intelligence running through everything. The universe is not a battlefield of parts. It is a community of perspectives. If each monad mirrors the whole, then meaning is never lost. When something dies, the mirror darkens but does not vanish. Its reflection lives in others. Every end becomes a translation, not a void. He found hope in that. To him, the soul survives not by miracle, but by nature. Consciousness is not a spark. That fades, it is the structure of being itself. Modern thinkers sometimes smile at his theory. They call it poetry disguised as physics. But poetry, he might say, was the truer name all along. For he sensed what later ages would test in new language, that observation changes what is observed, that everything interrelates, that the smallest units of the world behave as if they hold knowledge of the whole. He anticipated ideas that would one day appear in quantum theory and systems science. He saw pattern where later microscopes would find pattern again. He guessed that the boundaries between mind and matter might be thinner than habit suggests. He spoke gently of God in this context. God, to him, was not an intruder fixing errors from above. God was the continuous source of harmony, the composer whose music sustains the movement. Every monad follows its inner law, and those inner laws together create the outer world. That meant the universe did not need miracles to keep running. Its consistency was the miracle. The order written at the beginning was enough to carry all. Time forward. He found in this an answer to loneliness. No creature is truly separate. Each stands connected through shared design. When you look at a stone or a tree, you are not facing emptiness. You are meeting another expression of the same source. He believed perception runs on a spectrum. Even when we sleep, our monad continues to dream faintly. Waking only means perception grows brighter. Death is a change in clarity, not extinction. Awareness shifts, but it does not stop. It fades into subtler harmony until it brightens again. For Leibniz, this was not fantasy, it was moral philosophy. If everything is alive with perception, then cruelty becomes ignorance of kinship. To harm another being is to disturb harmony. To live well is to play one's part in tune. He said God chose this structure because it maximizes both order and freedom. Each monad acts from within itself, yet all fit together as if choreographed. From that tension comes beauty, a world lawful but not mechanical, alive yet coherent. He exclaimed time as unfolding awareness. Each monad reveals the world to itself, at its own pace. Moments are measures of perception, not ticks of a clock. Thus, creation is not finished. It is always revealing itself. The universe learns as it exists. He described knowledge as reflection upon reflection. Our minds are monads that can know they are mirrors. That self-recognition is the birth of reason. Through reason, the universe begins to understand itself. He imagined God delighting in that return of awareness, the creation becoming conscious of the Creator, not by worship alone, but by understanding, art, and love. In his vision, science and spirit were not enemies. To study nature was to read the handwriting of divinity. To reason clearly was to participate in grace. Every discovery was a prayer answered in the language of logic. This idea gave him calm. He saw the same unity in motion and in mercy. He believed that if you follow reason far enough, you will find compassion waiting at the end. The harmony of monads was more than theory. It was his philosophy of trust. He trusted that what appears separate is secretly linked. He trusted that disorder hides rhythm. He trusted that understanding is never wasted, even when the world seems deaf. He told a friend that heaven is not another place. It is a clearer view of this one. As perception perfects, reality shines through. The task of life is to polish the mirror. He knew people would mock this idea. He knew some would say that harmony is a dream. He answered softly, if we dream of harmony, maybe the dream itself is proof we belong to it. That answer endures. Modern minds may rename monads as systems, networks, or fields, but the impulse remains the same, to see unity where eyes see fragments, to find meaning in the weave. Of the invisible Leibniz left us that impulse as gift. He asked us to imagine that behind every surface there is awareness working toward light. He asked us to live as if every act of reason and kindness helps the world remember its own design. He once wrote, "The universe is the living expression of a single spirit, each part singing the whole in its own tone. It is a sentence both humble and enormous. It reminds us that the smallest kindness participates in the largest order. To believe that is to live differently, to walk slower, to look longer, to speak with care, to act with the quiet confidence that even our smallest thoughts echo through a harmony we may never hear but are meant to join." Numbers taught him how the world keeps its promise. They did not flatter or shout. They held their line. 2 and 2 made for whether a city rose or fell. Ratios stayed loyal through plague and peace. He trusted that loyalty. He saw in it the temper of creation. He loved the way mathematics lets thought become exact. A symbol stands where a whole paragraph once stood. A sign compresses a movement of mind. You can carry truth across a page in a single stroke. It felt like a mercy given. 2 limited creatures. Clarity delivered in a small shape. Order made portable. He believed God delights in such clarity, not as cold perfection, but as wise generosity. A steady world is a kind world. It lets the patient learn. It lets the humble predict. It lets the broken repair what can be mended. Law becomes a ladder for fragile hands. He listened to nature and heard count and curve. An apple falls in a known way. A planet bends space with quiet insistence. A wave writes its grammar on the shore. Snow builds 6-fold stars from water and cold. Spirals hide in shells and storms. Growth follows a humble ratio. He felt the pull. To write these patterns in clean language, calculus became his chosen music. Small changes add up to large motion. The world moves by steps, almost invisible. The integral gathers them without hurry. The derivative tells how fast a thought is. Changing. He found peace in that conversation between parts and whole. He believed this discipline was not just a tool. It was a window into the style of creation. The universe is generous with increments. It prefers smooth paths when it can. It allows sharp turns when it must. It composes continuity from countless small decisions. It writes history in careful. Somsey saw beauty and truth as kin. A proof that fits like a key feels beautiful. A theorem that surprises and then seems inevitable feels holy. You step back and think, it could not be otherwise. He believed God thinks in that feeling. The world is the expression of such thoughts. Elegance is not vanity. It is a signature. He loved principles that condense many facts into one sentence. Conservation tells you what never changes while everything moves. Symmetry tells you what remains the same when you turn the scene. Proportion tells you how parts keep packed with each other. These were more than tricks to him. They were hints about the mind behind the world. Unity without dullness. Variety without chaos. He shaped an ethic from those hints. Choose the argument that explains the most with the least strain. Prefer a model that wastes nothing. Accept complication only when reality demands it. He called this respect for reason a kind of devotion. To think carefully is to honor the giver of order. To speak precisely is to love your neighbor, he trusted. That divine choice follows similar lines. From all the worlds God could create, the chosen one is not the simplest by count. but the richest by relation. It wastes nothing. It carries the largest goods with the leanest laws. It folds freedom into law without tearing either. He once hinted that God calculates, not as an accountant counting coins, but as a composer balancing voices. You can feel the restraint inside abundance. You can feel the thrift inside glory. That double feeling marks wisdom. It marks this world. He kept returning to harmony. Musicians know a chord can hold tension and still resolve. Mathematicians know an identity can look unlikely and still be true. Farmers know seasons can be harsh and still keep faith. He believed creation holds all three kinds of trust. Time resolves what thought cannot yet reconcile. Reason reveals what feeling could not yet accept. Patience ripens what action could not yet secure. He loved the identity that bears his name. If two things share every feature, there are not two. There is one. The world is not padded with copies. It disdains waste. Even sameness hides a difference in place or relation. Difference is how meaning breathes. He thought continuity is mercy. Change that jumps without bridge breaks finite minds. Creation walks instead of vanishing and reappearing. That walk gives learning a chance. It gives regret a chance. It gives forgiveness a road to travel. He treasured the link between symmetry and conservation. If a law looks the same tomorrow as today, something will be conserved through time. If a law looks the same here as there, something will be conserved through space. These insights came later in full dress, but he felt their outline. A steady God writes steady invariance. Steadiness feeds trust. He found a serene heroism in measurement. To measure is to refuse despair. It says the world can be known enough to serve. A bridge can stand. A well can reach water. A fever can be counted and cooled. Math becomes charity in action. He warned against arrogance dressed as certainty. Mathematics is exact, but our models are not the world. They are lanterns, not the sun. We test them and we revise. We honor truth by letting it correct us. Humility is the cost of accuracy. Accuracy is the gift of humility. He looked at least effort with interest. Many systems seem to choose paths that minimize waste. Light takes a route that saves time. Rivers widen until resistance balances flow. A pendulum answers to a hidden economy. He saw a moral picture in this physics. Goodness does not puff itself up. It finds the clean line through trouble. He thought mercy works the same way. It cuts extravagant anger. It saves time by forgiving. It spends where help is needed, and saves where pride would waste. He liked virtues that felt like conservation laws for the soul. Constancy, temperance, courage that spends only what duty demands. He linked mathematics and music. Both live by ratio. Both turn repetition into meaning. Both teach the ear to hear structure inside motion. He imagined creation as a score too grand to hold at once. We learn our line and trust the rest. Faith becomes a musician's discipline. He loved binary because it showed how little you need to say much. 1 and 0 can build every number. Presence and absence can speak any count. It made him smile that simplicity births abundance. He thought the universe likes that joke. Small rules, wide worlds. Simple laws, rich lives. He drew ethics from that smile. Be simple where you can. Make room for others to grow. Build systems that help the weak think clearly and act safely. Hide complexity inside good design. Expose clarity at the surface. Let tools carry burdens so people can carry love. He believed education should teach this craft. Not only facts, but form. Show students how a proof breathes. Show citizens how a budget tells the truth or lies. Show rulers how a map hides what it cannot hold. Give a generation the habit of asking for reasons. Give them the joy of finding them. He imagined law, shaped by proportion. Punishment should fit not only the crime, but the goal of repair. Policy should balance parts and whole without crushing either. Economy should honor the poor first, because systems are judged by their edges. These were not abstractions to him. They were the math of mercy applied to the city. He knew numbers can be abused. They can help a lie look clean. He asked for conscience at the center of calculation. Let the heart check the ledger. Let the uncounted be counted before we boast. A metric without meaning is a blade without a handle. It cuts the one who swings. It trusted that truth protects itself in time. A false model fails when the bridge falls. A true one stays standing in wind. Reality is a stern judge and a gentle teacher. It punishes pride with collapse. It rewards patience with endurance. He asked why a perfect mind would choose this particular mix of laws. Because these laws allow the widest garden of goods. They give room for mind to blossom. They give room for love to learn. They give room for freedom to mean something real. Other laws might have made us safe and small. These make us risky and great. He saw prayer and proof as cousins. Both aim at what is most real. Both ask for light and accept correction. Both require silence between steps. Both end in gratitude when the answer comes. He loved that kinship. It reconciled study and devotion. He did not think mathematics could save a soul, but he thought it could train one. It could teach patience, honesty, and courage. It could teach how to lose an error without losing face. It could teach how to stand for a result without becoming hard. It could teach how to admire a better idea when it arrives. He liked the word fit. A good theorem fits like a well-made joint. A good life fits the shape of the good it seeks. A good society fits its people like a careful garment. Fit is not tightness. It is ease without slack. It is purpose without strain. He saw identity as relation, not possession. A self grows by entering worthy patterns. Friendship is a shared ratio. Marriage is a harmony in changing time. Citizenship is a cadence between duty and right. None of this reduces people to numbers. It lets numbers teach us steadiness. He offered a way to navigate uncertainty. When facts are thin, keep hypotheses light. When facts arrive, adjust without panic. Hold principles, not prejudices. Use models as scaffolds, not prisons. Let love set the objective. Let reason choose the route. He loved limits because they guide. Creativity. A sonnet frees thought by binding it. A law frees commerce by stabilizing it. A budget frees conscience by revealing consequence. He saw creation as a sonnet of laws written by joy. Inside that sonnet, freedom writes its own story. The rhyme is real, so is the choice. He believed the deepest goods are relational and learned. Justice learned in courts and homes. Mercy learnt in loss and return. Wisdom learnt in mistakes that were not final. Numbers could help such goods flourish by restraining folly. They could not replace them. They could serve them. He taught that truth loves company. Different disciplines carry pieces of one answer. Invite them to the same table. Let physics and ethics speak. Let poetry and policy argue without contempt. The best solutions will feel musical, not mechanical. They will hum with coherence. He ended many reflections with a calm trust. The world will not break its own rules, and the rules, being wise, will not break the world. We may break ourselves against them, or we may learn to move with them. That learning is the work of a life. That movement is the dignity of a mind. If you want to feel his faith, try a small experiment. Prove a simple identity by 2 methods. See them meet like friends at a bridge. The meeting brings a quiet joy. That joy is what he felt when he looked at existence. Different paths, same truth. Different laws, same mercy. He believed God delights in such convergences. They show that the many can become one without losing their names. They show that freedom can keep rhythm with law. They show that beauty is how truth looks when it is loved. Numbers taught him this. They still teach us. They do not erase grief. They give it a place inside meaning. They do not remove risk. They measure it so courage can be wise. They do not make us gods. They make us better creatures. He left a way to think that steadies the heart. Look for the pattern that wastes least and serves most. Seek explanations that honor both detail and whole. Let elegance guide you, but let compassion rule. Prefer clarity to cleverness. Prefer repair to victory. Prefer truth to pride. This is the divine equation as he felt it. Not a single formula, but a posture. A way of seeing the world as a work of careful art. A way of living that joins precision to kindness. A way of hoping that believes order is generous, and that the mind, taught by numbers, can become an instrument of peace. Modern life tests every grand idea. Factories thicken the air. Wars circle the globe in hours. Signals race faster than thought. Hope becomes a headline and fades by noon. This is the world that asks the old question again. Is meaning large enough for the age of speed? Leibniz once trusted harmony behind events. He believed reason anchors reality. He believed order holds even when hearts break. Modern minds did not grant that easily. They saw storms that mocked every tidy plan. They saw machinery build comfort and cruelty at once. They saw empires preach ideals and export pain. The 19th century trained the Tao. Darwin described life as struggle and change. Nature showed tooth and hunger in plain light. Earthquakes and plagues looked impersonal, not punitive. Chance seemed to guide as much as law. The old picture shook on its nails. Was this the best world, or only a hard one? Other voices pressed the wound. Dostoevsky asked if any future joy could justify a child's tears. Nietzsche accused optimism of hiding fear. He said, "We invented heavens to excuse our weakness." He declared God dead and asked who would carry the weight. Camus stared at absurdity and urged revolt without illusion. The 20th century put a fist on the table. It demanded reasons that could look into an open grave and still speak. 2 world wars answered with smoke. Cities burned from the sky. Camps turned people into ash and numbers. Tyrants marched under banners of progress. The word best felt obscene. If harmony exists, it was too quiet to hear. Yet even in ruins, reason did not die. Science mapped the atom and the star. Medicine pushed death back from many doors. Law learned new words for human dignity. Artists grieved on canvas and in sound. Communities rebuilt, brick by honest brick. The storm did not erase the mirror, it cracked it. The pieces still reflected light. Leibniz would have told us to look closely at those shards. Do not worship them, use them. A broken mirror still shows the face of truth, if turned the right way. Our age must learn that modern science changed. The tone of order, determinism softened into probability. Chaos theory showed how small nudges grow into wild weather. Entropy taught us that systems drift toward dispersion. We measured noise and found pattern inside it. We measured pattern and found it tinged with chance. Order and uncertainty learned to share the same room. This does not kill optimism. It matures. If the world is lawful and yet open, then freedom has room to matter. Then wisdom has work worth doing. Then prudence becomes a daily art. We manage risk. We design redundancies. We seek policies that bend danger without breaking spirit. The moral field also changed. Colonialism taught bitter lessons about pride. Dressed as purpose, movements for civil rights named evils that law had blessed. Voices long silenced learned to speak and to lead. Optimism now must choose humility. It must listen before it claims to understand. It must prove itself by service, not by slogans. This is where Leibniz can still help. He never argued for denial. He argued for structure. He taught that meaning can run deeper than the storms on the surface. He asked us to look for reasons wide enough to hold grief without breaking. He asked for patience fit for centuries. Consider. Technology, we taught silicon to mimic thought. We wired billions into one trembling web. Tool and weapon share the same code. We need a vision that keeps courage steady, a vision that respects limits and still invites invention. Leibniz would ask for design that serves persons, not markets alone. He would ask for clarity, audit, and a restraint. He would ask us to build systems that protect the small and check the strong. He would tell us to place conscience in the loop. Consider climate. We learned that prosperity can poison its own future. We must measure, plan, and change habits at scale. An optimistic ethic here is not cheer. It is duty. It says the whole can be repaired if the parts act together. It says truth and sacrifice can be taught without despair. It says the garden still answers to patient hands. Consider meaning in a secular home. Many now live without prayer. They still feel the ache for order and mercy. They still long for justice to make sense. Leibniz offers a language that welcomes them. He lets reason carry hope without forcing doctrine. He invites faith to speak softly in the cadence of explanations that work. He lets the universe be intelligible without becoming small. A deep challenge remains. Can we say best after Auschwitz? Can any harmony answer that dark choir? The only honest way forward is through labor, care for survivors, guard against repetition, teach the habits that prevent cruelty when fear reases. Any philosophy that does not serve this work has no place here. Leibniz would agree. He would ask optimism to earn its name by protection of the vulnerable. The old debate about evil now includes scale. One person can harm millions with machines and lies. Freedom therefore needs form. We must bind power with law and law with transparency. We must design defaults that protect even when leaders fail. This is structure as mercy. It is exactly the kind of wisdom he praised. The modern mind also wrestles with self. We are flooded with images and opinions. We confuse performance with character. We confuse speed with meaning. Leibniz would counsel slowness of thought. Begin with first principles. Ask what a human person is for. Ask how goods fit rather than compete. Ask what can be measured and what must be loved without measure. He would praise small communities that practice truth, schools that teach reasoning with kindness, courts that value restoration over spectacle, churches and civic groups that protect conscience and neighbor alike. He would prefer many modest repairs to one noisy triumph. He would say that harmony grows by local fidelity. He would also invite courage, not loud courage, the steady kind, the kind that keeps its promises under pressure, the kind that returns the wallet and refuses the bribe, the kind that speaks for the unseen worker and the silent child. This courage is the rhythm of a best world. It makes free order a daily. Fact. Modern philosophy explored despair with skill. It mapped the absurd. It measured nausea in honest sentences. It deserves respect. But despair cannot build. It cannot raise children or bury dead with hope. It cannot design a bridge or a constitution that lasts. Optimism, rightly shaped, can. It does not promise ease. It promises purpose that survives. What about randomness? Quantum events look lawless to untrained eyes. Yet we use them to build tools with perfect reliability. We average uncertainties into stable effects. We draw strength from statistics. This is harmony by large numbers. The world allows trust to rise from noise. That is not far from Leibniz at all. What about pain that teaches nothing? There is plenty. Accidents without lesson. Loss without growth. We must be honest about this remainder. No theory can harvest meaning from every corner. Here humility is the proper tone. We grieve without lecture. We sit with the broken and say little. We let our hands speak what logic cannot. A best world, if real, gives space for silence and for care. Many today practice hidden goodness. Nurses in long corridors, teachers in tired rooms, programmers writing code that prevents harm, parents holding the line for a child's dignity. These are harmonies in plain clothes. They do not erase evil. They limit it. They do not complete. Just as they prepare its way, a fair reading of our time finds both failure and fruit. We have become efficient at harm. We have also become better at rescue. We discovered vaccines in record time. We built networks of aid after storms. We learned to name trauma and treat it. We wrote new laws when old habits broke lives. It is not enough. It is not nothing. Leibniz would call this the work of the middle. We live between promise and completion. We carry pieces of the whole without seeing it. We serve goods whose full harvest we may never witness. That service is not wasted. It becomes part of the calculation that only love can finish. The storm still speaks. It says power corrupts. It says suffering spreads. It says meaning is fragile. The mirror answers with a quieter voice. It says order persists. It says goodness gathers. It says freedom can learn. The future will judge us by how we balance these truths. We must not excuse evil by citing plans. We must not deny plans because evil shouts. We must build with the patience of gardeners and the caution of engineers. We must teach children that hope is a practice. It is a way of working, not a mood. If this is the best possible world, it is not because it is safe. It is because it can be saved again and again by people who choose to join the order written under things. Best does not mean painless. It means fruitful. It means capable of growing truth and love even after winter. So the mirror and the storm continue their dialogue. We will live inside it. We will argue and reconcile. We will fail and repair. We will keep asking whether reason can hold when grief arrives. And we will keep finding that, though reason bows before tears, it reases with them and goes back to work. This is how optimism survives the modern test. It learns from critics. It listens to victims. It adjusts its claims to honor what history taught. It does not give up the belief that reality is worth understanding and worth serving. It becomes courage with a plan. When we grow tired, remember the small proofs: a bridge that stands, a medicine that heals, a law that shields a stranger, a song that steadies a room. These are evidence that meaning still breathes through matter. They are the daily harmonies of a world that can be redeemed. Let that be the measure of best for our time. A world where repair is real, where truth can win in the end, and where love outlasts fear often enough to keep the story moving toward light. The world wakes before we do. Light pushes across stone and leaf. Birds risk song before they know the weather. Somewhere a nurse ties her shoes. Somewhere a factory siren starts the day. Somewhere a child asks a hard question: is life worth this effort? The answer will not arrive as thunder. It will arrive as breath, as the sound of someone getting up again, as the quiet of a mind that chooses to trust. This trust is not naive. It does not deny pain. It does not pretend evil is useful or kind. It says only this: meaning is deeper than harm. Order is stronger than accident. Freedom can learn. Love can rebuild. The claim that this is the best of all possible worlds is a heavy one. It is not a boast. It is a promise about the structure of things. It says the laws of being and the gift of freedom together make a world fit for the highest goods, not the softest goods, the highest ones: wisdom, courage, justice, mercy, joy that survives whether a world built for such goods cannot be simple. It must be alive with risk. It must allow failure without surrender. It must give time enough for repair. It must teach souls to become partners in their own redemption. Look at the shape of growth. A seed becomes food by dying into soil. A heart becomes strong by bearing weight. A mind becomes clear by letting go of flatteries. We grow by passing through trouble, not by stepping around it. The path does not excuse the pain. It turns pain into passage. If this world is best, it will show its quality in recovery. not in how little we suffer, but in how much goodness can rise after we suffer. Not in how seldom we fall, but in how many can stand again with help. Not in a lack of storms, but in towns that learn to shelter each other when storms return. There is a phrase worth repeating. Nothing is wasted. Our failures become warnings. Our losses become guardians of what remains. Our grief teaches their hands their duty. Even our ignorance, once seen, becomes need that knowledge can serve. Providence is not a billboard. It is a long arithmetic that refuses to stop at a deficit. If meaning runs beneath events, we have work to do. We must design laws that help truth keep its footing. We must build institutions that make cruelty expansive and care efficient. We must make room for conscience to act without fear. We must teach children how to reason and how to forgive. We must protect time for prayer or reflection, because silence is where the mind learns its scale. A best world is not automatic. It includes us. It expects our help. We are part of the calculation. We are the agents by which many goods arrive. When we refuse that role, pieces go missing. When we accept it, the design strengthens in places no ruler can see. Notice the small proofs that hope is not fantasy. A vaccine made in months rather than decades. A stranger pulling another stranger from dark water. A judge who listens longer than the room expected. A city that plants trees where heat once punished the poor. These are not miracles against law. They are miracles by law. They show a world willing to be healed by patient minds and willing hands. Some despair will say, this is only human effort. Yes, and the claim is that human effort belongs to the plan. Law and freedom are not enemies. They are the two rails on which history can move. The rail of law keeps the track true. The rail of freedom gives the train a destination worth reaching. Let us speak about justice. A best world cannot mean a world where the guilty escape and the innocent are forgotten. It must mean a world in which justice is possible and ultimate. Some justice is human. We must pursue it with courage and care. Some justice is beyond us. We must trust it will arrive without our permission. Either way, justice is not a rumor. It is the core of meaning wearing the clothes of time. Now speak about mercy. Mercy is not a loophole in justice. It is justice. Seeing further, it is repair chosen over revenge. It is space made for return. No structure is best if it cannot forgive. No person is best if they cannot be forgiven. A world sized for mercy must allow failure and return. Tears and change, limits and love. Hope becomes strong when it is trained. Training means habits. Tell the truth. Keep a promise. Protect the small. Pay what you owe. Return what is not yours. Say sorry and mean it. Learn and teach. These are not slogans. They are the daily joints of a good life. They are the simple ratios by which a person fits the world. If enough people hold these habits, the world changes. Not by spectacle, by compounding. Trust compounds. Kindness compounds. Knowledge compounds. Justice, once begun, accumulates defenders. Mercy, once practiced, multiplies its own courage. The sums take time. The result outlives us. This is the arithmetic of a best world. The fear remains. What about the evil that looks pointless? The grief that taught nothing? the accident that left only silence. Here we must be honest. There is a remainder our language cannot gather. We do not explain these things. We witness them. We hold one another through them. We refuse to turn them into lessons while wounds are open. We let our silence be faithful. We let our service be speech. Then, later, we remember what our hands learned. We build guardrails where there were none. We change a rule, a road, a ritual. We honor the dead by protecting the living. A best world does not hide from the remainder. It carries it with honor and lets it change our designs. The claim that meaning is deeper than harm asks something from us. It asks us to refuse cynicism. Cynicism looks like wisdom because it never risks hope. It says no before it listens. It calls love naive and courage performative. Leave cynicism to the tired. Choose realism alive with duty. Count costs. Face facts. Then do the next good thing. Let us talk about the soul. If each person is a mirror of the whole, then every dignity matters. Care for one becomes care for many. When you give attention to a single mind, you honor the order that made minds possible. When you protect a single child, you protect the future fact of justice. When you forgive one enemy, you write a new sentence in the story of the world. This is how greatness works here. It does not arrive with trumpets. It arrives as a quiet refusal to let meaning die in your small circle. It arrives as the choice to be a reliable link in the chain. It arrives as ordinary faithfulness over years. A best world is built by that kind of stature. It is measured by that kind of patience. Some will still ask, why this way? Why not a world without death? Why not a world without hunger or blame? Because certain goods require real edges. Gratitude needs loss to feel its depth. Courage needs danger to be honest. Compassion needs wounds to be more than a word. Freedom needs consequence to be real. Without these edges, we would live in a gallery, not a garden. Nice to look at, unable to grow. Others will ask, why trust any of this? Because the alternatives collapse. If the world is nonsense, reason has no home. If the world is only power, love is a costume. If the world is only accident, duty is a trick. Yet we live as if reason, love, and duty are real. We build laws and hospitals and promises as if they mean what they say. We cannot live the denial consistently. Our lives betray our deepest beliefs. Let our words match our works. This trust does not belong to one religion or one city. It belongs to anyone who treats truth as a home. It welcomes prayer and welcomes study. It lets doubt ask its questions and invites it to work. It lets joy rest without guilt. It lets grief speak without shame. It makes room at the table for the weary and the brave. Walk through a day with this posture. Begin with quiet. Thank the giver of order, whatever name you use. Set one clean intention. Do one difficult kindness early. Ask for correction. Offer it gently. Finish a task completely. Leave a tool ready for the next hand. In the evening, count the mercies without neglecting the wounds. Sleep as a steward, not an owner. Repeat now, lift your eyes and widen the scale. Cities can live this way. They can measure what matters and invite truth to shape budgets. They can count the unseen labor that keeps homes alive. They can plan for floods and heat with love for those at the margins. They can make rules simple. and serve the spirit, not the lobby. They can be honest about failure and quick to repair. Nations can live this way. They can hold power slowly. They can bind leadership with law on example. They can choose honor over spectacle. They can protect dissent and demand decency. They can aim their strength at mercy rather than display. They can tell the truth about the past and make amends. A planet can live this way. It can treat atmosphere as covenant. It can treat oceans as inheritance. It can treat species as neighbors. It can build a future worth giving to children whose names we do not yet know. This is not utopia. This is work. Work is how a best world shows itself. What of death? It will take all of us. Even so, it need not take our meaning. If the soul endures, it carries what it learnt further on. If the soul ends, its gifts remain in those it shaped. Either way, love outlasts the body. Either way, goodness continues its calculation. Either way, we are not wasted. Stand for a moment. At the window, watch a late bus stop. Watch someone run to make it. They catch the door. A stranger steadies their step. A small cheer rises inside you, though no one hears it. That is hope, remembering its reasons. That is meaning proving it still knows the route. The phrase best of all possible worlds is easy to mock. Leave the slogan to the careless. Keep the substance. The substance is a way of seeing and a way of living. It is the decision to treat. Reality is intelligible and worthy of fidelity. It is the courage to answer evil with repair. It is the discipline to prefer justice to victory. It is the mercy to forgive without lying. It is the patience to plant trees whose shade will bless people you will never meet. There is a promise humming under all of this. We are not alone. We belong to an order that cannot be broken, only resisted. We can join it in thought and in action. When we do, we feel the world receive our effort. Sometimes with quick fruit, often with slow change. Always with the quiet rightness of a key turning true. The final word is not argument, it is invitation. Build something that lasts. Reconcile where you can. Protect someone who will never know your name. Learn until your pride melts into gratitude. Love until your fear learns to rest. Trust that the goodness under things is not fragile. Trust that your smallest faithful act is part of a vast design. Trust that, beyond our sight, the story closes in joy. If the world is truly best, it is because goodness wanted partners. It is because freedom deserved a worthy stage. It is because love asked for a world that could answer back. Here we are. Answer well. Trust begins small. It begins with a kept promise. It begins with a door held open and a bill paid on time. It begins with honest numbers in a quiet ledger. From there, it grows. It builds the shape of a life that other people can lean on. It turns strangers into neighbors and neighbors into friends. This is how meaning becomes daily. This is how a best world shows its face. The idea sounds large. It must be lived small. The mind that designed galaxies also designed mornings. So begin there. Rise with one clean intention. Decide one task worth doing for the sake of someone. Else, give it your full attention. Finish it without show. When the day closes, test your heart for peace. Then begin again. Repair is the heart of the work. We are not asked to erase history. we are asked to mend. Mending is humble. It respects the shape of what was. It listens for how parts want to meet. It does not force. It persuades. It uses patience. Where power would only tear, repair starts with truth. Tell the truth about the wound. Name what broke and who broke it. Facts come first. Without them, peace is only a pause. Truth is not cruelty. It is care shaped like a sentence. It says, "Here is what happened. Now let us see what justice asks." Justice is not a slogan. It is a craft. Punishment alone cannot raise a community. Revenge cannot build a bridge. Justice seeks safety, repair, and return. It asks how to stop harm, how to heal victims, and how to shape change in those who caused it. It weighs the whole. It sets a course that allows tomorrow to be kinder than. Today, mercy walks beside justice. Mercy is not weakness, it is vision. It looks beyond the moment and sees what a soul can still become. It leaves a door unlocked when wisdom permits. It gives a chance that pride would not give. It is not blind. It is brave. Build habits that make repair likely. Keep records that tell the truth. Design processes that invite accountability without humiliation. Teach meetings to begin with listening. Write policies that a fair mind can respect. Keep rules short enough to remember and clear enough to apply. Make exceptions rare and transparent. Let people know what will happen before it happens. Predictability is respect in practice. Care for time. Calendars decide what matters. If love is always scheduled last, it will never begin. Choose margins. Wide enough for thought and for rest. Use them to read, to walk, to hold a child, to write a clean line of code, to cook a meal that warms more than one person. Time given to what is good returns as strength. Guard attention. You are not a furnace for other people's noise. News can inform or consume. Know the difference. Limit the flood. Choose deep sources. Check claims. Let silence wash your inner room each day. Clarity enters only when the room is clean. Practice speech that leaves dignity intact. Say less when anger swells. Ask questions that lean toward understanding. If a debate makes you clever and cruel, step back. Reread your aim. A win that hardens. Your heart is a loss. A loss that teaches you respect is a gain. Choose the gain. Make work that lasts. Build for maintenance, not for display. Name things plainly. Write comments that teach. Design for the next pair of hands. Return tools to their place. Leave a map. Someone will bless your name when you are gone. Treat money as a moral material. Every budget tells the truth about a soul. Spend on what protects and repairs. Cut what flatters and wastes. Pay the invisible labor that makes public success possible. Reward patience and honesty more than drama and speed. You will lose applause and gain sleep. Honor the edgiers. Systems are judged by how they treat those at their margins. Design with the elderly, the child, the stranger, and the poor in mind. If a rule harms them, rewrite it. If a road isolates them, reroute it. If a form confuses them, simplify it. If a fee excludes them, remove it. That is what best requires. Practice restitution. When you break something, repair it. When you cannot repair, replace. When you cannot replace, serve. Apology without action is only sound. Action turns sorrow into promise. Learn a craft. A craft trains patience inside the fingers. It teaches you to measure twice and cut once. It teaches you to accept the limits of the material. It trains respect for reality. When the joint does not fit, the wood is not wrong. Your cut was, try again. Craft makes virtue tactile. Study something that humbles you. Mathematics will do. So, will a language you do not yet speak? So will music played slowly and true. Humility learned in one domain follows you into others. It protects you from the lie that certainty and contempt are kin. Practice gratitude as discipline. Name 3 mercies each night. Let them be small. The cup that did not spill. The bus you barely caught. The message that arrived with a kind tone. Gratitude trains the eye to notice order still at work. It does not blind you. It steadies you. Teach the young. Teach them to think, to doubt, to test, and to love. Train their eyes to see patterns and their hearts to prefer mercy. Give them stories where courage is quiet and real. Let them practice responsibility while the price of failure is small. Set examples that make virtue look like freedom, not prison. Practice forgiveness and distinguish it from permission. Forgiveness releases a debt. It does not erase a boundary. You can bless and still say no. You can love and still leave. Let your boundaries protect what you are called to guard. Keep faith with the dead. Tell their stories fairly. Honor their achievements without hiding their flaws. Let the truth be whole. Memory without honesty becomes propaganda. Honesty without memory becomes neglect. Hold both. Walk toward the suffering that is yours to meet. You cannot carry every cry. Carry the ones assigned to your reach. Bring water. Bring bread. Bring a plan. Bring a second plan. Stay until the work is handed safely to another. Practice civic hope. Vote with care. Volunteer where the city leaks dignity. Run for a small office if you can. Study the budget. Attend the meeting. Champion clear laws. Demand fair enforcement. Be patient with the pace of the possible and stubborn against cruelty. Choose clean pleasures. They leave no debt in the soul. A long walk. A page that lights the mind. A song that brings back courage. A table with friends. A well-cooked meal. These make room for conscience to breathe. Welcome correction. Invite it. Make it safe for others to tell you the truth. Reward the person who saves you from a mistake. Say thank you with more than words. Return the favor. Let your work on a scale. Some tasks fit a day. Some require a decade. Know the difference. Do not demand the thrill of the urgent from the patient labor of the important. Protect long projects from the hunger of applause. Quiet custody achieves what noise cannot. Keep promises to yourself that improve your capacity to serve. Sleep enough. Move your body. Eat food that gives tomorrow strength. Leave screens before they steal your morning. You are a steward of a mind and a body on loan. Care for them as you would care for a tool trusted by many hands. Practice clean. Exates. End meetings on time. End arguments when they stop yielding light. End roles when your gifts no longer fit the need. End days with a small ritual that thanks and releases. Good endings protect good beginnings. Make room for art. Art trains attention to notice and to cherish. It keeps cynicism from sealing over. The heart. It lets grief speak without harming. It lets joy rise without gloating. It renews imagination, which is foresight in tender clothes. Let mystery stand where it must. Not every why will bow to you. There are rooms you may enter only by reverence. Stand there without hurry. Say little. Call the moment holy if the word fits your mouth. Then go back to work with a clearer mind. Keep your circle honest. Choose friends who will not sell your conscience for your comfort. Choose partners who can be trusted with your silence. Choose colleagues who prize truth over tribe. If you lead, build a room where the quiet speak first. Protect dissent that seeks the good of the whole. Give away credit. Praise in detail. Name the person who did the unseen task. This is how trust multiplies. This is how teams become more than the sum of their parts. This is leadership without theatre. Steady your spirit against despair. Despair likes to sound like realism. It is not. It is a shrinking of the map. It hides resources and partners and second chances. When it speaks, ask. For evidence, when it cannot provide it, return to the work. Be ready to start over. Plans fail. Lives break. Markets turn. Begin again with what remains. Begin again with who remains. Begin again with lessons learned. A best world is a school built for many new starts. Keep an altar of remembrance in your mind. Not to worship pain, but to honor what it taught. Let the altar hold names, dates, and debts you will not forget. Visit it when pride reases. Visit it when fear reases. Let it return you to gratitude and resolve. Prepare a legacy that can be carried by ordinary hands. Write clear notes. Make guides. Record passwords for the right people. Teach someone younger how to do what you do. Make yourself replaceable. It is a gift to those who come after and a guard against your own vanity. Live as if small faithfulness is the unit of meaning, because it is. The world is not saved by crescendos alone. It is saved by steady rhythm, by the repeated act of care, by the daily choice to add one stitch where the fabric thins. If the world is truly the best possible world, it is not because it saves us from duty. It is because it trusts us with it. It hands us tools and a pattern and says, join. The pattern is large. We will never see it whole, but our section can be clean. Our seam can hold. Let the final measure be simple. Did you tell the truth? Did you keep your word? Did you protect the small? Did you forgive and seek forgiveness? Did you build something that made goodness easier for those after you? If so, you stood with the order under things. You helped the world choose its better name. Go on then, work with hope, rest with gratitude, begin again. This is repair. This is how love becomes structure. This is how structure becomes mercy. This is how mercy becomes a world worth waking to. Night settles over familiar streets. Windows hold small islands of light. Somewhere a train passes steady as a pulse. Someone washes a single cup and sets it to dry. Someone turns off a lamp and waits for sleep to come. In these plain moments, the question returns without ceremony. Was any of this worth the day it cost? We answer not with thunder, but with choices. We answer by the work our hands remember. We answer by the care that outlived our mood. Meaning reveals itself in the keeping of small promises. It shows itself when no audience is near. It grows in silence and greets us like a friend. Leibniz believed a perfect mind chose this world. He said the choice honored reason and honored love. He said the choice made room for freedom to matter. He trusted that nothing real is finally wasted. He trusted that justice is slow and exact. He trusted that mercy is strong enough to rebuild. We have walked through his vision with open eyes. We have seen war and famine and grief. We have seen laughter used as a blade. We have watched satire mock what it half understood. We have watched faith speak too soon and be rightly rebuked. We have tried to keep what is true in both voices. Now the film grows quiet and returns to one life. Yours, the world will not ask. You for speeches. It will ask for attention and for steadiness. It will ask for honest words and clean work. It will ask for the courage to stay kind when anger is cheap. The best world, if real, is not a luxury. It is a discipline that begins. At the edge of your reach, help where you stand. Repair what you can touch. Protect whoever is within your power to protect. Let that be your prayer in the language of action. You do not need certainty to start. You need a reason strong enough to move your feet. Begin with the person in front of you. Begin with the task that serves without applause. Begin with the truth that refuses to be convenient. Begin again tomorrow when fatigue returns. Remember what this vision asks of the mind. Ask why this and not something else. Test your stories against the world they describe. Let correction be a gift rather than a wound. Let humility be the partner of every claim. Let gratitude be the closing line of every day. Remember what this vision asks of the heart. Hold grief without rushing its lessons. Hold joy without gripping it to death. Hold enemies as people before you hold them as positions. Hold yourself to standards that do not bend for mood. Hold to hope with a grip that respects facts. Remember what this vision asks of our common life. Write laws that fit the vulnerable. First, design systems that explain themselves to the tired. Reward patience and the courage to revise. Punish cruelty with clarity and restraint. Invite dissent that seeks the good of the whole. If this world is chosen for the greatest harmony, then harmony is not a metaphor. It is the work of arranging goods without destroying others. It is the art of balancing present need with future. Right? It is the skill of saying no to what flatters. It is the wisdom of saying yes to what strengthens. You will fail in this work. Everyone does. Failure is not the end of your sentence. Return is allowed and expected. Apologize without performance. Repair without delay. There will be pain that teaches nothing you can name. There will be loss that leaves only quiet. Do not lie about it. Sit beside it until it changes shape. Let compassion be the language you speak when words fail. Let presence be the answer you give to questions without answers. There will be days when despair sounds like a friend. It will call its self-realism and ask you to put down your tools. It will point at history and say, nothing changes for long. Answer with the evidence of your own hands. Answer with the neighbor who is fed, the child who is safe. Answer with the bridge that still stands and the promise still kept. You belong to an order deeper than chaos. You are not equal to it, but You are allied with it. Each time you choose truth over ease, you join it. Each time you forgive a debt with wisdom, you join it. Each time you think clearly in the service of love, you join it. Each time you build what future strangers will trust, you join it. Perhaps this is what it means to live inside a best world. Not to float above sorrow, but to put sorrow to work for good. Not to escape risk, but to spend it well. Not to demand certainty, but to keep faith with reason and with mercy. Not to seek control, but to cultivate consent and care. Not to chase spectacle, but to finish the quiet task. Look again at the ordinary scene. A streetlight burns over an empty corner. A nurse finishes her shift and walks into grey dawn. A janitor locks a school and hums a tired hymn. A coder closes a ticket no one will notice but the next shift. A parent checks on a sleeping child and remembers to breathe. These are not background. They are the foreground of meaning. They are the hinges upon which the large doors turn. They keep decay from calling itself fate. They keep cruelty from deciding the story alone. They are the grammar of hope. Leibniz would smile at such grammar. He would see law and freedom cooperate in small rooms. He would see order write mercy into policy and habit. He would see intelligence choose restraint and design for repair. He would call it reason doing what it was made to do. He would call it love teaching reason its aim. You will not know in this life how your efforts sum. The ledger belongs to a sight you do not have. Do not wait for that sight to begin. Act as if meaning is real because you cannot live the opposite. Act as if love matters because it already has. Act as if tomorrow needs you because it does. If faith fits your mouth, use it. If prayer steadies your hands, pray. If study steadies your mind, study. If service steadies your heart, serve. The tools differ, the work is the same. Bring order, guard, dignity. Leave beauty where you can. Learn to bless without permission. Bless the engineer who built the quiet bridge. Bless the farmer whose field feeds your city. Bless the teacher who answers the stubborn question again. Bless the clerk who knows your name when the line is long. Bless the friend who tells you the truth before you fall. Learn also to resist without hate. Resist the lie that numbers excuse. Harm. Resist the pose that cynicism is wisdom. Resist the habit of turning people into categories. Resist the speed that ruins judgment. Resist the appetite that treats others as scenery. Keep an eye for signs that the world receives your work. Watch for the meeting that ends with understanding. Watch for the process that becomes kinder and more exact. Watch for the child who trusts. The room enough to ask harder questions. Watch for the elder who rests easier because a policy changed. These are quiet proofs that the deep order remains. You will stand at graves. Bring flowers and silence and time. Let the names be spoken with care. Let the stories be told without embellishment. Let the tears fall without apology. Then walk away. Slowly and return to the work. The dead do not ask us to stop. They ask us to carry what they loved. One day you will be the one carried in story. Make it easy to tell the truth about you. Leave debts settled and kindness owed to many. Leave a journal someone can learn from. Leave a room in better order than you found it. Leave a trail of people who became more honest because you were near. If you doubt your place in any grand design, Remember the scale of the small. Ants move forests one grain at a time. Rivets hold ships against oceans. Votes turn empires with paper and ink. Words mend marriages when they are simple and sincere. Hands save lives that statistics cannot name. So choose your handful of grains. Choose your rivets and your words. Choose your vote and your craft and your promise. Choose them like a person who believes the ledger matters. Choose them like a citizen of a world that intends the good. Choose them like a student of a mind that wastes nothing. When morning comes, rise with one sentence ready. Today I will join the order under things. Let that be your vow. Keep it as best you can. Forgive yourself when you fail and begin again. Teach it to others without pride. Receive it back from them when you are tired. This is the quiet proof that Leibniz trusted. Not a theorem written on marble, but a life that answers despair with patient structure. A home put in order for guests. A budget that tells the truth and protects the poor. A law that binds the strong and frees the weak. A habit of attention that notices the person left out. If this is the best world, it is because it invites you. It invites you to think with care and to love with discipline. It invites you to build, forgive, and try again. It invites you to hold both reason and mercy in the same hands. It invites you to be the kind of person for whom the phrase best world is not a boast, but a responsibility gladly assumed. Night deepens. The windows darken one by one. You turn out your light and keep one promise more. You will begin again. Tomorrow, you will keep faith with the living and the dead. You will serve meaning without spectacle. You will honor the order that lets love endure. Sleep now. The world keeps its watch. The harmony does not stop when you rest. It waits for you to join it again. And when you do, it will meet you where you stand, with work enough for your hands and grace enough for your heart. There's a version of you that exists in complete darkness, not because it's evil, not because it's twisted or broken or wrong, but because you've spent your entire life making sure no one, including yourself, ever sees it. Carl Jung discovered that this hidden self holds the key to everything you've been searching for. Your creativity, your power, your purpose, your peace, everything you want, is locked inside the part of yourself you've been running from. Imagine standing in front of a mirror, but only half your face is lit. The other half disappears in two. Shadow. You can see your smile, your eyes, the face you show the world. But the other side, pure darkness. Most people spend their entire lives looking only at the lit side. They perfect it, polish it, make it acceptable, beautiful, safe. They never turn to face what's hidden in the dark. But here's what Jung understood. The darkness isn't empty. It's not nothing. It's you, the rest of you, the half you forgot, the half you rejected, the half you were told wasn't allowed to exist. And that half has been waiting, patient, silent, powerful, growing, in the dark. By the end of this journey, you'll understand why the parts of yourself you've rejected, the qualities you've denied, the emotions you've buried, are actually your gateway to becoming whole. Not perfect, not fixed, whole. There's a difference, and Jung spent his entire life trying to show us that difference. because he knew something that most people never discover. You're not broken. You've never been broken. You're just incomplete. And the missing pieces, they're closer than you think. But before we can understand what the shadow is, before we can talk about integration or transformation or becoming whole, we need to understand something crucial. We need to understand why you created it. In the first place, because you did create it, not consciously, not deliberately, but you created it nonetheless. And it started earlier than you think. Every child is born whole. Watch a toddler for 5 minutes and you'll see it. They cry when they're sad. They laugh when they're happy. They scream when they're angry. They dance when they feel joy. There's no filter, no performance, no mask. They express everything, feel everything, are everything. A child doesn't say, I shouldn't feel this. They just feel it, fully, completely, without shame. But then something happens. The world starts teaching them which parts of themselves are acceptable and which parts are dangerous. Stop crying. Big boys don't cry. Don't be so loud. Good. Girls are quiet. Stop being so sensitive. Why can't you be more like your sister? You're too much. You're not enough. Every single one of these messages, delivered by parents who often love their children deeply, by teachers who think they're helping, by a culture that has its own ideas about who you should be. Every single one of these messages creates a split a fracture in the self. The child learns, this part of me is loved, this part of me is rejected, this part is safe, this part is dangerous, this part I can show, this part I must hide. And so the hiding begins, not as a conscious decision. Children don't sit down and think, I'm going to repress my authentic self now. It happens naturally, automatically, as a survival mechanism, because to a child, rejection from caregivers feels like death. Their survival depends on connection, on belonging, on being loved. So when a part of them threatens that connection, when expressing anger gets them punished, when showing fear makes them weak, when being too happy annoys the adults, that part gets pushed down, locked away, hidden in a place where it can't cause problems. Jung called this place the shadow, but think of it like this. Imagine you're a child and you have a basement in your inner house. Every time you express something that gets rejected, something that causes pain or punishment or disconnection, you take that part of yourself and you put it in the basement. You thought you were cleaning up, becoming better, more acceptable, more lovable, but really, you were creating a prisoner. The angry child who gets punished for tantrums learns to lock anger in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who can't set boundaries, who lets people walk all over them, who swallows rage until it turns into depression. The sensitive child who gets mocked for crying learns to lock vulnerability in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who can't connect, who feels nothing, who everyone describes as cold. The creative child who gets told to stop daydreaming and focus on real work learns to lock imagination in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who feels dead inside, who traded their soul for a salary, who can't remember the last time they felt truly alive. The wild child who gets told to sit still, be quiet, stop causing trouble, locks their authentic energy in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who's always exhausted, always performing, always pretending to be someone they're not. And here's the thing that breaks your heart. Once you see it, you didn't choose any of this. You were just a child, trying to survive in a world that couldn't hold all of you. You weren't bad for hiding parts of yourself. You were smart. You were adapting. You were doing exactly what you needed to do to stay safe. But what worked then is destroying you now, because those parts didn't disappear. The anger you locked away, still there. The sadness you buried, still there. The creativity you abandoned, the wildness you tamed, the power you denied, all still there, living in the basement of your psyche. Growing in the dark, and Jung discovered something that changes everything about how we understand ourselves. He discovered that the shadow isn't just made of the bad stuff. It's not a garbage dump of our worst qualities. It's a vault, a treasure chest, a locked room full of gold. Because when you were a child, you didn't just hide your rage and your fear and your shame. You hid your gifts, too. Think about it. The child who was told they were too loud, they didn't just lock away noise, they locked away their voice, their leadership, their ability to take up space and command attention. The child who was told they were too sensitive, they didn't just lock away tears. They locked away empathy, intuition, the ability to feel deeply and connect authentically. The child who was told to stop being so creative and get serious, they didn't just lock away daydreams, they locked away genius, innovation, the capacity to see what others can't see, every quality you were shamed for, every trait you were told to hide, every part of yourself you learned was unacceptable. Those weren't flaws, they were powers, and you've been living without them for years, maybe decades. Half a person looking in the mirror, seeing only the acceptable side, wondering why life feels so empty, so exhausting, so not quite right. It's because you're trying to live a full life with half of yourself, and the other half, it's been waiting in the darkness. Not patiently anymore, because the shadow doesn't just sit there. It doesn't just wait quietly in the basement while you go about your acceptable life. Jung said that we don't have a shadow. We are shadowed by what we won't acknowledge. And that shadow, it's been running your life from the darkness. Every time you meet someone and instantly dislike them for no clear reason, that's your shadow. You're seeing in them what you've denied in yourself. Every time you have an inexplicable emotional reaction that seems too big for the situation, that's your shadow. The feelings you locked away are leaking out. Every time you sabotage yourself right before success. Every time you pick the same toxic partner with a different face. Every time you make a choice that goes against everything you claim to want, that's your shadow, operating the controls, making decisions, steering your life, and you're just rationalizing, making up stories about why you do what you do, never seeing the real puppet master pulling the strings from the basement. But here's the crucial thing. Jung understood. The shadow isn't your enemy. It's not some demon that needs to be slayed. Not some darkness that needs to be eliminated. It's you. The parts of you that you abandoned. The child you locked away. The gifts you rejected. The power you denied. And it's been trying to get your attention for years, through dreams, through symptoms, through the same painful patterns repeating over and over again. It's not punishing you, it's calling to you. Come back, come home, remember me, reclaim me, become whole. Most people never hear this call, or they hear it and they run. They distract, they numb, they build the persona even stronger, create an even more acceptable mask, hide the shadow even deeper. But you're here. You're listening, and that means something is ready to change, because Jung discovered that there comes a moment in some people's lives, a moment when the persona cracks, when the mask slips, when the basement door flies open and everything you've been hiding comes flooding out. It usually happens during crisis, loss, breakdown, the ending of something you thought defined you. And in that moment, you have a choice. You can run. Try to stuff everything back in the basement. Rebuild the mask. Go back to the half-life. Or you can turn. You can face what's been in the darkness. You can finally look at the other half of your face in the mirror. And when you do that, when you choose to see what you've been hiding, everything changes. Not because you become someone different, but because you become someone complete. You stop running from half of yourself. You stop using all your energy to maintain the mask, to keep the basement locked, to pretend you're only the acceptable parts. And suddenly, that energy, it's available for actually living, for creating, for loving, for becoming who you actually are instead of who you thought you had to be. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, because before you can integrate the shadow, before you can reclaim what you've lost, before you can become whole, you have to understand what's actually in that basement. You have to see how deep it goes, how much you've hidden, how long it's been controlling you without your knowledge. And you have to understand something that Jung knew would shock most people. The shadow isn't just personal. It's not just your individual rejected parts. It goes deeper, much deeper, into your family, your culture, your species, the basement of your psyche. It connects to basements you didn't even know existed. Your grandmother's unexpressed rage, your father's buried grief, your culture's collective denial, your species' forgotten instincts, all of it living in the shadow, all of it trying to get your attention, all of it waiting to be seen. But first you have to see your own, the personal shadow, the parts of you that you rejected, the child who learned to hide. And you'd have to ask yourself a question that Jung believed was the most important question of your life. Who would I be if I stopped hiding? Not who should I be? Not who do others want me to be? Not who is it safe to be. Who would I be? If I was whole? If the angry part came home? If the sensitive part was welcomed? If the creative part was celebrated? If the wild part was freed? Who would I be if I stopped fragmenting myself to fit into boxes that were never meant to hold me? That question, that's where the journey begins. Not with answers, with questions, with curiosity, with the courage to look at what you've been afraid to see. And Jung knew something else, something crucial. You can't think your way into wholeness. You can't analyze your shadow from a safe distance and expect transformation. You have to feel it, meet it, Dialogue with it. Bring it into the light, not to destroy it, but to integrate it, to say, you're not my enemy, you're me, the part of me I forgot, the part I rejected, the part I need. Come home. But what does that actually look like? How do you meet something that's been hidden for so long? How do you integrate what you've spent your whole life running from? And more importantly, what happens when you do? What happens when the basement door opens? When the rejected parts come flooding back? When you finally see the whole face in the mirror, light and dark together? Jung discovered that this moment, this meeting with the shadow, it changes everything. Not just who you are, but what becomes possible. The life you can live, the relationships you can have, the work you can create, the peace you can feel, all of it locked behind one simple act. Turning to face the darkness, and discovering it was never darkness at all. It was just you, waiting in the shadows, waiting to be seen, waiting to come home. There's a story Jung loved to tell about alchemy. Ancient alchemists spent their lives trying to turn lead into gold. They worked in darkness with fire and strange substances, chasing transformation. Most people thought they were fools, chasing an impossible dream. But Jung understood what they were really doing. They weren't trying to transform metal. They were trying to transform themselves. The lead was the rejected self. The heavy, dark, worthless parts they carried in shame. The gold. That was what those parts could become. What they always were. What they'd been all along. Hidden under layers of judgment and fear. And here's the secret that changes everything about how you understand your shadow. What you locked in the basement wasn't garbage. It was gold, disguised as lead. Rejected as worthless, hidden in shame, but gold nonetheless. Let me show you what I mean. Think about the people you admire most in the world. Not celebrities, not distant figures, but the people in your actual life who captivate you, who seem to possess some quality that draws you in. Maybe it's someone's confidence, the way they walk into a room and everyone notices, the way they speak their truth without apology. Maybe it's someone's creativity, the way they see possibilities everywhere, the way they turn ordinary moments into art. Maybe it's someone's passion, the way they commit fully to what they love, the way they burn bright instead of playing it safe. Maybe it's someone's vulnerability, the way they're real, raw, undefended, and somehow that makes them stronger, not weaker. Whatever quality it is, write it down in your mind right now, because Jung discovered something that will blow your mind. Every quality you deeply admire in someone else ... is a quality that lives in your shadow. Read that again. If you weren't capable of that quality, you wouldn't recognize it. You wouldn't be drawn to it. You wouldn't feel that magnetic pull. You see it in them because it exists in you, but you buried it. You were told it was wrong, too much, not appropriate, not you, so you locked it away. And now you project it onto others. You see in them what you've denied in yourself. The quiet person who admires the bold speaker, they have boldness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told to be silent, to not make waves, to shrink. The serious person who's drawn to playful, spontaneous people, they have playfulness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told to grow up, be responsible. Stop being childish. The logical person who's fascinated by emotional, intuitive people, They have emotional depth in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told feelings were weak, irrational, dangerous. Dangerous, this is what Jung called the golden shadow, not the darkness you fear, not the rage or the shame or the pain, but the light, the power, the gifts, all the qualities you needed to survive. You had to hide, and now you're living half a life, admiring in others what you won't claim in yourself. But here's where it gets even more interesting, because the shadow doesn't just contain individual qualities. It contains entire selves, entire ways of being that you abandoned to become acceptable. Jung called these the anima and animus, the feminine in men, the masculine in women. But it goes deeper than gender. It's about the parts of your psyche you rejected to fit into the box society gave you. The man who was told real men don't cry, don't create, don't nurture, don't feel. He locked away his anima, his receptivity, his creativity, his emotional intelligence, his capacity for deep relationship. And now he's successful, powerful, respected, and completely dead inside, because he's living with half of his humanity. The acceptable half, the masculine half, the half that produces and achieves and controls, but the other half, the half that feels and connects and creates meaning, locked in the basement. He sees it in women and calls it weakness. Or he idealizes it, puts women on pedestals, expects them to carry all the emotional depth he won't access in himself. Either way, he's not whole. The woman who is told real women are soft, agreeable, nice, supportive, she locked away her animus, her assertiveness, her ambition, her healthy aggression, her capacity to take up space and claim power, and now she's loved, needed, everyone calls her kind, and she's exhausted, resentful, invisible, because she's living with half of her humanity, the acceptable half, the nurturing half, the half that gives and supports and accommodates, but the other half, the half that claims and demands and refuses to shrink. Locked in the basement, she sees it in men and calls it toxic. Or she's drawn to powerful men, expects them to carry all the strength she won't access in herself. Either way, she's not whole. This is the trap, the split, the lie that our culture tells us, that you have to choose, masculine or feminine, strong or soft, logical or emotional, wild or civilized. But Jung knew the truth. You're not one or the other. You're both. You've always been both, and the half you rejected, it's not gone. It's in the basement, waiting to be reclaimed. But let's go deeper, because the golden shadow isn't just about big archetypal qualities. It's in the small things too. The everyday ways you've diminished yourself, the person who always plays. It's safe. They have risk-taking in their shadow. It was locked away when they were punished for making mistakes, for being too adventurous, for coloring outside the lines. The person who's always busy, always productive, they have rest in their shadow. It was locked away when they learned that their worth came from doing, not being. The person who gives endlessly to others, they have healthy selfishness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told that wanting things for themselves was bad, that good people sacrifice. The person who's always rational, always controlled. They have wildness in their shadow. It was locked away when they learned that losing control meant losing love. See the pattern? Every strength taken too far becomes a prison. Every virtue becomes a cage. And on the other side of that cage, the quality that would set you free. The people pleaser needs healthy anger. The controller needs surrender. The analyzer needs to feel. The feeler needs to think. But they can't access these things because they're in the shadow, labeled as bad, dangerous, not me, and so they stay trapped, half themselves, exhausted from maintaining the acceptable version, never knowing that freedom is right there, in the basement, in the qualities they've spent their whole life rejecting. Jung saw this pattern everywhere, in his patients, in himself, in culture, and he started to understand something radical. What if mental illness wasn't just about having too much of something bad? What if it was about having too little of something good? The depressed person doesn't just need to eliminate negative thoughts. They need to reclaim the anger they buried. The healthy aggression that says no, that sets boundaries, that fights for their life. The anxious person doesn't just need to calm down. They need to reclaim the trust they lost, the ability to surrender control, to let life happen, to stop trying, to micromanage everything. The addicted person doesn't just need to stop using. They need to reclaim the wildness they're trying to find in substances. The ecstasy, the transcendence, the feeling of being fully alive. The numb person doesn't just need better coping strategies. They need to reclaim the feelings they shut down, the grief, the rage, the joy they couldn't safely feel. Every symptom pointing to a part of the self that's been locked away. Every dysfunction revealing a gift that's been rejected. Every pattern of suffering a map to the gold in the basement. This is why Jung said that neurosis is always a substitute for legitimate suffering. You're suffering anyway, through symptoms, through patterns, through the exhaustion of being half yourself. But it substitutes suffering. Suffering that doesn't transform you. Suffering that just keeps you stuck. The legitimate suffering. That's the pain of facing what you've hidden, of reclaiming what you've rejected, of becoming whole. And most people will do anything to avoid it. They'll suffer for decades through depression, anxiety, addiction, numbness. Anything except the one thing that would actually set them free. Turning to face the shadow, opening the basement door, reclaiming the gold. But here's what makes this so hard. The qualities in your shadow don't feel like gold. They feel like lead. They feel dangerous, wrong, shameful, because that's what you were taught. That's the conditioning. That's why you locked them away in the first place. So when you start to sense them, when they start to emerge, you're whole. System screams, no, the people pleaser who starts to feel anger, terrified, convinced they're becoming a bad person. The controller who starts to surrender, panicking, convinced they're losing themselves. The rational person who starts to feel deeply overwhelmed, convinced they're going crazy. The nice person who starts to claim their power, guilty, convinced they're being selfish, and so they stuff it back down. Lock the door again. Go back to the familiar prison, because at least in the prison they know who they are. They know the rules. They know how to survive. Out there, with all of themselves. That's unknown territory, and the unknown is terrifying. But Jung knew something that changes the whole game. He knew that you can't integrate the shadow by willpower, by forcing it, by trying to become someone you're not. You integrate it by recognizing it, by seeing it clearly, by understanding that what you thought was darkness, was actually light all along. You integrate it by shifting the story from "this is bad and I need to eliminate it" to "this is me and I need to reclaim it," from "I'm broken and these parts prove it" to "I'm incomplete and these parts complete me," from "this is my weakness" to "this is my power and I've been living without it." That shift, that's everything. Because once you see the gold for what it is, once you understand that what you locked away wasn't garbage but treasure, the whole journey changes. You're not going into the basement to fight demons. You're going in to rescue the parts of yourself you abandoned. You're not integrating darkness. You're reclaiming light. And that makes all the difference. Because the shadow stops being something to fear and becomes something to welcome. Not all at once, not easily, but inevitably. Think about the artist who became an accountant, locked their creativity away because they were told art wasn't practical, wasn't real work, wasn't going to pay the bills, and now they're successful, stable, safe, and something inside them is dying. They see creative people and feel what? Envy, dismissiveness, fascination, resentment, all signs of projection, all signs of shadow. What they locked away is calling to them through every artist they meet, through every museum they can't help but visit, through every moment they feel dead inside, but they can't hear it, because they're convinced creativity is for other people, not for them. They made their choice. They're not an artist, except they are. They always were. They just locked that self in the basement, and the accountant self they're living. It's not wrong. It's just incomplete. What would happen if they reclaimed the artist? Not by quitting their job and starving, but by integrating the creative self into their life, by making space for both numbers and paint, logic and imagination, structure and flow. That's wholeness, not choosing, including or think about the warrior who became passive, locked their healthy aggression away because they were told fighting was bad, standing up for yourself was mean, protecting your boundaries was selfish, and now they're kind, agreeable, everyone likes them, and everyone walks all over them. They see assertive people and feel what? Judgment, fear, secret admiration, disgust, all signs of projection, all signs of shadow. What they locked away is calling to them. Through every boundary violation, through every moment they say yes when they mean no, through every relationship where they give and give until they're empty, but they can't access it, because they're convinced aggression is toxic, fighting is bad. They're not that kind of person, except they could be, if they reclaimed the warrior, not the toxic version they were warned about, but the healthy version, the part that says no, that defends, that fights for what matters, that stands their ground. That's not violence, That's vitality. And without it, they're not peaceful. They're just exhausted. This is what Jung meant by the golden shadow. Everything you need is already inside you. You just forgot, or you were taught to forget, and now you're living like a millionaire who thinks they're broke, like someone with a vault full of treasure who's convinced they have nothing. The key is right there in your pocket. It's always been there. You just have to turn it. Open the door. Walk into the basement and see what's really there. Not monsters, not demons, not the darkness you feared, but you. The parts of you that you rejected, the qualities you denied, the self you abandoned, waiting, patient, powerful, ready to come home. And when you bring them home, when you integrate what you've projected, when you reclaim what you've rejected, that's when the real transformation begins. Not because you become someone different, but because you become someone whole. You stop admiring in others what you won't claim in yourself. You stop projecting your gold onto people and then resenting them for having what you don't. You stop fragmenting your energy between maintaining the persona and suppressing the shadow, and suddenly all that energy, it's available for creating, for living, for becoming. But we're still just scratching the surface, because the golden shadow is only part of the story. There's another part, a darker part, the part that isn't gold disguised as lead. It's the part that actually is lead. The rage, the shame, the parts you locked away not because they were gifts, but because they were dangerous. And those parts, they're not waiting patiently in the basement. They're active. They're running the show. They're controlling your life from the shadows. And until you see them, until you face them, until you understand how they've been pulling the strings, ... you're not free. You're a puppet. And the shadow is the puppet master. And it's time to cut the strings. You think you're in control of your life. You think the choices you make are yours, the relationships you choose, the patterns you repeat, the way you react when someone pushes your buttons. You think it's you, making conscious decisions, steering your life in the direction you want to go. But Jung discovered something terrifying. Most of what you do, most of what you choose, most of who you think you are, isn't coming from you at all. It's coming from the basement, from the parts you locked away, the emotions you buried, the wounds you never healed, the aspects of yourself you refuse to acknowledge. They didn't disappear when you hid them. They didn't fade away because you stopped looking. They grew. They organized. They learned to operate in the dark. And now, they're running the show. You're not the director of your life. You're the puppet and the shadow. The shadow is pulling the strings. Let me show you how this works. Think about the last time someone really triggered you. Someone said something, did something, and you had a reaction that was way bigger than the situation called for. Maybe someone criticized you and you spiraled for days. Maybe someone didn't text back and you felt abandoned. Maybe someone succeeded, where you failed and you felt rage disguised as judgment. In the moment, it felt justified. They were wrong. They hurt you. They deserved your reaction. But here's what Jung understood. If the reaction is bigger than the situation, it's not about the situation. It's about the shadow. Something in what happened touched something you buried. Something you won't look at. Something you've been running from. And the shadow reacted. not you. The shadow. The part of you that's still 5 years old and desperate for approval. The part that's still 13 and terrified of rejection. The part that's still 17 and convinced you're not good enough. That part doesn't live in the past. It lives in your shadow, and it's active right now, making decisions, controlling reactions, running patterns without your conscious awareness. This is what Jung meant when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." You think it's fate that you keep choosing the same kind of partner, the one who abandons you, the one who criticizes you, the one who needs saving. It's not fate, it's the shadow. Recreating the original wound, trying to resolve it, failing, and trying again. You think it's fate that you sabotage yourself right before success, that you get sick right before the big opportunity, that you blow up the relationship right when it gets good. It's not fate, it's the shadow. The part that learned you're not worthy, that doesn't believe you deserve it, that feels safer in familiar pain than unknown joy. You think it's fate that you're stuck in patterns you can see but can't change, that you know what you should do, but you can't do it, that you understand yourself intellectually but nothing transforms. It's not fate, it's the shadow. Understanding doesn't change the shadow. You can't think your way out of what you won't feel your way through. And the shadow, it communicates through feeling, through body, through compulsion, through the things you do that make no logical sense but feel utterly necessary in the moment. Jung called these autonomous complexes, parts of your psyche that split off, developed their own agendas, their own logic, their own power. They're not you. But they're not you either. They're fragments, younger versions, wounded parts, exiled selves, and they have more control than you want to admit. Think about it like this. You're not one unified self. You're a collection of selves, and most of them you disowned. There's the part that wants to be loved, the part that's terrified of being hurt, the part that wants to succeed, the part that's convinced you'll fail, the part that wants connection, the part that pushes everyone away. In a healthy psyche, these parts talk to each other, they integrate, they work together under the guidance of a mature self. But in most people, these parts are at war, and the parts you rejected, the ones in the shadow, they're saboteurs, not because they're evil, but because they're trying to protect you using strategies that worked when you were 7, but destroy you now. The part that learned love equals pain is still protecting you by making sure you never get close enough to be hurt, by choosing unavailable people, by leaving before they can leave you. It thinks it's keeping you safe. It's actually keeping you alone. The part that learned your worth comes from achievement. It's still protecting you by driving you harder, never letting you rest, convincing you that if you stop, you'll be worthless. It thinks it's keeping you valuable. It's actually killing you. The part that learned conflict equals danger. It's still protecting you by making you agreeable, compliant, invisible. It thinks it's keeping you safe. It's actually erasing you. See the pattern? Every shadow part has a positive intention, a protective function, a reason it exists, but it's operating with outdated information, child logic, survival strategies that don't work anymore, and you can't negotiate with it. You can't convince it. You can't outsmart it, because it's not listening to your conscious mind. It's running on automatic, deep in the basement, pulling the strings. This is why therapy fails for so many people. Why self-help doesn't work. Why you can read every book, attend every workshop, understand yourself perfectly, and still not change. Because you're trying to change from the conscious mind. And the conscious mind isn't in charge. The shadow is, and the shadow doesn't respond to logic. It responds to recognition, to being seen, to being felt. But most people won't do that, won't go there, won't feel what they've been avoiding, so they stay stuck, and they blame themselves, call themselves weak, broken, unfixable. They're not. They're just trying to change the wrong part. You can't fix the shadow. You can only integrate it. Bring it into the light. Let it speak. Let it be seen, and that requires something most people aren't willing to do. It requires you to stop identifying as the conscious self and start admitting that you're more than that, bigger than that, more complex than the story you tell about who you are. It requires you to say, I am not just the good person. I am also the part that rages. I am not just the strong person. I am also the part that's terrified. I am not just the rational person. I am also the part that's wild. I am all of it. And right now, I'm being run by the parts I won't admit exist. Jung saw this most clearly in projection. Projection is the shadow's favorite tool. Its primary operating system. You see in others what you won't see in yourself. The person who constantly criticizes others for being fake. They're projecting. There's a part of them that feels inauthentic, that wears masks, that they won't acknowledge. The person who's obsessed with calling out. Narcissists. They're projecting. There's a part of them that's self-centered, that wants attention, that they've deemed unacceptable. The person who judges others for being weak, too sensitive, too emotional. They're projecting. There's a vulnerable part of themselves they've rejected, and they attack it in others. This is how the shadow controls you without you knowing. It takes what you can't own and puts it on someone else. And then you react to them with an intensity that has nothing to do with them and everything to do with you. You're not seeing them. You're seeing your shadow, externalized, walking around outside you, and you're attacking it out there because you won't integrate it in here, Jung said. Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. But most people don't want to understand. They want to be right. They want the other person to be the problem. Because if the problem is out there, you don't have to look in here. You don't have to face what you've been running from. But here's the thing. The people who trigger you, they're mirrors, showing you what you won't see, and you'll keep attracting them, keep encountering them, keep having the same conflicts with different people until you get it, until you stop looking at the mirror and start looking at what the mirror is showing you, your shadow, operating, controlling, running the show. And it's not just individuals. It's whole cultures, whole societies. Jung saw this most clearly in Germany, in the rise of fascism, in the collective possession by shadow material, a whole culture that prided itself on order, rationality, civilization, had locked away the violent, tribal, irrational parts of themselves, and those parts didn't disappear. They grew in the collective basement. They organized, they waited, and then they erupted through a leader who embodied everything they'd rejected, who gave voice to the shadow, who channeled the collective darkness, and millions of people, good people, rational people, civilized people, followed, because the shadow, when it's denied long enough, doesn't whisper, it screams, it doesn't suggest, it possesses, and what you won't integrate consciously, you'll act out unconsciously, individually, collectively. It doesn't matter. The mechanism is the same. Deny the darkness, and it doesn't go away. It waits, it gathers power, and then it takes over. This is why Jung was so urgent about shadow work, why he saw it as not just personal healing, but collective necessity, because a world full of people who don't know their own darkness, who project it onto others, who are being run by unconscious forces they won't acknowledge. That world is dangerous. That world goes to war, scapegoats minorities, demonizes the other, destroys itself. All because individuals won't do the one thing that would change everything. Turn around, face the darkness, own it, integrate it, not because it's noble, but because it's necessary for your own liberation and for everyone around you. But let's bring this back to you, to your life, to the puppet strings you can't see. How do you know when the shadow is running you? Jung gave us clues, symptoms, patterns to watch for. Repetition. When you keep having the same experience with different people, that's the shadow. Same abandonment, same betrayal, same feeling of not being enough. The people change, the pattern doesn't, because the pattern isn't about them. It's about the shadow part that's orchestrating the whole thing. Disproportionate emotion. When your reaction is bigger than the situation, that's the shadow. When someone's small comment ruins your week. When a minor rejection feels like annihilation. When success feels dangerous instead of joyful. That's not about what's happening. That's about what happened. The old wound activated. The shadow part triggered. The past playing out in the present, compulsion, when you know you shouldn't do something but you do it anyway. When you watch yourself make the choice that will hurt you and you can't stop, that's not weakness. That's the shadow, operating below consciousness, following its own logic, protecting you in ways that destroy you. Addiction to substances, to behaviors, to people, when you can't stop even though you want to. When the thing that's killing you is the thing you can't live without. That's the shadow, trying to fill the void, trying to numb the pain, trying to give you what you won't give yourself. Dreams, especially the recurring ones. The ones where you're being chased, falling, showing up unprepared, losing something precious. Those aren't random. They're messages from the shadow, trying to show you what you won't see while you're awake. And projection, always projection. When you have strong reactions to people, when you judge them intensely, when you're fascinated or repulsed, that single quotes the shadow, showing itself to you, in them. So what do you do? When you realize you're being run by forces you can't see? When you understand that the conscious you is not in charge. Most people panic, try to assert more control, work harder at being good, strengthen the persona, Lock the basement door tighter. But that doesn't work. That's what created the problem. In the first place, the answer isn't more control. It's less, or rather, a different kind. Not controlling what's in the shadow, but consciously relating to it. Not fighting the puppet master, but turning to face it and asking, who are you? What do you want? What are you trying to protect me from? Because the shadow, when you actually meet it, is never what you expected. It's not a monster. It's not evil. It's not your enemy. It's a part of you, usually a young part, a hurt part, a part that's been in the dark so long it forgot there was any other way to be, and it's been pulling the strings not to hurt you, but because it doesn't know what else to do. It's trying to keep you safe using the only strategies it knows. Strategies that made sense once, in your childhood, in the moment of wounding, but don't make sense now, and it can't update, can't evolve, can't change, because it's been locked in the basement, frozen in time, operating in darkness, the only way. It changes, as if you bring it light, not by eliminating it, but by seeing it, acknowledging it, dialoguing with it, by saying, I see you. I know you're trying to help, but there's another way now, and I need you to trust me. That's integration. That's how the puppet becomes a person again, not by cutting the strings, but by taking them consciously in your own hands, by becoming aware of what was unconscious, by making visible what was invisible, by bringing into relationship what was exiled. And when you do that, when you stop being run by the shadow and start consciously working with it, everything changes. The patterns break, the compulsions loosen, the triggers lose their power, not because the shadow disappears, but because it's no longer operating in the dark. It's part of you, integrated, conscious, working with you instead of against you. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, because before integration can happen, before the shadow can be brought into the light, there has to be a moment, a crisis, a breaking point, a moment when the puppet strings become visible, when the basement door flies open, when you can no longer deny what's been controlling you. Jung called this the confrontation with the shadow, and it's not gentle, it's soul, it's not easy, it's not something you can do halfway. It's a death of the persona, of the illusion of control, of everything you thought you were. And most people, when that moment comes, when the crisis hits, they run. They rebuild the walls. They relock the door. They go back to the familiar prison, because the alternative, facing what's in the darkness, that feels like annihilation, but it's not. It's liberation. And a few who are brave enough to stay, to turn, to face what they've been fleeing, they discover something that changes everything. The darkness was never trying to destroy them. It was trying to free them. There comes a moment in some people's lives when everything they've built collapses. Not slowly, not gradually, but all at once. The marriage ends. The job disappears. The diagnosis comes. The betrayal is revealed. The addiction can't be hidden anymore. Or sometimes it's quieter. No external crisis. Just an internal knowing that you can't ignore anymore. You wake up one day and you don't recognize your life. Or worse, you don't recognize yourself, and something inside you whispers, "This isn't working. This has never been working. And I can't pretend anymore." Jung called this the confrontation with the shadow. It's the moment when the persona cracks. When the mask you've been wearing your whole life finally shatters. When the basement door you've kept locked flies open, and everything you've been hiding comes flooding out, and you have a choice. Run, rebuild the walls, go back to sleep, or stay, turn, face what's coming, and let it destroy you. Not literally, but the you that you thought you were, the you that was acceptable, the you that was safe, the you has to die, so the real you can finally be born. This moment doesn't announce itself. It doesn't send a warning. It comes disguised as the worst day of your life. You lose the person you thought you couldn't live without, and suddenly you're forced to discover who you are without them, without the role you played, without the identity you borrowed from the relationship. You lose the career you built your whole sense of worth around. And suddenly you're forced to face the question, if I'm not my achievements, who am I? You lose your health, your certainty, your control. And suddenly you're forced to surrender the illusion that you were ever in control to begin with. Or the crisis is internal, a depression that won't lift, an anxiety that won't quiet, a numbness that won't break, an emptiness that success can't fill. Something is wrong, has been wrong, and all your strategies for fixing it, managing it, ignoring it, they're not working anymore. The shadow is rising, breaking through, demanding to be seen. And you can't push it back down this time. Jung knew this moment intimately, because he lived it. At the height of his career, respected, successful, married, stable, he had a complete psychological breakdown. Everything he thought he knew collapsed. His mentor Freud rejected him. His theories were challenged. His sanity was questioned. And instead of running, instead of rebuilding the persona, instead of going back to what was safe, he descended, deliberately, into his own darkness. He started what he later called active imagination, dialoguing with the figures in his psyche, the parts he'd rejected, the selves he'd denied. He painted, he sculpted, he wrote in what would become the Red Book, a record of his journey into the underworld, of his own mind. His colleagues thought he was having a psychotic break. His wife worried he'd never return, but Jung knew something they didn't. He knew that the breakdown was actually a breakthrough, that the crisis was an invitation, that the darkness wasn't trying to destroy him, it was trying to initiate him into wholeness, into truth, into the self he'd always been but had forgotten how to be, and he emerged transformed, not fixed, not healed in the conventional sense, but whole, integrated, alive in a way he'd never been before, because he did the one thing most people won't do. He met his shadow, and he let it change him. So what does this moment actually feel like, when the shadow rises and you can't avoid it anymore? It feels like death. Everything you thought was solid becomes liquid. Everything you were certain about becomes questionable. Everything you built your identity on crumbles. You look in the mirror and you don't recognize the person looking back. Or worse, you recognize them for the first time. And you're horrified, because you see it now, the anger you've been denying, the neediness you've been hiding, the jealousy you've been projecting, the shame you've been carrying. You see how you've hurt people while convincing yourself you were helping, how you've manipulated while telling yourself you were loving, how you've controlled while pretending you were supporting. You see the ways you've betrayed yourself, the dreams you abandoned, the truths you silenced, the parts of yourself you killed to be acceptable, and the grief. The grief is unbearable, not just for what you lost, but for what you never allowed yourself to have, for who you could have been. If you hadn't spent your whole life hiding, this is what Jung meant when he said the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. It's a privilege. But first, it's a death. The death of who you pretended to be. Most people, when they reach this moment, they turn back. The pain is too much. The uncertainty is too terrifying. The loss of identity is too destabilizing. So they rebuild. Faster this time, stronger this time. They find a new relationship to distract from the old wound, a new achievement to prove their worth, a new belief system to make sense of the chaos. You don't fight them. You don't try to eliminate them. You do something that changes everything. You listen to them. You ask, "What are you trying to tell me? What do you need? What are you protecting me from?" And they answer, not in words necessarily, but in images, in feelings, in body sensations, in memories that flood back, and you start to understand. The rage isn't irrational. It's the healthy anger you weren't allowed to feel when you were violated, when your boundaries were crossed, when you were told your no didn't matter. The fear isn't weakness. It's the terror you had to suppress when you weren't safe, when the adults who should have protected you didn't. When you learned that survival meant not showing fear. The neediness isn't pathetic. It's the unfulfilled longing for connection, for being seen, for mattering to someone, for being loved, not for what you do, but for who you are. The shame isn't truth. It's the internalized message that you were wrong, bad, too much, not enough, unworthy of love. All of it makes sense when you finally see where it came from, when you understand it's not random, not a defect, not proof that you're broken. It's your psyche's intelligent response to what happened, to what you experienced, to what you needed but didn't get. And that changes everything. Jung developed a practice for this moment, for when you meet the shadow and it starts to speak. He called it active. They go to therapy and learn to manage their symptoms without ever touching the source. They read self-help books that teach them to think differently without ever teaching them to feel. They do everything, except the one thing that would actually transform them. They won't stay with the death. They won't let the old self die, and so they stay stuck, in more sophisticated ways, with better language, with more awareness, but stuck nonetheless, because you can't be reborn. If you won't die first, you can't integrate the shadow if you won't. Face it, you can't become whole if you keep clinging to the fragment. But the ones who stay, the ones who are brave enough, desperate enough, or broken enough to not run, ... they discover something miraculous. The shadow, when you finally meet it, is not what you expected. You thought it would be a monster, something evil, something that would consume you. But it's not. It's a child, your child. The part of you that got left behind, still angry about what happened, still hurt, still waiting for someone to come back and get them. And they've been running your life from the basement, making sure you never get hurt like that again, protecting you in the only ways they know how, by pushing people away before they can leave, by sabotaging success before it can be taken, by numbing feelings before they can overwhelm. They're not trying to destroy you, they're trying to save you, but they're using strategies from childhood, and those strategies are killing the adult. You're trying to become so when you meet them, when you finally turn and face them in the darkness. ... Imagination. It's deceptively simple. You create space, quiet, stillness, and you invite the shadow to appear, not to analyze it, not to fix it, not to make it go away, just to meet it, to see it, to let it show you what it needs to show you. For Jung, it appeared as figures, wise old men, mysterious women, animals, children, archetypal beings from the collective unconscious. He would dialogue with them, draw them, sculpt them, write their words. And through this process, he learned things his conscious mind couldn't have known. He accessed wisdom his ego couldn't have accessed. He integrated parts of himself his persona couldn't have accepted. For others, the shadow appears differently, in dreams that won't stop recurring, in body symptoms that won't resolve, in creative work that pours out unbidden, in synchronicities that feel like messages from the universe. The form doesn't matter. What matters is the willingness to engage, to not run, to stay with what's arising, even when it's terrifying, even when it feels like madness, even when everything in you screams to stop, because this is the initiation. This is the passage. This is the death that must happen before the rebirth can begin. And it's not a one-time event. It's a process, a unfolding, a gradual revelation. You meet one part of the shadow and you think you're done. And then another part emerges, and another, and another. Because the shadow isn't a single thing. It's layers, dimensions, a whole underworld of exiled selves. And each one needs to be met, seen, heard, integrated, not all at once, but over time, through patience, through compassion, through the willingness to keep facing what you'd rather avoid. But here's what nobody tells you about this process. Meeting the shadow doesn't make you feel better. Not at first. It makes you feel worse, because now you see things you can't unsee. You know things you can't unknow. You feel things you can't unfeel. You see how you've hurt people, how your unconscious patterns have damaged relationships, how your shadow has been acting out while you thought you were being good. You see the years you wasted, the opportunities you missed, the life you could have lived if you'd been brave enough to be yourself. You see your parents clearly for the first time, not as heroes or villains, but as wounded people who did their best and also hurt you deeply, and you have to hold both truths at once. You see the culture you live in, the systems of oppression, the collective shadow playing out on the world stage. And you can't just consume entertainment and ignore it anymore. You see everything, and it's overwhelming. This is what Jung called the dark night of the soul, the descent into the underworld, the necessary suffering that transformation requires. And most people, when they hit this phase, they think they're doing it wrong. They think something's broken. They want to go back, but you can't go back. You can only go through, because this is the fire. This is the crucible. This is where the old self burns away, so the new self can emerge. And if you run from the fire, you stay half-cooked, half-transformed, half-alive. But if you stay in it, if you let it burn what needs to burn, if you trust the process, even when it feels like destruction, you don't just survive, you're reborn, not as someone different, as someone more yourself than you've ever been. There's a moment Jung described, a moment in the alchemical process called the nigredo, the blackening dot. Everything turns to ash, everything dissolves, everything dies, and there's nothing you can do except witness it, endure it, trust that on the other side of this death, there's life, new life, real life. Your life, not the life you were told to live. Not the life that looked good on paper. Not the life that made others comfortable, but the life that's actually yours, that only you can live, that you came here to live. And that life, it can't begin until the false life ends. So when the crisis comes, when the shadow reases, when everything falls apart, don't run, don't rebuild, don't go back to sleep. Stay, witness, feel, grieve, rage, break, let the death happen. Let the old you die, because on the other side of this, death is not nothing. On the other side is everything. Everything you've been searching for, everything you've been longing for, everything you forgot was possible. Wholeness, authenticity, freedom, peace, not the peace of avoiding conflict, but the peace of being integrated, of not being at war with yourself anymore, not the freedom of doing whatever you want, but the freedom of being who you are without apology, not the authenticity of performing realness, but the authenticity of flaw, the authenticity of flaw, not performing at all, of just being. And Jung knew that this moment, this confrontation with the shadow, is the gateway, the only gateway. There's no other way through. You can't think your way to wholeness. You can't analyze your way to integration. You can't transcend what you won't descend into. You have to go down, into the darkness, into the basement, into the shadow. You have to meet what you've been fleeing, face what you've been denying, feel what you've been avoiding, and you have to do it consciously, not because the crisis forces you, but because you choose it, because you understand that the only way out is through. The only way to light is through darkness. The only way to life is through death. So what happens after the confrontation? After you've met the shadow and it's shown you everything? You might expect relief, resolution, the sense that it's over, and now you can move on. But that's not what happens. What happens is, you're different, and you can't go back. You see yourself differently. You see the world differently. You see other people differently. The things that used to matter don't matter anymore. The things you used to want don't appeal anymore. The person you used to be feels like a stranger, and you're in between. Between the old life that's died and the new life that hasn't fully formed yet. Jung called this liminality, the threshold, the space between worlds, and it's disorienting, uncomfortable, sometimes excruciating, because you don't know who you are anymore. The old identity is gone, but the new one isn't clear yet. You don't know what you want. The old desires are meaningless. But the new ones haven't emerged yet. You don't know where you belong. The old world feels false, but the new world hasn't revealed itself yet. And you have to live in that uncertainty, that not knowing, that space of becoming. Most people can't stand it. They rush to create a new identity, a new story, a new sense of certainty. But Jung knew that this space, as uncomfortable as it is sacred, because it's in this space that transformation actually happens. It's in the uncertainty that new possibilities emerge. It's in the not knowing that true wisdom is born. So you wait. You stay with the discomfort. You resist the urge to rush to conclusions. You let yourself be remade, slowly, organically, from the inside out, and gradually, something new begins to emerge. Not a new persona, not a new mask, not a new version of the acceptable self, but the true self. The self that was always there, buried under conditioning, hidden under wounds, waiting to be discovered. And when that self emerges, when you start to live from that place, everything you thought was lost in the confrontation with the shadow, you discover it was never lost at all. It was just hidden, waiting for you to be ready to claim it. And now you're ready. Now the real work begins. You've met your shadow. You've seen what you've been running from. You've felt what you've been avoiding. You've faced the parts of yourself you've locked away. And now you're standing at a crossroads. Behind you is the old life, the persona, the mask, the acceptable self. It's familiar, it's safe, and it's dead. Ahead of you is the unknown, integration, wholeness, the self you've never been. It's terrifying, it's uncertain, and it's the only way forward. Most people get to this crossroads and they freeze, because they don't know how to move forward. They don't know what integration actually means or how to do it, so they stay stuck. Aware of their shadow but not integrate with it. Conscious of their patterns but still controlled by them. Knowing but not transforming. And Jung understood why. Because integration isn't something you do once. It's not a technique you apply and then you're done. It's a conversation, an ongoing dialogue, a relationship you develop with the parts of yourself you've been at war with. And like any relationship, it requires presence, patience, honesty, and the willingness to listen even when you don't like what you're hearing. This is the work, the real work, the work that changes everything, not the crisis, not the confrontation, not the breakdown, but what comes after. The slow, difficult, sacred work of bringing the shadow home. Jung discovered that the psyche speaks in images, in symbols, in stories, not in concepts, not in analysis, not in intellectual understanding. Your conscious mind speaks in words. Your shadow speaks in dreams. And if you want to integrate the shadow, you have to learn its language. This is why therapy often fails. Why understanding yourself doesn't change you. Why you can analyze your patterns perfectly and still repeat them. Because you're speaking the wrong language. You're trying to think your way into wholeness. But the shadow doesn't think. It feels. It images, it moves. Through your body and your dreams and your creative expression. And if you want to reach it, if you want to dialogue with it, You have to meet it where it lives, not in your head, but in your depths. Jung called this active imagination, and it's one of the most powerful tools for shadow integration that exists. Here's how it works. You create space, you quiet the mind, you drop beneath the noise of thought into the stillness beneath, and you wait. You wait for an image to arise. A figure, a scene, a feeling, something from the unconscious. And when it comes, you don't analyze it. You don't interpret it. You don't try to figure out what it means. You engage with it. You dialogue with it. You let it speak. Maybe it's a child, sitting alone, and you approach them, and you ask, "Who are you? What do you need?" Maybe it's an animal, wild, dangerous, and you don't run. You stand your ground, and you ask, "What are you protecting? What are you guarding?" Maybe it's a dark figure, threatening, and instead of fighting, you ask, "What do you want from me? Why are you here?" And they answer, not always in words, sometimes in images, sometimes in sensations, sometimes in an overwhelming flood of emotion. And you listen, you witness, you let them show you what they need to show you. This is not imagination in the casual sense. It's not making things up. It's not fantasy. It's accessing a deeper level of psyche, a level that's wiser than your conscious mind, a level that knows things you don't know, that sees things you can't see. Jung did this for years, especially during his breakdown, and the figures he met, the conversations he had. They transformed him, not because he understood them intellectually, but because he related to them. He honored them. He let them teach him. And slowly, gradually, they integrated, became part of him, not separate, not exiled, but woven into the fabric of his being. But active imagination isn't the only path, because people are different. Psyches are different. Some people meet their shadow through art, through painting what they can't say, through sculpting what they can't express, through creating images that bypass the conscious mind and speak directly from the depths. You don't have to be an artist to do this. You don't have to be good at it. You just have to be willing to let your hand move without knowing what it's creating. To use color and form and texture to give the shadow a voice. Jung painted mandalas, circular images, containers for chaos, symbols of wholeness. He didn't plan them. He didn't think about what they should look like. He just painted, and in the painting, something integrated, something that couldn't have integrated through words alone. Others meet their shadow through the body, through movement, through dance, through letting the body express what the mind won't allow, because the shadow lives in the body, in the tension you carry, in the chronic pain that won't resolve, in the posture you hold, in the breath you restrict. And when you move, when you let the body speak, when you dance the rage or the grief or the fear, something releases, something shifts, something comes home. Others meet their shadow through writing, not analyzing, not journaling about feelings, but writing as the shadow, giving it a voice, letting it speak without censorship. Dear younger me, dear rejected part, dear anger I've been avoiding ... and letting it respond in its own words, with its own truth. And what emerges is often shocking, often painful, often exactly what you needed to hear but couldn't hear any other way. The method doesn't matter. What matters is the willingness to engage, to create a space where the shadow can speak, and to listen without judgment. But here's what makes this so hard, and why most people start this work and then stop. When the shadow speaks, it doesn't say what you want to hear. It doesn't tell you you're doing great. It doesn't validate your story about yourself. It doesn't make you feel good. It tells you the truth, the uncomfortable, inconvenient, ego-destroying truth. It tells you that you've been lying to yourself, that the story you tell about who you are is a fiction, that the good person persona is a mask hiding someone more complex, more flawed, more human. It tells you that you're not the victim you think you are, that you've had more power than you admitted, that you've made choices that hurt people while convincing yourself you had no choice. It tells you that what you thought was love was sometimes control. What you thought was helping was sometimes manipulation. What you thought was strength was sometimes rigidity. And it hurts. God, it hurts. Because your ego wants to be right. It wants to be good. It wants to maintain the image. But the shadow doesn't care about the image. It cares about truth, about wholeness, about integrating what's been denied. So when you engage with it, when you open that dialogue, you have to be prepared for what it might say, and you have to be willing to hear it without defending, without rationalizing, without shutting it down. You have to sit with the discomfort of seeing yourself clearly, all of yourself, not just the acceptable parts. And that requires a kind of courage most people don't have. Jung noticed something else, something crucial about this process. The shadow doesn't integrate all at once. It integrates in layers. You meet one aspect, you integrate it, you think you're done, and then something happens. A trigger, a reaction, a pattern, and you realize there's another layer, another part you haven't seen yet, another wound you haven't healed yet, another aspect you haven't integrated yet, and you have to go back down, back into the darkness, back into the conversation, again and again and again. This is what he meant when he said individuation. The process of becoming whole is the work of a lifetime. It's not a destination you arrive at. It's a practice you engage in, a relationship you maintain, a dialogue you continue. Every time you get triggered, that's the shadow speaking, showing you where you're not integrated yet, where you're still fragmented, where there's still work to do. Every time you project onto someone, judging them intensely, that's the shadow showing you what you haven't owned in yourself yet. Every time you feel stuck in a pattern you can't break, that's the shadow inviting you into another layer of dialogue, another round of integration. And if you see this as failure, as proof that you're not doing it right, you'll despair. But if you see it as a process, as exactly how it's supposed to work, you'll relax into it. You'll stop expecting to be done. You'll stop trying to arrive at some final healed state, and you'll start engaging with the shadow as a lifelong companion, a teacher, a guide into deeper and deeper levels of self-understanding. There's a practice Jung developed that few people talk about, but it's essential. He called it holding the tension of opposites. Here's what he meant. You are not one thing. You are many things. Often contradictory things. You are strong and vulnerable. independent and needy, generous and selfish, loving and hateful, and the ego hates this. It wants to be one thing, consistently, predictably, simply so it picks a side. I'm strong, not vulnerable. I'm generous, not selfish. I'm loving, not hateful. And it exiles the opposite into the shadow, but those opposites don't disappear. They create tension, internal conflict, a war within yourself, and that war exhausts you. It fragments you. It keeps you from being whole. Jung said that transformation doesn't come from choosing a side. It comes from holding both sides, consciously, without collapsing into either one. Yes, I am strong, and yes, I am vulnerable, and I can be both, in different moments, in different ways. Yes, I am generous, and yes, I am selfish, and both are part of being human. Yes, I love, and yes, I hate. And I can acknowledge both without being consumed by either. This is the tension, the paradox, the both and instead of either or. And when you can hold that tension, when you can stand in the middle without collapsing to one side or the other, ... something alchemical happens. A third thing emerges. Jung called it the transcendent function. It's not strong or vulnerable. It's integrated strength. Strength that can also be soft. It's not generous or selfish. It's healthy boundaries. Giving without depleting. Receiving without guilt. It's not love or hate. It's mature relationship. Able to hold complexity. Able to be honest even when it's hard. This is what integration actually produces. Not the elimination of one side, but the inclusion of both sides, in service of something larger, the whole self, the individuated self, the self that doesn't have to fragment to survive. But let's be practical, because this can all sound abstract, theoretical, like something that happens in Jung's study, but not in your actual life. So what does this look like day to day? When you're trying to integrate the shadow while also living your life? It looks like noticing, constantly noticing. When you have a strong reaction to someone, instead of justifying it, you pause. You ask, what in me is this touching? What part of my shadow is being activated? When you feel a compulsion, an urge to do something you know isn't good for you, instead of either giving in or white-knuckling against it, you pause. You ask, what is this part trying to give me? What need is it trying to meet? When you have a dream that disturbs you, instead of ignoring it or analyzing it intellectually, you pause. You engage with it. You ask the figures in the dream, who are you? What are you showing me? When you feel numb, disconnected, like you're going through the motions, instead of pushing through, you pause. You ask, what feeling am I avoiding? What part of me am I shutting down? This is the practice. This constant turning toward instead of turning away. This willingness to meet what's arising instead of managing it, or avoiding it, or transcending it. And it's hard, because life is busy. Distractions are endless. And your ego will give you 1,000 reasons to skip the pause. Avoid the conversation, stay on the surface. But every time you pause, every time you turn toward, every time you engage with the shadow instead of running from it, ... you integrate a little more. You become a little more whole. You live a little more from truth instead of from persona. And over time, those small moments add up. They compound, they transform you, not dramatically, not overnight, but steadily, surely, inevitably. There's something else Jung discovered about this process, something that changed how he understood the human psyche. He discovered that the shadow isn't just personal. It's not just your individual rejected parts. There's a layer beneath the personal shadow, a deeper layer. Jung called it the collective unconscious, the archetypal level, the patterns and images that all humans share. And accessing this level changes everything, because you start to see that your pain isn't just yours, your patterns aren't just yours, your shadow isn't just yours. You're carrying patterns from your ancestors, wounds from your lineage, archetypal themes that humanity has been wrestling with for millennia. The abandoned child you meet in active imagination. That's not just you at age 5. That's the archetypal orphan. Every child who's ever felt unwanted. Every human who's ever known loneliness. The inner critic that won't stop judging. That's not just your parents' voice. That's the archetypal judge. The collective superego. The cultural conditioning of what's acceptable. The wild part you've suppressed. That's not just your personal rebellion. That's the archetypal wildness, the instinctual self that civilization has been trying to tame for thousands of years. When you see this, when you recognize the archetypal dimension, it changes the conversation. You're not just healing yourself. You're engaging with patterns larger than yourself. Transforming not just your psyche, but contributing to the transformation of the collective. And there's something profound about that. Something that makes the work feel less isolating, less personal, more purposeful. You're not just fixing yourself. You're participating in the evolution of consciousness itself. But Jung also warned about something dangerous that happens when people start shiter work. They can become identified with the shadow. Flip from identifying with the persona to identifying with the darkness. The nice person discovers their anger and becomes the angry person. The passive person discovers their power and becomes domineering. The spiritual person discovers their ego and becomes cynical. This is what Jung called enantiodromia, the swing to the opposite. And it's not integration. It's just trading one fragment for another, one mask for another, one prison for another. Real integration means you don't become the shadow. You include it. You don't stop being kind when you access your anger. You become kind with boundaries. Kind with discernment, kind without doormat energy. You don't stop being thoughtful when you access your wildness. You become thoughtful with spontaneity, structured with flow, responsible with joy. You don't reject the persona when you integrate the shadow. You hold it more lightly, wear it more consciously, use it as a tool instead of being used by it. This is the art, the balance, the ongoing practice, not swinging between opposites, but holding the center, not collapsing into either pole, but standing in the creative tension between them. And that's where the magic happens. That's where transformation lives, in the middle, in the paradox, in the both dash. And so where does this leave you, right now? In this moment, with your shadow that's been rising, your patterns that keep repeating, your fragments that long to be whole, it leaves you with a choice. You can keep managing symptoms. You can keep understanding without transforming. You can keep being aware of your shadow without actually integrating it. Or you can begin the conversation, the real conversation, the difficult, ongoing, sacred conversation with the parts of yourself you've exiled, not through thinking about it, but through engaging with it. Through active imagination or art or writing or movement or whatever form allows your shadow to speak. And you can commit to the practice, not as a project with an endpoint, but as a relationship with no finish line, because your shadow isn't something to fix and be done with. It's someone to be in relationship with, for life. And when you approach it that way, when you stop trying to conquer it and start trying to understand it, everything changes. The war inside you starts to ease. The fragments start to come together. The energy you've been using to suppress parts of yourself becomes available for actually living, and you start to discover something that Jung knew was the greatest gift of this work. You start to become real, authentic, whole, not perfect, not healed in some final way, not without struggle or pain or complexity, but integrated, honest, alive, living from the truth of who you actually are instead of the story of who you think you should be. And that's everything. That's what makes this work worth it. What makes the descent into darkness necessary? What makes the conversation with the shadow sacred? Because on the other side of that conversation isn't just personal transformation. It's the life you came here to live, the self you came here to be, the wholeness you've been searching for. And it was never out there. It was always in here, in the darkness, in the shadow, in the parts you rejected, waiting for you to turn around, to come home, to finally become whole. Something shifts when you stop running from your shadow and start running toward it. It's subtle at first, so subtle you might not even notice, but one day you realize you didn't react the way you normally would. Someone criticized you, and instead of spiraling, you just noticed it, felt it, let it pass. Or you set a boundary and didn't feel guilty. Or you felt your anger and it didn't terrify you. Or you sat with your sadness instead of numbing it. Small moments, barely perceptible shifts, but they're not small at all. They're evidence of something profound. You're changing, not becoming someone different, becoming more yourself, the you that was always there, beneath the conditioning, beneath the wounds, beneath the persona you built to survive. That you is starting to emerge. And when it does, when you start living from that integrated place, everything changes, not all at once. Not in some dramatic transformation where you wake up enlightened, but gradually, steadily, in ways that compound over time until one day you look back and you don't recognize the person you used to be, because you're not fragmented anymore. You're not at war with yourself. You're not using all your energy to maintain a mask and suppress a shadow. You're whole, and wholeness changes everything. The ancient alchemists had a word for this process. They called it the magnum opus, the great work. They spoke of taking base, metal, lead, and through a series of transformations, turning it into gold. Most people thought they were talking about literal metal, about getting rich, about some magical formula for material wealth. But Jung understood what they were really describing. They were describing the transformation of the psyche, the integration of the shadow, the process of becoming whole. The lead was the rejected self, the heavy, dark, shameful parts, the shadow. The gold was what those parts became when they were integrated, when they were brought into consciousness, when they were no longer rejected but included. And the process, the heating, the dissolving, the recombining, that was the psychological work, the descent, the confrontation, the dialogue, the integration. It wasn't easy. It wasn't quick. It required fire. It required patience. It required the willingness to let the old form dissolve so a new form could emerge. But when it worked, when the process completed, what emerged was precious, incorruptible, real, not the persona, not the mask, not the acceptable self, but the true self, the whole self, the gold that was always there, hidden under layers of lead. So what actually changes when you integrate the shadow? What does wholeness look like in practice? First, you stop being so reactive. Think about how much energy you've spent reacting to things, to people who trigger you, to situations that activate old wounds, to your own emotions that you're trying to control. All that reactivity, it's the shadow, operating unconsciously, making you dance to patterns you didn't choose. But when you integrate it, when you bring it into consciousness, something remarkable happens. You still feel the feelings. You still notice the triggers. But there's space now. Between stimulus and response, someone says something critical and you feel it. But you're not consumed by it. You don't spend 3 days ruminating. You don't create stories about what it means about your worth. You just feel it. Notice it. Let it move through you. And then you respond from choice instead of from compulsion. That space, that's freedom. That's what integration gives you, not the absence of difficult feelings, but the capacity to be with them without being controlled by them. And that changes how you move through the world. You're no longer a puppet being, jerked around by your unconscious. You're a person, making conscious choices, even when those choices are hard, even when they go against old patterns, even when they require you to be different than you've always been. Second, your relationships transform, not because other people change, but because you change when you're fragmented, when you're at war with your shadow. You need other people to play roles in your internal drama. You need someone to be the strong one so you can be the weak one. Or you need someone to be the weak one so you can be the strong one. You need someone to carry your anger for you, or your sadness, or your vulnerability. You need someone to be perfect so you can project your golden shadow onto them. Or you need someone to be flawed so you can project your dark shadow onto them. Your relationships aren't really relationships. They're projection screens. And you're not really seeing the other person. You're seeing your unconscious playing out through them. But when you integrate, when you reclaim your projections, when you own all the parts of yourself instead of exiling them or giving them away, you stop needing people to complete you, because you're already complete. You stop needing people to be something they're not, because you're being what you are, and suddenly actual relationship becomes possible with actual people, not with the versions of them you created in your mind. You can see them, really see them, without needing them to be different, without needing them to fix you or save you or validate you. And they can see you, really see you, Not the persona you perform, but the whole you. Light and dark, integrated, and that kind of intimacy, that kind of connection. It's what you've been searching for your whole life. Not the fantasy relationship where someone completes you, but the real relationship where two whole people choose each other. That's only possible after shadow integration. Before that, you're too fragmented to truly connect. Third, your work changes. Not necessarily what you do, but how you do it. And why? When you're living from the persona, your work is about proving you're good enough, smart enough, successful enough, worthy enough. You're driven by fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of being exposed as a fraud. And it works for a while. That fear drives you, pushes you, makes you achieve, but it also exhausts you, because you're never enough. The goalpost keeps moving. The validation never lasts. And underneath the achievements, you feel empty, because the work isn't actually yours. It's what you think you should do, what will make others impressed, what proves your worth. But when you integrate the shadow, when you stop living for validation and start living from truth, your work becomes authentic. It comes from you, from what you actually care about, from what you're genuinely called to create. And it might be the same work, same job, same industry, but you do it differently. Not from fear, from purpose, not to prove, to express, not to be enough, to create something meaningful. And the strange thing, you often become more successful, not because you're trying harder, but because you're no longer sabotaging yourself, the shadow part that was afraid of success, that was convinced you didn't deserve it, that would sabotage you right before breakthrough. It's integrated now, so you can actually receive what you are. Create. Actually let yourself succeed. Actually allow good things without unconsciously destroying them. And your creativity. It explodes, because creativity doesn't come from the persona. It comes from the depths, from the unconscious, from the parts of yourself you've been rejecting. When you integrate those parts, when you give them voice, when you let them contribute, your creative capacity multiplies, ideas flow, connections happen. Work that used to feel like struggle becomes play. Not because it's easy, but because you're no longer fighting yourself while you're doing it. Fourth, your body changes. This one surprises people, but Jung knew it. The body and psyche aren't separate. They're one system. When you're at war with your shadow, your body holds that war. In tension, in pain, in illness, in exhaustion. The anger you won't feel becomes tight shoulders. The grief you won't cry becomes a heavy chest. The fear you won't acknowledge becomes a clenched stomach. Your body is literally holding the shadow you won't integrate, and no amount of massage or medication or exercise will fully resolve it. Because the source isn't physical, it's psychological. But when you integrate, when you let yourself feel what you've been avoiding, when you bring the shadow into consciousness, the body releases, tension dissolves, chronic pain eases, energy returns. Not magically, not overnight, but noticeably, steadily. People report that they can breathe more deeply, sleep more soundly, feel more alive in their skin, because they're not using their body as a storage. unit for ejected emotions anymore, and their physical health often improves. Mysterious symptoms resolve. Illnesses that wouldn't heal start healing. Jung believed that many physical ailments have psychological components, that the body gets sick when the psyche is fragmented. And while he wasn't saying all illness is psychological, he was saying that wholeness supports health in ways we don't fully understand. When you stop being at war with yourself, you're immune. System stops being at war with you when you integrate what's been rejected. Your body can finally relax, and relaxation is the foundation of healing. Fifth, and this is the most profound ... you discover peace. Not the peace of having no problems, not the peace of life going the way you want, not the peace of controlling everything, but the peace of not being divided against yourself anymore, the peace of accepting all of who you are. The light and the dark, the strength and the vulnerability, the wisdom and the foolishness, the peace of not having to pretend, not having to perform, not having to maintain an image. You can just be, fully, completely, without apology. And that ... that is what you've been searching for beneath all the searching. Not success, not love, not achievement, not even happiness. Peace, the peace of wholeness, the peace of coming home to yourself. And once you have that, once you know what it feels like to be integrated, ... everything else becomes secondary. You still want things, you still have goals, you still engage with life, but you're not desperately seeking something outside yourself to complete you, because you're already complete. You're not trying to fill a void, because you've integrated the void, made space for it. Let it be part of the wholeness instead of something to run from, and from that place, from that integrated, whole, peaceful place, life becomes so much richer, so much deeper, so much more real, because you're finally here, finally present, finally alive in a way you've never been before. But Jung was careful to emphasize something crucial. Integration doesn't make you perfect. It doesn't eliminate suffering. It doesn't mean you never struggle again. In fact, in some ways, life becomes harder after integration, because you can't hide anymore. You can't numb. You can't avoid. You can't pretend. You feel more, see more, know more, and that can be overwhelming, especially when you look at the world, at the collective shadow playing out everywhere, at the suffering, at the systems built on unconsciousness. You can't just consume and ignore anymore. You can't just go along with things you know are wrong. Your integrity won't let you. Your wholeness demands truth, even when truth is uncomfortable. So integration brings responsibility, the responsibility to live consciously, to act with awareness, to contribute, to collective healing. But here's what makes it bearable. What makes it worthwhile? Do you have capacity now? Real capacity. Not the fragile kind that comes from avoiding hard things, but the deep kind that comes from having faced your own darkness, from having integrated your own shadow, from having survived your own death and rebirth, so you can hold complexity, you can sit with paradox, you can be with suffering without being destroyed by it, you can feel deeply and not be overwhelmed, you can care intensely and not burn out, you can engage with difficulty and not fragment, because you're not fighting yourself anymore. All that energy you were using for internal warfare, it's available now for actually living, for actually engaging, for actually contributing. And that's the gift. That's what wholeness gives you. Not a perfect life, but a real one. Not the absence of pain, but the capacity to metabolize it. Not the elimination of difficulty, but the strength to meet it. There's a moment Jung described, a moment in the integration process when something clicks. He called it the conjunctio, the sacred marriage, the union of opposites. It's when the conscious and unconscious come together, when the persona and shadow integrate, when light and dark merge into wholeness. And in that moment, something new is born. Jung called it the self, capital S, not the ego self, not the persona self, but the true self, the totality of who you are, conscious and unconscious, light and shadow, individual and collective, all of it, held together, integrated, whole. And when you access that self, even for a moment, everything changes. You realize you're not just your story, not just your wounds, not just your patterns. You're something vast. Something that includes all of that, but isn't limited by it. You're connected to something larger, to the collective unconscious, to the archetypal realm, to life itself. And that connection, that sense of being part of something infinite, it gives meaning to everything, even the suffering. Especially the suffering, because you understand now that your pain wasn't random, your struggles weren't pointless, your shadow wasn't a mistake. It was all part of the process of becoming who you actually are, and who you are. When you're whole, when you're integrated, you're extraordinary, not better than others, but fully yourself. And that's extraordinary, because most people never get there. Most people live and die having never met their shadow, having never integrated their darkness. Having never become whole, they stay fragmented, divided, at war with themselves until the end. But you're doing the work. You're having the conversations. You're integrating what you once rejected. And that makes you rare. That makes you powerful. Not power over others, but power to transform, to heal, to become dot, and that power, it ripples out. Because here's what Jung discovered that changes everything about how we understand this work. When you integrate your shadow, you don't just change yourself. You change the field around you. Your family feels it, even if they don't understand. Something in the system shifts when you stop playing your old role. Your relationships reorganize. The people who were feeding on your unconsciousness fall away. The people who can meet your wholeness appear. Your work transforms. Opportunities that match your integrated self start showing up. Doors you didn't know existed start opening. Even strangers respond to you differently, because you're not projecting anymore. You're not unconsciously asking them to carry parts of you. You're whole, and wholeness is magnetic, not in a manipulative way, but in an authentic way. People feel safe around integrated people, real. Seeing that because when you're not at war with yourself, you're not at war with them either. You can meet them where they are without needing them to be different. You can hold space for their process. without trying to fix them. You can be present without agenda. And that presence, it's healing. For everyone around you, this is what Jung meant when he said the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. It's not just a privilege for you, it's a gift to everyone whose life you touch, because the world needs whole people, desperately, needs them. People who aren't projecting their shadow onto others, people who aren't acting out their unconscious patterns, people who can hold complexity and paradox, people who can be strong and vulnerable, wise and humble, powerful and gentle, people who have done the work, who have faced their darkness, who have integrated their shadow. Those people, they change the world, not through grand gestures, but through presence, through being, through wholeness. So where are you in this process, right now? In this moment, maybe you're just beginning to see your shadow, just starting to recognize the patterns, just beginning to question who you think you are. Or maybe you're in the middle of it, in the fire, in the dissolution, in the painful process of letting the old self die. Or maybe you've been doing this work for years, integrating layer after layer, discovering depth after depth. Wherever you are, it's exactly where you need to be, because this process doesn't happen on your timeline. It happens on its own timeline, the psyche's timeline. You can't force it, you can't rush it, you can only participate in it, show up for it, trust it, and if you do that, if you keep showing up, keep facing what arises, keep integrating what you once rejected, you will transform. Not might, will, because that's what this process does. It transforms, it alchemizes, it turns lead into gold, not the lead of your shadow into the gold of perfection, but the lead of your fragmentation into the gold of your wholeness. And when that happens, when you become whole, when you integrate what you rejected, you discover something that Jung spent his whole life trying to communicate. You discover that you were never broken. You were never flawed. You were never wrong. You were always whole. You just forgot. You just believed the lies. You just locked away the parts that didn't fit. But they're still there. They've always been there, waiting in the darkness, waiting to come home. And now you know how to bring them home, through dialogue, through practice, through the courage to keep facing what you'd rather avoid, through the sacred work of becoming whole. And that work, it's not a burden, it's not a chore, it's the most important thing you'll ever do, the most meaningful thing, the most sacred thing, because it's not just about you, it's about what becomes possible when you're whole, the relationships you can have, the work you can create, the presence you can offer, the healing you can contribute. All of that waits on the other side of integration, on the other side of wholeness, and you're on your way there, right now. Even if it doesn't feel like it, even if you're still in the fire, you're on your way, and that's everything. You thought the shadow was just yours, your personal wounds, your individual patterns, your specific childhood experiences that created your specific defenses. And it is all of that, but it's also more, much more, because the basement of your psyche doesn't end with your personal history. It goes deeper into your family's history, your culture's history, your species' history. There are patterns in your shadow that you didn't create, that were there before you were born, that have been passed down through generations like invisible inheritance. Your grandmother's unexpressed rage, your grandfather's ungrieved losses, your ancestors' unhealed trauma, all of it living in your psyche, all of it influencing your choices, all of it waiting to be seen. Jung called this the collective unconscious, and understanding it changes everything about shadow work, because you're not just integrating your personal darkness. You are participating in the healing of patterns much larger than yourself, patterns that have shaped families, cultures, civilizations, and when you do your work, when you integrate what your ancestors see, OULDN, single, quotes, T, ... you break chains that have held your lineage for generations. Think about your family for a moment, not the story they tell about themselves, not the image they present, but the patterns underneath, the things nobody talks about, the feelings that are forbidden, the truths that stay buried. Every family has them, secrets, shames, unspoken, rules about what's acceptable and what must never be acknowledged. And those secrets, those shames, they don't stay buried. They leak out. They get passed down, not through words, through energy, through behavior, through unconscious transmission from one generation to the next. The father who never cried teaches his son that vulnerability is dangerous, not by saying it, by never showing it, by treating emotion as weakness, and that son grows up with vulnerability in his shadow, and he passes it to his children, who pass it to theirs. 3 generations later, nobody remembers why the men in this family can't cry. They just know they can't. It's who they are. It's in their blood, except it's not in their blood. It's in their collective shadow, or the mother who learned that anger meant abandonment, who saw her mother raged at and left, who internalized, never be angry or you'll be alone. And she teaches her daughter, wordlessly, that anger is unacceptable, that good women don't get angry, that rage must be suppressed, and that daughter grows up unable to set boundaries, unable to protect herself, unable to access the healthy aggression that every human needs, and she passes it to her children, who pass it to theirs. Generations of women who can't access their power, who think it's just who they are, who don't realize they're carrying their great-great-grandmother's wound. This is how family systems work. Trauma doesn't just affect the person who experienced it. It affects everyone downstream, until someone wakes up, until someone turns around, until someone says, "This pattern stops with me." Jung saw this most clearly in his own life. His grandfather was a pastor, respected, proper, everything appropriate on the surface and underneath. Affairs, secrets, shadow material that was never integrated. Jung's father inherited that split, became a pastor too, maintained the proper image, but something was dead inside him, something he couldn't access, couldn't express, couldn't heal, and Jung felt it, felt the weight of that unintegrated material, felt the call to do what his father and grandfather couldn't do, descend into the darkness, face what they avoided, integrate what they rejected. He didn't just heal himself, he healed a pattern in his lineage. He broke a cycle that had been running for generations. And when he did that, when he integrated what they couldn't, He didn't just free himself, he freed everyone downstream. His children, his grandchildren, everyone who came after, because integrated patterns don't get passed down. Only unintegrated ones do. This is the sacred responsibility of shadow work. You're not just doing it for yourself, you're doing it for everyone who came before you and couldn't. And everyone who comes after you and won't have to. But it's not just family patterns. It's cultural patterns to dot. Every culture has a collective shadow. Things the culture rejects, values it denies, truths it won't acknowledge. And just like personal shadow, the cultural shadow doesn't disappear because it's denied. It gets projected. It gets acted out. It erupts. Jung saw this in Germany, a culture that prided itself on order, rationality, civilization. And what did they reject? What went into the collective shadow? Chaos, irrationality, wildness, tribal instinct, the primal drives that civilization tried to transcend. And for a while, it worked. They built impressive systems, advanced science, created culture, but the shadow was growing, gathering power in the collective unconscious. And then it erupted, through fascism, through a leader who embodied everything they'd rejected, who channeled the collective darkness, and millions of people, good people, rational people, civilized people, followed him. Because when the collective shadow possesses a culture, individual consciousness doesn't matter. People act out patterns they don't understand. They do things they would have said were impossible. They scapegoat minorities. They dehumanize the other. They commit atrocities while convincing themselves they're doing good. All because the collective shadow wasn't integrated. It was denied. And denial doesn't eliminate darkness. It empowers it. Jung watched this happen, and he understood that it could happen anywhere, to any culture, any group. Whenever people deny their collective shadow, whenever they project it onto others, whenever they refuse to look at their own darkness, they become dangerous. Not intentionally, but inevitably. Look at any culture and you'll see it. The patterns. They reject collectively. American culture rejects vulnerability, worships strength, independence, self-reliance, and what's in the shadow? Neediness, dependence, the human reality that we need each other. So Americans struggle with intimacy, with asking for help, with admitting they're not okay, and they project their shadow onto anyone who seems weak. Judge them, dismiss them, tell them to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, all while carrying massive amounts of unacknowledged pain, loneliness, disconnection, because the shadow doesn't go away just because you refuse to look at it or take. Cultures that worship rationality, logic, the mind over the body, thought over feeling, what's in their shadow? Emotion, intuition, the body's wisdom, the non-rational ways of knowing. So they create systems that ignore feeling, that treat the body as a machine, that dismiss anything that can't be measured or proven. And they wonder why people are anxious, depressed, disconnected from themselves. Because you can't reject half of human experience without creating massive shadow material. Or cultures that emphasize the collective over the individual, that value harmony over authenticity, conformity over expression. What's in their shadow? Individual desire, personal truth, the need to be seen as unique. So people in those cultures struggle with identity, with knowing who they are separate from the group, with expressing what they truly want, and the shadow emerges in subtle rebellion, in depression, in the parts of themselves they can only access in private. Every culture creates its own shadow based on what it values, and then suffers from what it rejects. And the only solution, the same as personal shadow work, turn and face it. Acknowledge what's been denied. Integrate what's been rejected, not by abandoning cultural values, but by including what's been By holding the paradox, you can be strong and vulnerable, independent and connected, rational and intuitive, individual and collective. But most cultures won't do it. They double down on their values, reject the shadow even harder, and the suffering increases. There's an even deeper layer, beneath personal shadow, beneath family shadow, beneath cultural shadow. Jung called it the archetypal layer, the collective unconscious that all humans share, patterns that don't belong to you or your family or your culture. They belong to the species, to humanity itself. The shadow at this level isn't personal anymore. It's mythological, archetypal, universal. It's the parts of being human that civilization has been trying to transcend for thousands of years. The animal self, the wild self, the instinctual self that doesn't care about social rules or moral codes. That self wants what it wants. It's driven by hunger, by desire, by survival instinct, by territorial impulse. And civilization said, no, we're beyond that. We're rational, moral, evolved. And so the archetypal wildness went into the collective shadow, but it didn't disappear. It couldn't disappear, because it's part of being human, part of being animal, part of being alive. So it erupts in violence. That makes no sense. In compulsions we can't control. In moments when civilized people do uncivilized things, or it gets projected onto others, onto indigenous peoples who are still connected to the earth, onto anyone who seems more instinctual, more physical, more wild. We other them, fear them, try to civilize them, all while denying that we carry the same wildness in our own shadow. Jung knew that this archetypal shadow couldn't be eliminated, shouldn't be eliminated, because the instincts aren't bad. They're necessary. They keep us alive. They connect us to life force, to vitality, to being fully embodied. The task isn't to transcend them, it's to integrate them, to bring them into consciousness, to relate to them instead of being possessed by them, to say, yes, I am an animal, and yes, I am conscious, and I can be both. I can honor my instincts while also making choices. I can feel my wildness while also living in civilization. That integration, that's what creates a whole human, not the civilized human who's disconnected from nature, not the wild human who's disconnected from consciousness, but the integrated human who contains both. This is where shadow work gets truly profound and truly necessary, because we're living in a time when the collective shadow is erupting everywhere. Politically, we're seeing projection run rampant. People demonizing the other side, convinced that all evil is out there, never looking at their own darkness. Environmentally, we're destroying the earth, treating nature as something separate from us, rejecting our animal selves so completely that we're killing the ecosystem we depend on. Socially, we're more divided than ever, by race, by class, by ideology, each group projecting their shadow onto the others. Each group convinced they're right and the others are wrong. And the solution? It's the same at every level: personal, family, cultural, collective. Stop projecting, turn inward, face your own darkness, integrate your own shadow, because every person who does their own work contributes to the healing of the collective. Every person who stops projecting their rage onto others and integrates it themselves reduces the collective rage. Every person who faces their own shame instead of shaming others reduces the collective shame. Every person who owns their darkness instead of seeing it only in others ... reduces the collective darkness. This is what Jung meant when he said that the psychological work of the individual is the most important work there is, not because individuals are more important than the collective, but because the collective is made of individuals. And when enough individuals do the work, when enough people integrate their shadow ... the collective shadow loses power, the projections decrease, the unconscious acting out reduces, and healing becomes possible. Not just personal healing, collective healing. But here's what makes this so hard, and why most people won't do it. Owning your participation in collective shadow means giving up the comfort of being right. It means admitting that you're not just a victim of systems, you're also participating in them. It means seeing that the racism you condemn in others, there's a version of it in your shadow. The sexism, the greed, the violence, not exactly the same, not to the same degree, but the seeds are there, because you're human, and these patterns are human patterns, archetypal patterns, and the only difference between you and the people you judge is that they're acting it out and you're suppressing it. But suppression doesn't make you better. It just makes you unconscious. Real moral development doesn't come from rejecting your darkness. It comes from integrating it, from acknowledging it, from being conscious of it so you can make different choices. The person who admits they have capacity for violence and chooses peace anyway, that's moral strength. The person who acknowledges their prejudice and works to transform it, that's real anti-racism. The person who owns their greed and consciously chooses generosity, that's genuine change. But the person who projects it all onto others and claims they're different, that's just unconsciousness wearing a mask of virtue. And Jung saw this. He saw that the most dangerous people aren't the ones who admit their darkness. They're the ones who deny it, who are convinced they're good, who can't see their own shadow, because those people, they do terrible things while telling themselves they're doing good. They hurt people while convinced they're helping. They perpetuate systems while convinced they're fighting them, all because they won't look at their own darkness. So what do you do with this? With the knowledge that your shadow isn't just personal, but collective, you start with what you can control: your own psyche, your own patterns, your own integration. You notice when you're projecting collective shadow onto others, when you're convinced that all the evil is out there, when you're sure you're on the right side, and you pause. You turn inward. You ask, What am I not seeing in myself? What am I rejecting in myself that I'm attacking in them? And you do your work, your personal shadow work, your family shadow work, your cultural shadow work, not because it will fix everything, but because it's your part. And when you do your part, when you integrate what you can integrate, when you stop contributing to the collective unconsciousness, you become part of the solution. Instead of part of the problem, you stop adding to the collective shadow and start contributing to collective healing. And that matters more than you might think, because the collective is not some abstract thing. It's made of individuals, of choices, of consciousness or unconsciousness, and every choice you make, every pattern you integrate, every projection you withdraw, it shifts the field, just a little, just enough. And if enough people do it, if enough individuals take responsibility for their own shadow, the collective shadow loses power, the unconscious patterns break, the cycles end, not perfectly, not completely, but measurably, significantly, enough to matter, enough to create real change. This is why Jung devoted his life to this work, not just for individuals, for humanity, because he knew that the fate of the world depends on the psychological development of individuals, on whether we can face our darkness, integrate our shadow, become conscious, or whether we'll keep projecting, keep acting out, keep repeating the same destructive patterns while expecting different results. And here's the thing that gives hope: you're doing it right now, by being here, by listening, by being willing to look at your shadow instead of just projecting it. You're participating in the healing of the collective. You're breaking patterns. You're integrating what others won't. And that makes you part of something larger, something sacred, something essential. You're not just healing yourself. You're healing your lineage, your culture, your species, one integration at a time, one conscious choice at a time, one moment of owning your darkness instead of projecting it. And Jung knew that this work, this sacred work of becoming conscious, it's the only thing that can save us, the only thing that can break the cycles, the only thing that can transform the collective shadow. Not policies, not systems, not external solutions, but internal transformation, individual by individual, shadow by shadow, integration by integration, until enough people are conscious, until enough people are whole, until enough people stop acting out their unconscious patterns. And then collective transformation becomes possible, not because we've eliminated the shadow, but because we've integrated. Not because we're perfect, but because we're conscious. Not because we've transcended our humanity, but because we've fully embraced it, light and dark, individual and collective, personal and archetypal, all of it integrated, whole. And that's the future Jung was working toward. The future that's possible if we do the work. The future that starts with you, right now, in this moment, choosing consciousness over unconsciousness, integration over projection, wholeness over fragmentation, choosing to do your part in the healing of the collective shadow. And that choice, that's everything. There's a life waiting for you on the other side of shadow integration. Not the life you planned. Not the life that looks good on paper. Not the life you thought you were supposed to live. But your life. The one that's been waiting for you to be ready. The one you can only access when you're whole. And it's nothing like you imagined. It's richer. Deeper. More real. More alive. Because you're finally here. Not performing a role. Not maintaining a persona. Not hiding parts of yourself. Just ... Here, fully, completely, without division. And from that wholeness, from that integration, from that deep presence, ... gifts emerge. Capacities you didn't know you had. Powers you'd locked away. Possibilities you couldn't access while you were fragmented. This is what Jung promised. Not that integration would make life perfect, but that it would make it possible to create what you're meant to create. To love how you're meant to love. To live what you're meant to live. And the gift isn't one thing. It's everything. Everything that was waiting for you to stop running from yourself and start embracing all of who you are. The first gift is creativity. That flows instead of struggles. When you're at war with your shadow, when you're keeping parts of yourself locked away, creativity becomes almost impossible. Because creativity doesn't come from the conscious mind. It doesn't come from the persona. It doesn't come from the acceptable self. It comes from the depths. From the unconscious. From the very places you've been avoiding. Think about it. Where do ideas come from? Not from trying. Not from forcing. Not from willpower. They come from somewhere else. Somewhere deeper. They arise. They emerge. They surprise you. And if you've locked the basement, if you've denied access to the unconscious, if you've built walls between your conscious mind and your depths, ... the ideas can't get through. The creativity can't flow. The connection is severed so. You sit there, trying to create, and nothing comes. Or what comes feels forced, contrived, dead, and you think you're not creative. You think you don't have talent. You think other people have access to something you don't. But that's not true. You have access. You've always had access. You just blocked it by rejecting your shadow, by refusing to dialogue with your depths, by keeping the basement locked. But when you integrate, when you open that dialogue, when you develop a relationship with your unconscious, the creativity floods in, not because you're trying harder, because you're not blocking anymore. Ideas come at 3 a.m. Images arise during meditation. Connections happen while you're walking. Solutions appear when you stop forcing, because the unconscious is always creating, always making connections, always generating new possibilities. You just have to get out of the way. You just have to stop trying to control it. You just have to let it speak. And it speaks through dreams, through active imagination, through your hands when you paint or sculpt, through your body when you dance, through your voice when you write. The shadow, when integrated, becomes your greatest creative resource, because it contains everything you rejected. And those rejected parts, they have things to say, stories to tell, art to create. The rage you suppressed becomes powerful music. The grief you avoided becomes moving poetry. The wildness you tamed becomes ecstatic dance. All of it transformed, not eliminated, not transcended, but channeled, expressed, given form, and the work that emerges. It's authentic, it's alive, it resonates, because it's not coming from your ego trying to prove something. It's coming from your depths trying to express something. And people feel, if they recognize truth when they encounter it, they're moved by art that comes from integrated shadow, because it speaks to their shadow. It touches their depths. It reminds them of what they've forgotten. The second gift is intuition that guides instead of confuses. When you're fragmented, when you're disconnected from your depths, you lose access to your inner knowing. You second-guess everything. You overthink. You analyze. You try to figure out the right answer with your conscious mind. And it's exhausting, because the conscious mind doesn't know. It can't know. It doesn't have access to all the information, but your unconscious does. It's processing everything, reading signals you don't consciously notice, sensing patterns you can't articulate. Jung called this the transcendent function, the capacity to access wisdom beyond the ego's knowing, and it emerges through integration, through developing a relationship with your unconscious, through learning to listen to the depths. Some people call it gut feeling, some call it inner knowing, some call it the still small voice. But whatever you call it, it's real, it's reliable, and it's only accessible when you're integrated, because if you're at war with your unconscious, if you're rejecting your shadow, if you're refusing to listen to anything that doesn't make rational sense, you can't hear it. The signal is there, but you're not receiving it. But when you integrate, when you develop that dialogue, when you trust the depths, the intuition becomes clear, strong, undeniable. You know which job to take, even though on paper the other one makes more sense. You know which relationship is right, even though your friends don't understand. You know when to leave, even though you can't explain why. Not because you're psychic, not because you have special powers, but because you're whole. And wholeness gives you access to information that fragmentation blocks. You can feel into situations, sense the energy, read what's not being said, trust what your body knows, even when your mind doesn't understand. And that intuition, it guides you away from what looks good but feels wrong, toward what feels right, even when it looks risky. And over time, you learn to trust it, to follow it, to let it lead, because it's not random, it's not irrational. It's your whole self speaking, including the parts that know things your conscious mind hasn't figured out yet. The third gift is presence that heals without trying. This one is subtle, but it's profound. When you're integrated, when you're no longer at war with yourself, when you've done your shadow work, your presence changes. People feel it, even if they can't name it. You're there, really there, not performing, not managing. Your image, not trying to be someone you're not, just there, present, whole, and that presence, it creates space for others to be present too, for others to drop their masks, for others to be real. Because when you're not projecting your shadow, when you're not asking them to carry parts of you, when you're not trying to fix them or change them or need them to be different, they can relax, they can breathe, they can be themselves, and that's healing. Not dramatic healing, not crises intervention, but the quiet healing of being seen, being met, being allowed to be human. Integrated people don't try to heal others. They don't need to. Their presence does it naturally. They can sit with someone's pain without needing to fix it. They can witness someone's struggle without needing to solve it. They can hold space for someone's process without needing to speed it up, because they've sat with their own pain. They've witnessed their own struggle. They've held space for their own process, so they know how to do it for others. Not as a technique, as a natural expression of wholeness. And people are drawn to this. They might not know why. They just know they feel safe, seen, met, that they know they can be real without being judged. They know they can struggle without being fixed. They know they can be messy without being rejected. And in that space, transformation happens. Not because you're doing anything, because you're being something. Being whole, being present, being integrated. And that's more powerful than any technique, more healing than any advice, more transformative than any intervention. The fourth gift is boundaries that protect without walls. This is one of the most practical gifts, and one of the most surprising. When you're fragmented, you either have no boundaries or you have walls. No. Boundaries means you let everyone in. You say yes when you mean no. You give until you're empty. You let people cross lines you don't even know you have, because you don't have a strong sense of self. You don't know where you end and others begin. You need them to like you more than you need to protect yourself. Or you have walls reheed impenetrably, nobody gets in. You don't need anyone. You can't be hurt because you won't be vulnerable, because you've been hurt before, and you decided never again. So you shut everyone out. You keep them at distance. You protect yourself by disconnecting. But when you integrate, when you become whole, when you know yourself fully, shadow and all, you develop real boundaries, not walls, not absence of protection, but conscious, flexible, appropriate boundaries. You know what's yours and what's theirs. You can feel when someone's energy is crossing into your space. You can sense when you're giving more than is sustainable, and you can say no, clearly, without guilt, without needing to justify or explain or apologize. Not because you're selfish, because you're integrated, because you know that giving from depletion helps no one, because you understand that protecting your energy is how you stay whole. But you can also say yes, really yes, full yes, without resentment, because the yes is clean. It's not coming from people pleasing, not coming from fear of rejection, not coming from needing to prove you're good. It's coming from choice, from wholeness, from actually wanting to give, and people feel the difference. They feel the integrity. They respect the boundaries because the boundaries are real. Not walls to keep them out, not absence of protection that lets them take advantage, but clear, conscious, appropriate limits that actually serve relationship. This is what healthy boundaries look like, and they only emerge from integration, from knowing yourself well enough to know what you need, from valuing yourself enough to protect it, from trusting yourself enough to let others in when it's right. The fifth gift is power that empowers instead of dominates. Power is tricky. Most people are terrified of it because they've seen it misused. They've been hurt by it. They've watched it corrupt, so they reject it, put it in their shadow, convince themselves that wanting power is bad, that claiming power is dangerous, that power equals domination. But Jung knew better. He knew that power itself isn't the problem. Unconscious power is the problem. When you deny your power, when you reject it, when you put it in your shadow, you don't become powerless. You become unconsciously powerful, which is far more dangerous. You manipulate without knowing it. You control without admitting it. You dominate in subtle ways while telling yourself you're being nice. The passive comment, the guilt trip, the martyr routine, the helplessness that forces others to take care of you. All of it unconscious power. Shadow power. Power that denies its power. But when you integrate your power, when you acknowledge it, own it, take responsibility for it, it transforms from domination to empowerment. From power over to power, dash with dot. You can stand in your strength without needing to diminish others. You can take up space without needing to shrink others. You can lead without needing to control. Because integrated power isn't about making others small. It's about being your full size, which, paradoxically, gives others permission to be their full size too. You're not competing for power. You're not hoarding it. You're not afraid of it. You have it. You use it. You share it. And that's magnetic. That's leadership. That's the kind of power that actually changes things. Not the power of position, not the power of dominance, but the power of integration, of wholeness, of being fully yourself. And when you step into that power, when you own it without apology, when you use it in service of something larger than ego ... impossible things become possible. Doors open. Opportunities appear. People follow not because you're controlling them, but because you're inspiring them. Because integrated power is inspiring. It shows people what's possible. It reminds them of their own power. It calls them into their own wholeness. The sixth gift is purpose that calls instead of demands. When you're fragmented, purpose feels like pressure. Like something you have to figure out. Like a test you have to pass. What's my purpose? What am I here to do? What's my contribution? And you search for it outside yourself. In books, in programs, in other people's ideas about what matters, but you never find it. Because you're looking in the wrong place. Your purpose isn't out there. It's in here. In the depths. In the shadow. In the parts of yourself you've been rejecting. And it only reveals itself when you integrate. When you become whole. When you stop trying to be someone you're not and start being who you are. Then purpose doesn't feel like pressure. It feels like calling, like resonance, like coming home. You're not trying to figure it out anymore. You're following what pulls you, what lights you up, what you can't not do. And it's usually connected to your wounds, your struggles, your shadow. The person who was bullied becomes the advocate. The person who was abandoned becomes the therapist. The person who was shamed becomes the artist, who gives voice to shame, not because they're trying to fix their wounds by helping others, but because their wounds, when integrated, become their medicine, their gift, their contribution. Jung said, "The wound is the gift." And he was right. But only when you integrate it, only when you transform it, only when you stop running from it and start learning from it. Then it becomes purpose, not something you have to figure out. something you can't avoid. It pulls you, calls you, won't let you rest until you answer. And when you answer, when you step into that purpose, everything aligns. Not because life becomes easy, but because you're finally doing what you're here to do, what only you can do, what you came here to offer, and that makes everything worth it. The shadow work, the pain, the death and rebirth. Because you're not just living anymore. You're contributing. You're serving. You're part of something larger, and that's the ultimate gift of integration. The seventh gift, and this might be the most important, is the capacity to love, really love, not need, not depend on, not use to fill. Avoid but love, from wholeness, from choice, from overflow instead of deficit. When you're fragmented, when you're at war with yourself, you can't really love. You can need people, you can want them, you can use them to feel complete, but you can't love them, because love requires wholeness. And you're not whole. You're asking them to complete you, to carry your shadow, to be what you won't be for yourself. And that's not love. That's projection. That's need. That's using another person as a mirror for your unintegrated parts. But when you integrate, when you become whole, when you're not missing pieces anymore, you can love, really love, without agenda, without need, without trying to get something. You can love someone for who they are, not for who you need them to be. You can appreciate them without trying to change them. You can be with them without trying to merge with them. You can love their light and their darkness, their strengths and their struggles, their wholeness and their fragmentation, because you've learnt to love all of that in yourself. And that love, it's transformative for you, for them, for everyone it touches, because it's real, it's clean, it's free. Not the conditional love that says, I'll love you if you meet my needs, but the unconditional love that says, I love you because you exist. Not the needy love that demands reciprocity, but the generous love that gives freely. Not the fearful love that clings, but the trusting love that releases. This is what becomes possible after shadow integration. This is the gift on the other side. Not a perfect life, but a real one. Not the absence of struggle, but the capacity to meet it. Not the elimination of darkness, but the integration of it. And from that integration, everything else flows. Creativity, intuition, presence, boundaries, power, purpose, love, all of it waiting on the other side of the shadow, waiting for you to be whole, waiting for you to stop running and start integrating, to stop rejecting and start including, to stop fragmenting and start becoming. And when you get there, when you access these gifts, you realize something profound. They weren't gifts given to you, they were always yours. You just locked them in the basement along with everything else. You rejected, and shadow work didn't create them. It liberated them, released them, let them finally come home. You thought integration meant being done. You thought there would be a moment when the work was complete, when the shadow was integrated, when you could finally relax and be whole. And in a way, that moment does come. The moment when you're no longer fragmented, when you're no longer at war with yourself. But wholeness isn't a destination. It's not a state you arrive at and then maintain without effort. It's a practice, a daily practice, a lifelong practice, because the shadow isn't something you integrate once and forget about. It's someone you live with for the rest of your life. And that's not a problem. That's the point. Jung spent decades doing shadow work. Even at the end of his life, he was still discovering new rooms in the house of his psyche, still meeting new aspects, still integrating new layers. And he didn't see this as failure. He saw it as the natural unfolding of becoming human. You don't finish becoming yourself. You continue becoming, layer by layer, year by year, until your last breath, and the shadow is your companion on that journey. Your teacher, your guide into deeper and deeper levels of truth, not your enemy, your ally. If you know how to relate to it, here's what living with your shadow actually looks like. It looks like noticing every day, multiple times a day, noticing when you're triggered, when you're reactive, when you're projecting, when you're acting from an old pattern instead of present awareness. And instead of beating yourself up about it, instead of thinking you should be past this by now, you get curious. Oh, there's something here, something that's not integrated yet, something that wants my attention. What is it? What part of me is activated? What old wound is being touched? And you pause, you breathe, you turn inward, you don't judge it, you don't try to fix it, you just notice it. And sometimes that's enough. Just the noticing, just the conscious awareness that this is shadow material, not present reality. And sometimes you need to do more. You need to journal about it, or meditate with it, or talk about it with someone you trust. But either way, you're engaging. You're in relationship. You're not running. And over time, that particular trigger loses its power. Not because you eliminated it, because you integrated it. But then another one appears, a different layer, a different aspect. And you do it again. Notice, pause, engage, integrate, again and again and again. This is the practice. Not dramatic, not glamorous, just consistent, daily, ongoing. Some days, the practice is harder than others. Some days you're triggered and you react before you even notice. You say the thing you regret. You do the thing you said you wouldn't do. You fall back into the old pattern, and the old you, the fragmented you, would have spiraled, would have convinced yourself you're broken, would have given up on the whole thing. But the integrated you, the you who's been doing this work, you have compassion for yourself, for your humanity, for the fact that transformation isn't linear. You acknowledge what happened. You take responsibility for it. You make amends if needed. But you don't make it mean something about your worth. You don't use it as evidence that you're failing. You use it as information, as a sign that there's more to integrate, as an invitation to go deeper. And you return to the practice, not with shame, with humility. Because humility isn't thinking you're nothing. It's knowing you're human, complex, still growing, still learning, still becoming. And that knowing, it keeps you in the practice, even when the practice is hard, even when you fail, Even when you forget, you return, you notice, you engage. You continue. Living with your shadow also means accepting complexity. The you that wants to be simple, the you that wants clear answers, the you that wants to know if you're good or bad, right or wrong, healed or broken. The you has to die, or at least relax, or at least make space for paradox, because you're not simple. You never were. You never will. Be. You're both. You're all of it. You're contradictory, and that's okay. You're generous and selfish, strong and vulnerable, wise and foolish, loving and hateful. You're not one thing. You're a multitude. And living with your shadow means living with that multiplicity, not trying to resolve it, not trying to pick a side, but holding it, all of it, the tension, the paradox, the both and. Some days you'll be patient, some days you'll be irritable, and both are you. Some days you'll be open and trusting, some days you'll be guarded and suspicious, and both are you. Some days you'll feel connected to your purpose, some days you'll question everything, and both are you. And instead of making one version right and the other wrong, instead of accepting one and rejecting the other, you hold them both. You let them coexist. You understand that you contain multitudes, and that's not a problem to solve. That's the richness of being human. The integrated person doesn't eliminate complexity. They embrace it. They develop capacity to hold it. They learn to dance with it. And that capacity, it grows over time, with practice, with patience, with self-compassion. You get better at holding paradox, at sitting with not knowing, at being comfortable with your own contradictions. And that makes you more human, not less, more whole, not more fragmented, because wholeness includes everything, the contradictions, the paradoxes, the parts that don't make sense together, all of it, held in the container of your awareness, your acceptance, your integration. Living with your shadow also means developing rituals, not religious rituals necessarily, though they can be, but practices that keep you connected to your depths. Jung had his morning routine. He'd wake up early, sit in silence, paint mandalas, write in his journal, dialogue with his unconscious, every day, for decades. It wasn't optional. It was how he maintained the relationship with his shadow, because the shadow doesn't speak on demand. It speaks when you create space for it, when you show up consistently, when you demonstrate that you're listening. And if you don't create that space, if you get too busy, if you stop showing up, the shadow will make space. Through dreams you can't ignore, through symptoms you can't manage, through crises you can't avoid. It will get your attention, one way or another. But if you maintain the practice, if you show up daily, if you keep the conversation going, the shadow becomes a collaborator instead of a saboteur, a guide instead of a disruptor, a source of wisdom instead of a source of suffering. So what does that look like practically? Maybe it's morning pages, 3 pages of stream of consciousness writing, no editing, no censoring, just letting the unconscious speak. Maybe it's meditation, sitting in silence, watching what arises, noticing the thoughts and feelings without attaching to them. Maybe it's active imagination, creating space for images to emerge, dialoguing with figures from your dreams, letting the unconscious show you what it needs to show you. Maybe it's creative practice, painting, dancing, playing music, any form of expression that bypasses the conscious mind and accesses the depths. The specific practice doesn't matter. What matters is consistency, showing up, creating space, because the shadow is always there, always active, always communicating. The question is, are you listening? Another aspect of living with your shadow is continuing to learn its language. Jung spent his life studying symbols, myths, dreams, archetypes, not as intellectual exercise, but as practical necessity, because the unconscious doesn't speak in concepts. It speaks in images, in stories, in metaphors. And if you want to understand what your shadow is trying to tell you, you have to learn that language. When you dream of being chased, the shadow isn't literally trying to tell you someone's after you. It's showing you that you're running from something, some part of yourself, some truth, some reality. When you dream of losing your teeth, it's not predicting dental problems. It's showing you anxiety about powerlessness, about losing your ability to speak, to defend yourself, to be effective. When you dream of water, it's often about emotion. Deep water, deep emotion. Drowning, being overwhelmed. Clear water, clarity. Murky water, confusion. These aren't universal rules. Symbols mean different things to different people in different contexts, but they do mean something, and part of the practice is learning what they mean for you. What does the snake represent in your dreams? What about the house, the car, the stranger? Over time, you develop your own symbolic vocabulary. You recognize your psyche's patterns. You understand what it's trying to communicate, and that understanding becomes a tool, a way to access wisdom beyond your conscious knowing, a way to receive guidance from your depths. But it requires attention. It requires study, not just of Jung's work or other people's interpretation.